Author's note to readers. If not for passion, this Dragon Ball fan fiction would not exist. I enjoy discussing Dragon Ball with fellow enthusiasts and welcome any pointers. As long as you love Dragon Ball, we are friends. Note this story will develop an unusual bond with Frieza, not romantic, so please be aware before reading. Regarding Frieza not accepting subordinates who pose a threat in the case of Broly, Frieza would seek an equal-tier ally to counter Goku and Vegeta. So I can only say such things are not absolute. Frieza as a character is certainly workable, it depends on personal acceptance. Of course, this is a gradual change influenced by the protagonist. If you find this severely out of character, this book is not for you. Also, if you cannot accept Frieza gradually becoming better, well, not exactly better, just less bad, then there is no need to continue reading. From approximately chapters 142 to 170, this is a stage showcasing the growth of original Z warriors and the expansion of forces. The protagonist will temporarily fade into the background. Many readers want to see the protagonist and care about this section, but it is a necessary plot stage. I mentioned this at the beginning. Feel free to skip if you mind. Praise to the readers. The mind is not confiscated. Let us hope everyone is enthusiastic, comments flowing, and Dragon Ball discussions not so quiet. These are the author's heartfelt words, not filler. In the depths of cosmic space, the spaceship commanded by Dales is named the Destroyer. Yes, its name is that domineering, because the band of space pirates led by Dales carries an equally domineering name, called the Destroyer Corps. Before this, Dales and the other Corps members felt nothing was amiss with this name, and were even proud of it. But times have changed. Dales is extremely wary of this name now. The reason is simple. Dales is a transmigrator from another world who usurped a Scion's body. The word Destroyer differs from God of Destruction by only one character. Who is the God of Destruction? Not only is that the absolute authority of the seventh universe, but also a terrifying existence who acts in the name of a god, yet follows the path of demons utterly unfathomable. Are they courting death by parading around the universe under the name Destroyer Corps? But one cannot entirely blame Dales. 2 years ago, the cosmic overlord Slag dispatched his subordinates to search for a miraculous fruit, the spirit tree fruit, and its seeds. Dales' squad was among them. And by coincidence, Dales actually managed to find a genuine spirit tree fruit in an ancient ruin on a desolate planet following Slag's leads. While this fruit granted Dales unprecedented power, his ambitions swelled boundlessly along with it. He thus began to harbor the idea of breaking away from Slag's army and establishing his own faction. Thus Dales renamed his squad the Destroyer Corps. He schemed to use the spirit tree fruit in the future to forge his Destroyer Corps into the most powerful army in the universe. However, this spirit tree fruit can only bear fruit if its seed is planted on a planet teeming with life. It will drain the vitality of an entire planet to the last drop to bear that intoxicating spirit tree fruit. After that, this planet would become a complete Death Star. This is what Dales and his group have been doing over the past year. However, it must be said that planets in the universe capable of nurturing life are already a minority, and among those life-bearing planets, those that can satisfy the spirit tree's growth are even rarer. Over these 2 years, Dales and his subordinates found only 2 planets that met the requirements. Just these 2 times had already made them overconfident. Dales' battle power started at just over 2000, but after consuming 4 spirit tree fruits, it surged to over 3000. In Dales' original body's view, a battle power of 1000 was already a top-tier powerhouse. A battle power of 3000 was something he would never have dared to imagine before. Even if not as strong as Slag, it would not be far off. He seemed to already see the moment he would dominate the universe. One cannot truly blame Dales for this perception. He was originally nothing more than a low-class Saiyan warrior from planet Vegeta. Since childhood, he was dispatched to a low-grade planet. Before he could even complete his mission of conquering the planet and return to planet Vegeta, his spaceship malfunctioned and lost contact with headquarters. Although he thus luckily escaped Frieza's purge, living for a long time on a backward planet cut off from the universe made it even more impossible for him to have any real understanding of the true powerhouses of the cosmos. But now everything is different. The current Dales is a brand new Dales, a transmigrator. He still has a clear understanding of the current situation. Wanting to use this spirit tree fruit to break away from Slag's army and establish his own faction is simply a fool's dream. The gap between them is far beyond what this fruit, which can barely be eaten twice a year, can bridge. That would only happen if Slag continues to ignore them. But in reality, no matter how slow Slag is, 2 years have already passed, and he has long known about the original body's betrayal, including the matter of the spirit tree fruit. Even so, the original Dales felt no sense of urgency whatsoever. This is the blind confidence born of ignorance. If Slag's fleet really catches up, they would be in serious trouble. Thinking of this, Dales could not help but reach up to support his forehead, his face showing distress. The moment of transmigration brought him face to face with such a difficult problem. Lord Dales. As Dales was pondering, a voice calling Lord interrupted his contemplation. Dales raised his head and saw clearly who had come. It was a small-statured alien. Searching his memory briefly, Dales recalled the information about this person. His name was Ritz, and together with another similarly built person named Lacoste at the pilot console, they were a pair of twin brothers. These brothers were the high-tech talents under Dales's command. Extremely intelligent, they were also the earliest members to follow Dales. The transformation of Dales's journey from a single pilot spaceship to the current super-large vessel was entirely the work of brothers Ritz and Lacoste. What's the matter? Dales looked toward Ritz. Lord Dales, we are about to enter the North Galaxy ahead. We still have not detected any planet that meets the requirements. Shall we continue to advance? The North Galaxy. A sudden jolt went through Dales's heart. In the Dragon Ball world, the universe is divided into East, West, South, and North galaxies. Here the term galaxy does not refer to the Milky Way within the galaxy system. It refers to the universe, and the protagonists of Dragon Ball, Goku, Bulma, and the others, live on Earth, which is located in the North Galaxy. As is well known, Earth in fictional works is always a hotspot for incidents. A chaotic mix of all sorts, truly not a good place. Villains who go there are said to never return. Unfortunately, fiction has now become reality. Dales is one of those villain characters. So this is why Dales reacted this way when he heard Ritz say North Galaxy. Their journey started from the West Galaxy, and now they are about to enter the North Galaxy. Dales did not immediately answer his subordinate's question. Instead, he fell into thought once again. Seeing that something seemed off with Dales, the other subordinates also looked over. There was a Mondo with reddish skin and a braid, Dai with short light blue hair and a cold expression, and Kakaeo with a bright red and silver-white metallic body. And then there were brothers Ritz and Lacoste. This was the first time they had seen their boss show such a troubled expression. How many spirit tree fruits do we have left? Dales suddenly asked. The subordinates were stunned for a moment, then Amando quickly answered, Lord Dales, there is one left. Once we enter the North Galaxy, immediately set course for Frieza core territory. Ritz and Lacoste turned their heads back upon hearing this. Lord, is that the cosmic emperor Frieza? Dales did not turn his head back, his gaze still fixed on the galaxy river outside the spaceship window. Looking out through the porthole, the silhouette of that planet had already become clearly visible. Its surface, an interwoven tapestry of emerald green and azure blue, bore a faint resemblance to the Earth from Dales's memories. Dales made a decision that defied every Saiyan tradition and ancestral creed, to seek refuge under Frieza's banner. As a transmigrator, he was of course intimately aware of the long-standing tensions between the Saiyans and Frieza. After all, Frieza was the very architect of planet Vegeta's annihilation, his sworn nemesis, the destroyer of his kind. But Dales waved off such notions with absolute contempt. He had only been a Saiyan for a short while. Planet Vegeta. Home. Sorry, not familiar with it at all. Besides, even setting aside his transmigrator identity, he had been nothing more than a child freshly emerged from a cultivation tank, barely formed with self-awareness before being shipped off to a foreign world. The so-called Saiyan homeland held no attachment whatsoever for the body's original owner. Moreover, Saiyans were by nature a cold and emotionally barren race. No one would mourn the extinction of such a species. Setting aside the entire matter between Frieza and the Saiyans, Dales concluded that the Frieza Force would serve as a perfectly adequate haven, beyond the fact that Frieza's organization could shield them from Slug's pursuit. Frieza himself, according to Dales's knowledge from his previous life, was genuinely a remarkably affectionate boss toward his subordinates. Of course, don't get the wrong idea. Here, subordinates specifically referred to those capable underlings. As long as you had ability and could get things done, he would treat you with impeccable courtesy and warm friendliness. The prerequisite was simply that you didn't botch the important missions he assigned you. On this point, Dales couldn't imagine a better destination than the Frieza Force. Beyond Frieza, Earth had naturally also been on Dales's list of considerations. But before him stood one critical obstacle. He didn't have Earth's coordinates. And planetary coordinate data was strictly regulated across the entire universe by the Galactic Patrol Organization. Private collection or dissemination of such data violated galactic law. Without coordinates, even though Earth lay within the North Galaxy, the universe was infinitely vast. Compared to Earth, with absolutely no coordinate information whatsoever, Frieza Force's industrial planets and branch bases scattered across the North Galaxy were far easier to locate. And once he could enter an organization of Frieza Force's caliber, obtaining Earth's coordinates afterward would likely no longer pose any difficulty. Just as Dales continued planning his next steps, the atmosphere inside the destroyer's cockpit stood in stark contrast to the scenery beyond the windows. Oppressive. Suffocating. Amando was the first to lose his patience. Lord Dales. His rough, gravelly voice exploded through the cockpit. He rose from his seat, his braid whipping behind him, his already flushed face burning even redder. Lord Dales, why must we throw in our lot with Frieza? Amando strode right up to Dales, his stocky frame like a small mountain blocking the way. With our current strength, sooner or later we could. Sooner or later, could what? Dales slowly turned his head. His gaze swept across the faces of his subordinates. Still dreaming of universal domination. He knew that until now, Every single member of the Destroyer Force, including the body's original owner, had been immersed in the same routine of the past 2 years. All of them buoyed by the expectation that through the Spirit Tree Fruit's power they would grow ever stronger, and that the Destroyer Force would eventually replace Slug's army, or even Frieza's army. The very embodiment of frogs at the bottom of a well. A band of ruffians who'd been scraping by in the universe for 2 years without all of them even surpassing a power level of 10,000. And yet they dared to proclaim they'd conquer the entire universe. The crew aboard heard their leader's words and were all stunned. At the console, Raizu and Rakes both halted their hand movements simultaneously. Daze, with his pale blue short hair, leaned against the bulkhead with arms crossed also slightly, tilting his head, exchanging puzzled glances with Amando. In the corner, Kakuo's metal joints emitted a faint grinding sound. Conquering the universe. This had been not only their 2-year aspiration and longing, but also the bold declaration their leader Dales had proclaimed when he led them to betray Slug's army and abscond with the Spirit Tree Seed. How could their leader utter something so completely contradictory today? In the end, it was Amando who once again served as the mouthpiece for the others. Lord, what do you mean by that dream? Dales's expression remained flat, his gaze icy. I mean exactly what I said. He turned away once more, his gaze fixed on the deep galaxy starfield beyond. This universe is vast. Before I was like you all, I didn't know enough about this universe. But, Dales paused. Amando, and all of you, what do you think of our current strength? Amando turned his face to survey his companions upon hearing this. Daze, leaning against the bulkhead, gave him a slight nod. Kakuo's metal torso leaned forward slightly. At the console, the Raizu and Rakes brothers simultaneously turned around, casting their gaze upon Amando. Their responses varied, but the inner confidence radiating from each one was identical. Amando, seeing his companion's stance, puffed out his chest, and his braid whipped behind him again. Lord Dales, our current strength, while perhaps still incomparable to a behemoth like Frieza's army. He deliberately paused, gathering his momentum. Compared to Slug's army in the Western Galaxy, we are absolutely not far behind. Amando's words sent his own blood surging. His already flushed face grew even more radiant as he took another step toward Dales. Lord Dales, just give us 1 or 2 more suitable planets to plant the Spirit Tree, and once you consume the fruit, your battle power will surely surpass Slug's. And when that day comes, he slapped his own chest with a resonant thud, we will swallow up all of Slug's army's forces in the Western Galaxy. Likewise, the efficiency of cultivating Spirit Tree fruits will increase dramatically. Amando grew more and more excited. The fanaticism and longing on his face were nearly impossible to suppress. After that, you will replace Frieza as the Emperor of the universe, and our true conquest of the entire universe will be merely a matter of time. The moment his words fell, Daze nodded without the slightest hesitation. Kakuo's faceplate, a pattern of bright red and silver white, had its optical units flickering rapidly, a clear signal of agreement. Though the Raizu and Rakes brothers said nothing, they too turned to face Dales. Every single member aboard was now immersed in the same grand blueprint. What a display of unity in aspiration, soaring ambition. Dales remained utterly silent throughout. Every word of Amando's speech carried scalding sincerity. This sincerity even stirred a faint trace of guilt in Dales's heart. But only that. Dales's lips peeled back into a smile. A sharp, utterly undisguised sneer. Ha ha. The laughter echoed through the cockpit. The others were once again thoroughly bewildered. No one could fathom what their leader was laughing about. Dales rested one hand on the armrest of his seat. Amando, I'm not just mocking you all. Dales lifted his head, and every trace of amusement had vanished from his face. I'm mocking my past self as well. Amando stood rooted to the spot. The fervor on that flushed face hadn't yet faded when it collided head-on with utter bewilderment. Lord Dales, what do you? Truly naively adorable. Dales cut him off. Ignorance made laughable. Daze finally straightened up from the bulkhead. Dales's gaze swept across each of his subordinates' faces once more. These people had followed the body's original owner, fighting, killing, risking their lives, traversing the universe. Their loyalty was beyond question. But precisely because of this, their perception had been warped beyond recognition by the original owner's blind confidence. Since he decided to seek refuge under Frieza's banner, this ideological groundwork had to be laid. Without shattering this shell, there was simply no path forward. Delisi leaned back into his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. As for the Spirit Tree fruits, among us Amengduo and I each consumed 4, while Kakuo had 2. Daisy, Lazy, and Lakasai each had 3. You all know better than I do that after the first consumption the effects diminished significantly with each subsequent fruit. The cockpit fell silent. Indeed, it was true. The first fruit brought earth-shattering enhancements, but by the 3rd or 4th the amplification was far from its former glory. This was a fact that everyone present understood well. Yet over the past 2 years none had been willing to dwell on it. Perhaps because if they seriously calculated the dream of conquering the universe would shatter into pieces. Let me tell you an even crueler reality. Relying on spirit tree fruits to raise our combat power to Shilaj's level would take at least 50 years. The cockpit was dead silent. And that's under the most ideal conditions. Delisi's voice continued. He raised 3 fingers. First, the effects of the spirit tree fruits must not diminish further. Second, we must find suitable planets to plant spirit trees every year. Third, for the next 50 years neither Shilaj nor any other obstacle will cross our path. Delisi lowered his hand and crossed his arms again. Can you imagine that being possible? Don't forget how we got here. Delisi's voice rose slightly. Do you think Shilaj hasn't discovered our betrayal after 2 years? Just then a Mengduo's voice interjected. With a face full of confusion. Lord Delisi, what are you saying? What 50 years? Your current combat power already exceeds 30,000. Surpassing Shilaj wouldn't take 50 years. Even if he's powerful, it's impossible. A Mengduo meant to say that Shilaj couldn't be that strong. But after Delisi's earnest gaze fell upon them, a Mengduo and the other members of the cabin all showed expressions of disbelief. The leader's expression said it all. They dared not imagine the number that represented the combat power it would take their leader 50 years to catch up to. Such a thing. How could it be? Delisi sensed the frustration of his underlings. We've long been a community, and I don't have the habit of joking with you. I learned of his combat power by chance. It's overwhelmingly beyond our comprehension. However, though Shilaj is formidable, I'm not saying this to discourage you. Don't put on that face. I can solemnly assure you that I won't need 50 years to surpass Shilaj, nor will I need the spirit tree fruits. Including all of you, even without the spirit tree fruits, you can become unimaginably powerful. Of course, all of this depends on whether you still believe in me. At these words, a Mengduo slammed his hand against the cabin wall. Lord Delisi, what are you saying? Of course we believe in you. If it weren't for you, Lord Delisi, I'd probably be in the Galactic Patrol's prison by now. A Mengduo was the first to speak up. Daisy followed suit, expressing his thoughts with a single glance. Kakueo cracked his neck with a sound, as if to show his agreement. As for the Lazy and Lakasai brothers, there was no need to mention them. They were the first to follow Delisi. Seeing this, Delisi's lips curled slightly. One must admit, in terms of leadership charisma, the original Delisi had it down quite well. It was almost unlike a trait a Scion should possess. Perhaps it was related to his upbringing. The original Delisi had been sent to a planet in the North Galaxy, but he managed to drift to the West Galaxy through sheer grit and determination. It was this experience that gave him an understanding of the hustling nature of life at the bottom of the universe, something ordinary Scions couldn't grasp. As everyone knows, to survive in the underworld you need brothers. Making ties with brothers while navigating the cosmos was only natural. Joining one faction today, absorbing another tomorrow. Growing bigger and stronger. Coupled with the innate combativeness and extraordinary battle instincts in Scion blood, it made it easy for him to become the leader of such small groups. Among his current subordinates, every single one had once been a recipient of Delisi's righteousness. Back then, a Mengduo was just a small-time space pirate leader. Not long after setting sail, he was locked onto by the Galactic Patrol. In the end, it was only with Delisi's help that he escaped imprisonment. Even Daisy, once a prince, had avenged his home planet after a space pirate invasion, relying on Delisi's assistance. This group were Delisi's absolute loyal supporters. Otherwise, Delisi wouldn't have brought them along when he found the spirit tree seeds. Even this bunch of cosmic thugs knew how to be loyal. What a damned mutual devotion. Delisi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Overall, this ideological work had yielded decent results. Lord Delisi is the method you mentioned, becoming strong without the spirit tree fruits, by defecting to Phylaisa. After learning from Delisi about Shilaj's extraordinary combat power, they naturally held the famous and terrifying cosmic emperor Phylaisa, whose dreadfulness surpassed even Shilaj's in awe. If Phylaisa was so strong, maybe they could become strong too if they joined him. In their minds, this reasoning seemed perfectly smooth. Upon hearing this, Delisi's eyes narrowed slightly. He said leisurely, defecting to Phylaisa is just a risky move to deal with Shilaj's pursuit. Only by surviving first can we think about becoming stronger. Phylaisa is an even more terrifying being than Shilaj. Are you all ready for this? His subordinates nodded solemnly. Lord Delisi, we are ready. Delisi rose from his seat. His gaze was distant, once again drawn to the vast, boundless sea of stars. The spaceship raced through the cosmos, leaving a brilliant trail in its wake. Before that, we still need to make some preparations. Aside from preparations that can increase our chances of joining Phylaisa's army, perhaps we need other preparations like leaving a backup plan. As he raised his eyes from the distant universe, a gaze seemed to respond in kind. 1 month later, on the opposite end of the northern galaxy, planet designated C-97, the surface gray-brown and utterly lifeless. A colossal disc-shaped spacecraft hovered motionless in the sky, the flagship of the Frieza Force. Frieza sat in his iconic floating chair. One hand cradled a wine goblet, the crimson liquid within far more captivating than the ashen sky above. Cao stood at the right side of the chair, data terminal in hand, delivering the routine planetary survey report. Lord Frieza, the comprehensive survey of Planet C-97 has concluded. Mineral reserves are moderate to low atmospheric sulfur content, is elevated, and surface water resources are nearly non-existent. Overall commercial rating, D-class. Frieza cradled the wine goblet, gently swirling it. The wine rippled outward in concentric waves. D-class. He did not look at Sao, his gaze fixed upon the gray-brown wasteland stretching below. Nothing to be done. A bit disappointing, isn't it? Sao closed the data terminal and quietly retreated a step. Frieza took a small sip of wine, savoring its flavor. Clean it up and hand it over to the Jira's people. Yes. Sao acknowledged. A heavy thud echoed from behind. Dodoria idly crushed a rock in his palm, debris cascading through his thick fingers. Lord Frieza, the planets in this sector are deteriorating one after another. He flicked the dust from his hand, muttering. 3 months now, and not a single worthwhile one. Frieza remained unmoved. Mr. Dodoria, such is the nature of these things. Dodoria had grown accustomed to this. He bent down, picking up a larger stone, weighing it in his palm. Just then his communicator at his waist chimed. Dodoria tucked the stone under one arm, freeing a hand to press the response button. His expression gradually shifted from casual indifference to something more complex. He released the stone, which struck the ground with a thud and kicked up a cloud of dust. Transmission just received from the nearby base. A group calling themselves the Dalor Army requests to pledge allegiance. Dodoria scratched the back of his head. They also claim to have brought treasures that might interest you. Frieza showed little reaction. Countless weaklings across the cosmos constantly sought his patronage. Such trivial matters should never have reached his ears. He brought the glass back to his lips. Treasures. The wine slid down his throat. He smacked his lips, thoroughly composed. Weren't those insects from the Eastern Galaxy last month also making grand promises? What was it they called it? A gift that would reshape the cosmos. A pile of stones too ugly even for decoration. Sao spoke up at the appropriate moment. Lord Frieza, shall I have the base? Send them away. Wait. Dodoria raised his hand once more. This gesture drew both Sao and Frieza's gazes toward him. The base conducted a routine scan on them. Dodoria lowered his voice. The leader of that group has a power level exceeding 30,000. Upon hearing this, Sao set down his data terminal. A power level of 30,000. Where had this individual materialized from? Until this moment he had believed that apart from Lord Frieza and the Ginyu Force, he, Sao, was among the supreme beings of the cosmos. Even in his current form his power level was merely 23000. How could someone with a power level surpassing 30,000 simply appear like this? A mere leader of some wild interstellar militia. At these words a flicker of genuine interest crossed Frieza's features. He drained the final sip from his glass and tossed the empty vessel to Sao beside him. Sao reached out and caught it, smoothly executing the motion with precision. The Dalor Army. Ho ho ho, their leader must be this Dalor then. A character like this. His tail tapped leisurely against the armrest of the floating chair. Seems like he's worth investing some of my time. Summon them here. I'll be waiting. Dodoria acknowledged with a nod and transmitted the command via communicator. Lord Dodoria, should we mobilize the garrison for precautions? The inquiry came through the communicator. Precautions? Dodoria let out a derisive laugh. What manner of jest is this? Lord Frieza is present here. What precautions could possibly be necessary? You incompetent fool. Are you seeking dismissal? Somewhere in the cosmos, the destroyer adjusted its heading, pushing the engines to maximum thrust. Beyond the viewport, starlight stretched into long, thin streaks, hurtling past. At the terminus of this route above planet C-97, the massive disc-shaped spacecraft hovered silently in the sky. The tip of Frieza's tail continued its rhythmic tapping against the armrest. As the destroyer touched down, Sao and Dodoria behind Frieza raised their heads in unison. HSSSS. The hatch's hydraulic struts released with a heavy hiss, and the thick alloy ramp gradually descended, meeting the gray-brown earth with a muffled thump. Dalor descended first from the spacecraft. Greeting him was the thin, sulfurous air of planet C-97 ON. An almost tangible pressure. That sensation originated not from the environment, but from those three figures nearby, particularly the one seated in the floating chair. A diminutive form, yet resembling the focal point of this starry expanse. An invisible aura warping space itself, rendering everything around it insignificant. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Amon and Days followed behind Dalor, their expressions taut, muscles instinctively tensing, as if menaced by some terrifying predator. Yet upon closer examination that oppressive force appeared to be diminishing. Could this be the one our leader intends to align with? Ho ho ho. Frieza's signature laughter emerged, reaching each listener distinctly. Welcome, members of the Dalor Army. I am Frieza. His gaze lingered momentarily on Dalor before sweeping across those behind him, then returning to Dalor's face. His expression one of scrutiny and intrigue. Yet in an instant his attention was captured by the furry object at Dalor's waist, mistaken for a belt. Frieza's pupils contracted subtly. The two behind him noticed this shift immediately. The relatively calm atmosphere solidified. Sao's grip on the wine goblet tightened unconsciously, his eyes behind the lenses sharpening. Upon Dodoria's broad face, the nonchalant expression vanished, replaced by a cold glint in his small eyes. Ho ho ho. Frieza's laughter shattered the oppressive silence, his crimson gaze narrowing. After witnessing Dolores' tale, the sight of that face transported Frieza's thoughts to that fateful moment years ago when he annihilated planet Vegeta. The singular face among the Saiyans that had ever left an impression on him. Ho ho ho, a truly nostalgic face. Within Frieza's crimson eyes the smile gradually faded, only to be replaced by that same courteous and elegant countenance. I never expected that Mr. Dares would be a Saiyan. Facing Frieza's smile, Dares' expression remained composed. He stopped after maintaining a proper distance from Frieza. Then he knelt on one knee. My Lord Frieza, your subordinate can finally return to the embrace of Frieza's army. Dares then commenced his speech, rehearsed countless times, vividly describing how a Saiyan exiled to wander the cosmos had struggled endlessly, yet never forgotten his former identity as a warrior of Frieza's army. Frieza did not respond immediately. Such silence was more tormenting than any interrogation. Dares' mind raced. This narrative had been meticulously crafted aboard the spaceship. Every conceivable detail had been carefully orchestrated. From the timeline of his exile to a remote planet to the reasons behind losing contact with his home planet to his wandering across the cosmos. Everything aligned perfectly with the existing Saiyan records in Frieza's army. Thousands of low-ranking warriors had been exiled, of Frieza could not possibly remember each one. Listening to Dares' account, even Amando and the others behind him were subtly moved. They had no idea that before meeting them their leader had endured such arduous trials. Yeah, Frieza finally spoke. I never imagined that Mr. Dares faced such hardships all along the way. His tail tip rose from the armrest, tracing a small arc in the air before settling back. You have endured so much. Dares' heart clenched momentarily, then gradually eased. He quickly raised his head, shedding all excess expression, adopting the most fitting sincerity. It is nothing. This is but my duty as your subordinate. Frieza's tail tip paused briefly on the armrest. The smile remained undiminished. Behind him, Amando and the others maintained their bowed postures. Wherever Dares knelt, they knelt too. No one dared falter in such a setting. Amando's braided plate lay on the dusty ground, and he dared not even brush it off. Frieza changed the subject. His gaze returned to Dares' face. How remarkably alike. Hearing this, Dares' composure flickered. Alike? In what way? Sensing Frieza's piercing stare, his mind soon grasped the implication. It was his face. From the moment Dares descended from the spaceship, Frieza's attention had been fixed on this face. Bardock, the low-class warrior who charged at Frieza alone as planet Vegeta burned to ashes. In Frieza's eyes, Bardock was nothing more than an ant. And yet this particular ant had done something no ant should, rushing toward Frieza with futile rage and negligible combat power. Dares' current body bore an uncanny resemblance to Bardock. Among Saiyans, such similarity was hardly uncommon. The low-class warrior's gene pool was limited, making physical resemblance far more likely than in other races. As a transmigrator, Dares understood this perfectly, but the real Dares should never have known. On the surface, he maintained an air of confusion. My Lord Frieza, what are you referring to? Frieza withdrew his gaze and replied with a faint smile, nothing at all. I merely recalled something worth reminiscing about. After Frieza finished speaking, his tail tip resumed its gentle flicking against the armrest. By the way, Mr. Dares. Frieza straightened his posture, folding his hands upon his knees. Do you know your homeland? He paused. Planet Vegeta no longer exists. His trademark smile remained fixed on his face. Those crimson eyes held an unbroken, almost imperceptible focus on Dares' visage. Dares showed no hesitation. He raised his head. A trace of regret appeared on his face, appropriate, and measured nothing more. For someone who had wandered the cosmos for years, feeling a slight ripple upon learning of his homeland's destruction was entirely natural. But to be utterly devastated, that would have been excessive. Since returning to the northern galaxy, I had already heard of this on planets I passed through. Planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor strike. Truly unfortunate. He lowered his head slightly. But to be honest, my memories of Planet Vegeta consist mainly of unpleasant experiences. Moreover, since it has been destroyed for so long, I no longer harbor strong sentiments toward it. Indeed, it was truly unfortunate. Frieza's tone was light and detached, carrying a pity devoid of genuine emotion. How regrettable to bring up such sorrowful matters before you, Mr. Dares. Dares bowed his head. My Lord Frieza, you speak too highly. I do not feel sorrow. That planet is nothing more than where I was born. Dares knelt on the gray-brown earth gravel, digging into his knees, breathing in sulfur-laden air. Every second stretched interminably. Finally, Frieza's attention shifted away from Dares. The oppressive weight of being intensely scrutinized lifted suddenly. Dares dared not allow any slackening in his shoulders. Before someone of Frieza's caliber, every subtle bodily movement required careful control. Frieza's tail tip began its rhythmic tapping once more. Speaking of which, Although the pressure had mostly subsided, Dares instinctively tensed whenever Frieza spoke again. Mr. Dares' combat power, it is said to be quite formidable. If that is true, Mr. Dares must be the most powerful Saiyan I know. Saying this, Frieza shot a glance toward Dodoria beside him. Dodoria understood immediately and activated the scanner on his left eye to measure Dares' power level. 35000. Dodoria could not suppress his startled exclamation. Even Sabo on the other side was visibly shaken. This combat power, it surpassed even his transformed, ugly state. How could this be? A mere Saiyan, a savage monkey, possessing such formidable strength. An uncontrollable sense of crisis surged within him. Afterward, Dodoria turned his scanner toward the subordinates behind Dares. Their combat power was commendable. Even the weakest, the Riaz Laka brothers, possessed a power level of 7600. The strongest Kakao reached an astounding 13000. Seeing these results, Frieza displayed a satisfied smile. To Frieza, the combat power possessed by Dobra's group had met his requirements. Not a waste of his time. A warrior with combat power close to 10,000 was already quite remarkable in the universe. Warriors of Dobra's caliber were already considered excellent within the Frieza Force. Frieza couldn't help but applaud. Mr. Dobra, you've truly given me a delightful surprise. Frieza tilted his head, his elegant smile reminiscent of one admiring an exquisite porcelain. Compared to King Vegeta of the Saiyans in years past, Mr. Dobra is far superior. Could Mr. Dobra perhaps be the legendary Super Saiyan? Dobra paused upon hearing this, momentarily unable to process Frieza's unpredictable line of thought. Yet this was hardly surprising. Frieza had never actually witnessed a true Super Saiyan. Having such thoughts was only natural. Dobra shook his head. Lord Frieza jests. The so-called Super Saiyan is merely an elusive legend, nothing more. This combat power of mine is merely fortunate luck. In truth, I owe it all to a treasure. Frieza's tail tip paused against the armrest. Aha, luck you say. He tilted his head. Mr. Dobra, you are far too modest, but speaking of treasures, Mr. Dodoria did mention you brought something that might pique my interest. I wonder if Mr. Dobra would be so inclined to let me feast my eyes upon it. Dobra slightly lifted his chin behind him. Kakao understood immediately. A chest armor plate slid open, silently revealing an embedded storage compartment. Mechanical arms precisely reached in and retrieved an alloy container. The container was small, fist-sized, with a silver-gray shell and airtight sealing. Kakao stepped forward 2 paces and placed the container into Dobra's hands. Dobra received it with both hands and walked to Frieza's presence, presenting it with both hands. Frieza casually accepted it without much ceremony. Truthfully, this so-called treasure had never truly captured Frieza's interest. What others regarded as precious held no such value to him. Lord Frieza, what lies within is called the spirit tree fruit. It enhances the consumer's combat power. This fruit is precisely how I attained my current strength. This fruit, Frieza murmured softly. Eating it makes one stronger. Beside him, Dodoria and Saza exchanged a glance. Dobra continued explaining the properties of the spirit tree fruit to Frieza, though the details had been somewhat embellished. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression grew even more indifferent. It required absorbing a planet's life force to grow, yet its combat power enhancement was so negligible. Frieza held the spirit tree fruit in his palm. He then decided to taste it personally. Bringing it to his lips, he suddenly stopped and handed it back to Dobra. As Mr. Dobra describes it, truly is a miraculous fruit. I would very much like to witness this wondrous efficacy firsthand. I wonder if Mr. Dobra would indulge my curiosity. Dobra couldn't help but falter. Prior to this, he had entertained numerous other scenarios. In his original estimation, once Frieza obtained the spirit tree fruit, there were only 2 likely outcomes. The first was to consume it directly and personally experience the so-called power enhancement. However, Dobra had considered this scenario rather unlikely. After all, Frieza was no fool. He would hardly shove unidentified substances into his mouth without question. The more probable scenario was that Frieza would send the spirit tree fruit to the Frieza Force's research team. That was only logical. Yet the current situation exceeded Dobra's expectations entirely. What on earth was this about? Dobra had ultimately underestimated Frieza's arrogance. The reason he returned the spirit tree fruit to Dobra was not merely caution. He had no intention of tasting it himself, nor did he harbor much genuine interest in it. It was simple, really. Dobra and his men had consumed so many spirit tree fruits, yet their combat power remained pathetically feeble in his eyes. Like ants. It simply could not command his respect. Moreover, this thing required absorbing an entire planet's life force to grow once. That made it even more worthless. The Frieza Force had accumulated a far more fearsome reputation in the universe over the years than during the era of Lord Cold. But throughout, the Frieza Force had always conducted legitimate business on the surface. During the Frieza Force's fastest period of expansion, the Galactic Patrol could only strike forcefully at planet Vegeta with no way to trace anything back to Frieza's organization. Ultimately, it was the god of destruction Barris's directive combined with that foolhardy Vegeta daring to rebel against him that convinced Frieza to eliminate these savage monkeys entirely. Now that he had lost the Saiyans, his powerful black-gloved enforcers, he had no inclination to provoke those troublesome galactic patrol officers for the time being. It would be better to witness the actual effects of this so-called divine fruit here and now than decide accordingly. Dabra at this moment had no room to refuse. Lord Frieza, your subordinate, is delighted to serve. He accepted the spirit tree fruit, and without hesitation bit into it. After swallowing the flesh of the fruit, power surged through his body. Dodoria knowingly activated the scouters. 38000. Dabra's combat power had risen directly from 35000 to 38000. Yet this result only further confirmed Frieza's original assessment. The value of the spirit tree fruit did not even compare to a single living planet in his mind. That was beyond dispute. An ordinary planet capable of nurturing life could fetch a substantial price when properly managed. Was he to risk attracting the Galactic Patrol's attention to plant these fruits of minimal effect? What a joke. Of course he did not voice these thoughts at the moment. For at this time securing the service of Dabra and his excellent subordinates was his greatest gain of the day. Thus Frieza maintained his astonished expression and began to applaud. What a magnificent display. Mr. Dabra has truly opened my eyes. Dabra seized the opportunity to speak. Lord Frieza, at present I only possess this single fruit remaining. My sincere apologies. If you require more, your subordinate can venture to the Western Galaxy to seek additional divine fruits for you. Upon hearing this, Frieza covered his mouth with one hand, maintaining elegance. Mr. Dabra, you honor me with such dedication. However, I believe such matters can wait until later. Mr. Dabra, having traveled so far, why not accompany me back to headquarters for some rest and recuperation first? I would also like to introduce Mr. Dabra to some friends. I believe Mr. Dabra will find it quite surprising. The interior of the Frieza Corps flagship was far more vast than that of the destroyer. Dares and his subordinates were assigned to the guest quarters on the mid-level deck. The rooms were not large but well equipped with walls and floors in a uniform dark gray tone. Compared to their cramped days on the destroyer, this was indeed much more luxurious. A Mingduo plopped himself onto a metal bench and let out a long sigh. Lord Dares, have we succeeded now? This Lord Frieza seems unexpectedly kind. Dares sneered inwardly at that. Kind. In a certain sense, perhaps it could be considered so. But once he became serious, it was best not to slip up in his presence. Otherwise his face would change in an instant. One moment gentle and gentlemanly, the next capable of reducing you to a trembling mess. Yet under the circumstances, Dares naturally could not say the wrong thing. He merely spoke coldly. Lord Frieza is the greatest leader in the universe. The others, having worked with him for years, could detect the subtle undertones in their leader's words. They nodded in agreement and fell silent. Soon after, Dares took a brief rest, changed into a battle suit bearing the insignia of the Frieza Corps, and presented himself before Frieza. During the journey back to the Corps headquarters, Dares seized the opportunity in his exchanges with Frieza to further cultivate the persona of a Saiyan with little attachment to his own race. He had already vaguely guessed who the friend Frieza had mentioned earlier might be. Given the current timeline, Vegeta was likely still serving in the Frieza Corps. He boldly speculated that Frieza intended to arrange a meeting between him and Vegeta. After all, they were among the few remaining Saiyans. Thus he had to first demonstrate his stance to Frieza, preparing the ground for when he faced Vegeta. Rivalry among subordinates was always something superiors enjoyed. Back in his own room, Dares finally allowed his nerves to relax. For now he had achieved a certain degree of stability. Returning to the Frieza Corps as a Saiyan was only a small step in this world. In the short term, he should no longer have to live in hiding, fleeing from the Slug Corps' pursuit. But his purpose in joining the Frieza Corps was not solely for that reason. Although Frieza currently dismissed the spirit tree fruit as worthless, it was because he had yet to truly understand its value. The reason the spirit tree fruit was so alluring to Slug was not merely the slight increase in combat power it offered, but the immense life force it contained, and the first fruit's ability to optimize the body in every aspect. If Frieza learned of this, would he then make some major moves? Based on Dares' understanding, Frieza, still in a stage of his life that could be considered immature, had a profound interest in longevity. That wasn't entirely accurate either. Few beings in the entire universe were not obsessed with extending their lifespans. If Slug truly chose to confront Frieza head-on for the spirit tree fruit, then Frieza would inevitably learn of its true wondrous properties. What would happen then? Dares could not predict whether Frieza would go on a frenzy cultivating spirit tree fruit across the entire universe. That possibility was far from negligible, and Frieza's earlier actions had effectively barred himself from delving deeper into the spirit tree fruit in the near future. This allowed Dares more time to stabilize. Using the Frieza Corps as a stepping stone, his true goal remained that one magical and beautiful planet, Earth, or perhaps Namek. Obtaining the coordinates of these two planets would mark the beginning of his subsequent plans. During the 3 days of the voyage, Dares had been pondering in his quarters how to extract the coordinates of Earth or Namek from the Frieza Core's database, and then how to break free from the Core's control. A sudden brightening outside the window interrupted his thoughts. A planet's silhouette emerged from the cosmic darkness. Verdant green, azure blue. Vast vegetation covered the surface, and clear waters reflected countless specks of light under the star's illumination. The horizon was clean and dazzling, an impossibly blue sky. Dares froze. This was Frieza's headquarters. He had imagined many scenarios before arriving. A cold metal fortress, a gloomy military bastion bristling with armed patrols and high-energy defense turrets. Or perhaps a vast expanse of snow and ice. That kind of scene would have fit the image. But before him, flocks of flying creatures skimmed the clouds, tracing delicate arcs across the atmosphere. A Mengduo and Daizi also came over. Lord Dares, this planet is unexpectedly beautiful. Dares' gaze swept over the endless green, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The vitality of this planet was at its peak. If a spirit tree seed were planted here, even Dares himself was startled by the audacity of the idea. He instantly cast the terrifying thought aside. The spaceship entered the atmosphere. The view shifted from space to a low-altitude overlook. Emerald mountains, winding rivers, vast plains. This planet was like a meticulously tended giant garden. Frieza certainly had an eye for aesthetics, but Dares had little time to admire. The hull trembled slightly as it pierced the last thin cloud layer, and the ground rapidly expanded below. A dedicated landing pad appeared directly beneath. A gray-white alloy platform was embedded in the green, surrounded by neatly trimmed low vegetation, with several straight pathways radiating outward. In the distance, massive disc-shaped buildings were scattered gracefully across the verdant valley. Their lines were smooth, their structures precise, their outer walls reflecting the star's light, harmonizing perfectly with the surrounding landscape. Further off, a wide expanse of water was so clear it mirrored the entire sky. The landing gear touched down, the hatch opened, and a blend of grass and earth rushed in. Outside the hatch, rows of welcoming soldiers stood at attention. There were tall, dark purple-skinned humanoids, a short, sturdy insectoids with antennae, and reptilian beings covered in scales walking upright. Uniforms were identical. Movements were synchronized. Frieza stepped out of the hatch first, followed by Sabo and Duodolia. Then came Dares. Behind him followed a Mengduo Dai Z Kakao and the brothers Lei Z and Lakasai. Dares led his men between the two rows of soldiers. The soldiers' gazes swept over them. On the faces of various races, there was a familiar expression, appraisal of newcomers. Curiosity mixed with a hint of contempt. Amid this casual scrutiny, as Dares reached the middle, one soldier's antenna suddenly twitched. His eyes fell on Dares' waist. The furry tail wrapped around it as a belt. Whispers spread almost instantly. Tail, that's a Saiyan. No way. Didn't the Saiyan. Except for those Vegeta guys, are there others? Shoo. Amendo and the others behind also noticed those unusual glances. Instinctively, he stepped half a pace closer to Dares, his shoulders tensing. Dares glanced at them from the corner of his eye and shook his head slightly. At the end of the corridor, a figure was already waiting. Sabo. Emerald green skin, golden adornments, a pair of delicate spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose. A senior staff officer of Frieza's army, ranking above Dodoria in overall combat capability. Judging purely by appearance among the many grotesque members of Frieza's army, Sabo was undoubtedly one of the more visually pleasing. Mr. Dares. Regardless of what Sabo thought of Dares in his heart, Sabo still addressed Dares politely here. Please follow me. Sabo turned and walked forward with a measured, graceful gait. Dares and his party followed. They proceeded deeper into headquarters along the corridor, flanked by neatly trimmed low hedges on both sides. Every few dozen meters, there was a guard post with soldiers of various species from the army. Sabo kept facing forward. The basic rules of headquarters, I've explained them all along the way. Lord Frieza's army implements a strict hierarchical system. The compilation grade is comprehensively assessed by combat power and contributions. Currently, you are classified as B level. B level. Dares interjected. Sabo didn't stop his steps. Headquarters has 5 levels of S, A, B, C, and D. B level has independent barracks, exclusive training grounds, and a certain quota of material supply authority. With Mr. Dares' combat strength, he could directly enter the A-level compilation equivalent to mine. It's just the regulations of the Legion. To be promoted to A-level, at least one military merit approved by Lord Frieza must be recorded in the file. However, I believe that with Mr. Dares' ability, this is just a matter of time. Mr. Sabo. Dares suddenly spoke. Sabo's footsteps paused for a beat. Short, but enough to illustrate the point. What? Mr. Sabo has deep experience in the Legion. Please give me more guidance in the future. Although Dares proactively showed goodwill, he did not lose control. It was an appropriate approach from a newcomer who had just arrived to the old qualifications. The coldness in the bones did not fade either, because in this place strength is supreme. His combat power was higher than Sabo's. If he acted flatteringly, that would be even stranger. Sabo's steps obviously paused, but did not stop. He just nodded slightly, and continued walking forward. The buildings on both sides of the corridor became denser. Disc-shaped single structures were arranged one by one, separated by neatly trimmed green belts. Small transport aircraft occasionally swept over their heads, the engine dragging out a short hum. B-level barracks are in the middle layer area. Sabo finally spoke again, his back straight. The middle layer area is equipped with independent training grounds, maintenance rooms, and small material supply stations. You and your men do not need to share facilities with other organizations. Dares nodded. After settling Dares and his party, Sabo returned to Frieza's side. When Sabo stepped into the command room, Frieza was sitting upright on a floating seat. The holographic projection in front of him spread across an entire wall. The real-time monitoring images of various areas of the headquarters were cut into dozens of squares, with patrol soldiers walking in the images, transport aircraft taking off and landing, everything orderly. Frieza's gaze wandered between those squares, the tip of his tail resting on the armrest, tapping lightly from time to time. Lord Frieza. Sabo stood firmly to the right of the seat. Dares and his party have been fully arranged. Barracks, training grounds, and supplies have all been in place. The numbers and permissions have all been entered into the system. Frieza did not nod. Then Frieza spoke again. Did they have any extra moves, eh? Everything is normal. Sabo adjusted his glasses. Even on the way here, he proactively showed goodwill to me. Oh. Frieza seemed somewhat surprised at these words, the light of the holographic projection flickering on his face. A sneer came from beside him. That monkey is quite good at pretending. Dodoria leaned against the bulkhead of the command room, his two thick arms crossed over his chest. Sabo turned his head and glanced at Dodoria. He felt there was some truth to Dodoria's words. Frieza ignored Dodoria's rudeness. His finger gently traced the armrest, and the holographic projection switched. The image froze in the middle layer area. Around the B-level barracks where Dares was located, several people were carrying supplies. Amindo was carrying a whole box of supplies, and that braided braid was swinging back and forth behind him. Kakao stood at the doorway of the barracks, the optical units on the metal torso scanning left and right, as if investigating the surrounding environment. Dares himself was leaning against the outer wall of the barracks with his arms crossed, whispering something with Daze. Frieza stared at the image in the monitor, not knowing what he was thinking. The tip of his tail lifted from the armrest and hovered in midair. Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria. Yes. What do you think of this, Dares? Frieza paused, his gaze still lingering on the figure leaning against the wall in the holographic projection. What kind of person is he? Sabo took a small step forward and bowed slightly. Lord Frieza, in my opinion. His wording was as rigorous as ever, with the prudence unique to senior staff officers. This Dares is very different from the Scions we know. The command room was very quiet, with only the faint sound of current when the holographic projection switched images. His words and deeds are far more decent than ordinary Scions, even more perceptive than Vegeta. This evaluation made Dodoria, next to him, snort in disdain. Sabo paused, then gave his own opinion. This point is very un-Scion. Precisely because of this, I believe we need to pay more attention to him. Oh, what high opinion does Mr. Dodoria have? Frieza finished Sabo's analysis, did not immediately express his attitude, but turned to look at Dodoria. It's not an opinion, Lord Frieza. To put it bluntly, isn't he just a wild monkey who knows how to play tricks? Sabo, you're just overthinking it. What reading people's expressions, what understanding propriety. I think he's just a guy who's been hanging around outside for so long that he knows exactly how to butter up the powerful. Dodoria's evaluation was rough and direct, which was quite consistent with his own image. Relying on having eaten some rotten fruit, his combat power increased a bit, and now he's come running to us to curry favor with the powerful. Ho 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 ho. That iconic laugh rang out again. You two really continue to hate Scions, as always. However, our Frieza army's inclusiveness is quite remarkable. As long as there are capable talents, they should not be left unutilized. What do you think? Frieza had said so, and Sabo and Dodoria naturally dared not to openly contradict. They nodded in agreement, one after another. Frieza's voice rang out again. By the way, Vegeta has returned, right? Prince Vegeta's squad is already on their way back. Duda immediately tapped his communicator and pulled up the newly received recording. They just completed the cleanup mission on Planet K-18X. Expected arrival at headquarters within 5 days. Frieza's tail tip-tapped twice on the armrest. Frieza gazed at the Scion tail displayed in the holographic projection, a light smile playing across his face. That's wonderful news. It's been so long since I last saw Vegeta. I'm certain he'll adore the new friend I have in mind for him. Sabo and Dulda exchanged glances. What happens when two monkeys meet? They were equally curious. Sabo adjusted his glasses. Lord Frieza, should we notify Mr. Dalisai in advance? No need. Frieza raised one finger and tapped it lightly against the armrest. Surprises are what make it enjoyable. The Frieza Force barracks were far more spacious than the destroyer-class vessel. An independent training ground, maintenance bay, small supply depot, and a terminal room connected to the Force's internal network. Dalisai studied Lacey and Rockcase. How's the system access going? Lacey turned the terminal screen around. Rawcase added, in the publicly available commercial star data, only vague coordinate zones appear. The precise routes to life planets, colony classifications, and native records are all locked behind Class A clearance. Amudo leaned in, staring at the rows of red restriction markers. TCH, this broken system is quite the hassle. Just as the Lacey brothers were about to dig deeper, Dalasai raised his hand and grasped Lacey's wrist. Stop. That's enough for now. Frieza Force headquarters was no shabby black market, nor one of Sluga's leaky, outdated bases. Every access here could be logged. Every attempted breach would become a noose hanging around their necks later. Playing tricks beneath Frieza's watchful eyes meant dying fast. Lacey immediately withdrew his hand. Lord Dalasai. Not for now. Dalasai closed the screen. Your justification is familiarity with the Force systems, not testing them. Understood. Rawcase nodded immediately. Understood. Lacey also exited the terminal to the public interface. Access logs have been cleared to normal browsing ranges. No restricted ports were touched. Dalasai gave him a look. Good. He reached out and closed the permission page. Let's review the public archives first. Don't touch the red restricted entries. Rawcase chimed in. We can reverse engineer partial sector heat maps from public routes. We may not obtain the exact coordinates of life planets, but we can identify which zones the Force heavily monitors. Dalasai looked at him. Agreed. Only inference, no intrusion. The Lacey brothers immediately returned to their terminals. Their fingers danced rapidly across the control panels. A sector heat map appeared on the screen. Amidst vast gray areas, a few bright spots were marked as commercial nodes. Amudo grew dizzy just looking at it. Can this thing actually reveal anything? Lacey spoke up. Only those who can't read it would find it useless. Amudo awkwardly scratched his head. He truly couldn't make sense of it. Dalasai turned and walked outward. You two continue. I'll take a walk outside. Amudo quickly followed. I'm coming too. Daisy and Kakao also stepped out. Soldiers passed by at the corridor's end. Several troops of different species slowed their pace, their gazes flicking toward the tail at Dalasai's waist. The status of Scions within the Frieza Force was truly dire. Dalasai couldn't help but sigh as he walked. In the days that followed, Dalasai and his party walked the mid-level corridors at fixed times each day. They nodded to patrolling soldiers and kept their distance from members of other units. Finally, on this day, 3 blazing points of light fell from the sky, trailing long orange-red tails of flame, 2 leading, 1 following, landing precisely on the touchdown pad. Spherical single-pilot space pods. Massive clouds of steam billowed across the landing field. The scorching metal hulls hissed as coolant erupted from every corner of the pods. The first hatch popped open. Out stepped a bald figure. Massive and built, his shoulders nearly blocking the doorway. His battlesuit bore remnants of some dark green biological fluid. A fur-covered tail coiled casually around his waist. Then a figure emerged from the spaceship, wild black hair cascading to his waist. Exhaustion marked his face, and a fresh abrasion marred his brow ridge. Yet those eyes remained piercingly sharp under the landing field lights. The third hatch opened last. The one who stepped out was the shortest in stature. But the moment he stood there, the 4 soldiers lined up to welcome him instinctively tensed their bodies. Nappa reigned in his boisterous demeanor. Raditz stood quietly behind him. Vegeta swept his gaze across the surroundings, a faint edge of impatience curling his lips. His boot heels struck the alloy floor of the landing field. Cooling steam hadn't yet dispersed heat, rising from below and blurring the edges of his vision. He simply stood at the hatch waiting for the white mist to clear on its own. At the far end of the passage stood a figure. A rotund, pinkish body, sharp spines protruding from his head, a fleshy face wearing a condescending smile. Dulda. Vegeta cast his gaze toward the passage entrance. Oh. Dulda strided forward on his thick legs, moving slowly. Each step sent slight tremors through the landing field. You've worked hard, Vegeta. The K-18X mission went smoothly, didn't it? Just some trash. Vegeta replied flatly, heading straight for the passage. Dulda didn't move. His rotund frame blocked the center of the corridor, arms crossed over his chest. Vegeta stopped in front of him. The temperature between them dropped sharply. Move. Dulda didn't budge an inch. Instead, he leaned forward half a step, bending down until his chubby face loomed closer to Vegeta. Take it easy, little Vegeta. This deliberate infantilization was Dulda's favorite game. Lord Frieza wishes to see you. Dulda straightened up and brushed non-existent dust from his arm. I've got a new friend for you to meet. Now. Yes, now. From behind came Nappa's muffled curse. That fat bastard. Thud. Raditz's elbow collided with Nappa's ribs. Nappa shot him a glare, but Raditz simply shook his head expressionlessly. Dulda stepped aside. Humph. The sound escaped through his nose. Follow me. Vegeta didn't hesitate and strode forward. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances and quickly fell and stepped behind him. Vegeta didn't ask who they were going to see. That silence itself was a form of resistance. Dulda's simmering displeasure deepened silently within him. Vegeta walked to the very front, leaving Dorelia's obese figure half a body length behind. Nappa's breathing was labored and Raditz followed at his side in silence. 3 Scions and 1 Dorelia. This unusual combination drew considerable attention as they made their way through the corridor. At its end, the alloy door of the command room stood half open. Directive halted at the doorway. His massive frame shifted sideways, effectively blocking Nappa and Raditz's path. Only Vegeta has been summoned by Lord Frieza. All others are to remain at their posts. Nappa and Raditz came to an abrupt standstill. Nappa's face flushed an angry deep purple. One foot had already stepped forward when Raditz seized his arm from behind and yanked him back. An awkward silence settled between them. Directive didn't even deign to turn his head. The alloy door closed behind him, severing the two Scions from the command room, as if separating two distinct worlds. Nappa shook off Raditz's grip. Damn it. Raditz rubbed his sore wrist, saying nothing. He leaned wearily against the corridor wall. Inside the command room, holographic projections covered the entire wall. Streams of data flowed silently through the air, military deployments across star sectors, trade routes, resource reserves. The tendrils of Frieza's empire reached every corner of the northern galaxy. Frieza sat poised upon his floating throne. Zarbon stood half a step to his right. Vegeta halted some distance before the throne. He bowed his head slightly. Lord Frieza, the K-18X mission is complete. Frieza tilted his head. His crimson eyes caught the light from the holographic projections, shimmering with fragmented brilliance as he regarded Vegeta. Your efforts are appreciated, Vegeta. Frieza's tail lifted from the armrest, tracing a graceful arc in the air before settling lazily back into place. Your recent performance has been commendable. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee, truly befitting the prince of all Scions. Vegeta's jaw tightened momentarily, yet he stood motionless. No longer a prince of a kingdom, a prince serving the very murderer who had annihilated his people. He derided himself silently, but the thought passed as quickly as it came. He understood all too well that harboring such hatred would only bring about his own demise without yielding any advantage. For Scions would have clan. Pardon me, but only strength holds true importance. You overpraise me, Lord Frieza. Ho ho ho, Frieza chuckled softly. Tell me, Vegeta, I did not summon you today merely to hear a mission report. You understand, correct? I wish to introduce you to a new acquaintance. Might I ask if you're curious, Vegeta? From their first encounter with Directive to this moment, the phrase, new friend, had echoed repeatedly in Vegeta's ears, inadvertently stirring his genuine curiosity. Within Frieza's forces, those whom Frieza himself deemed worthy of introduction typically possessed strength or value compelling enough to merit the Emperor's personal interest, a rarity indeed. Vegeta's expression remained placid, though his gaze sharpened marginally. I await your command, my lord. Frieza's smile deepened. The tip of his tail lifted from the armrest, suspended momentarily in the air before descending slowly. Ho ho ho. As expected, Vegeta is ever the most dependable. Frieza inclined his chin toward Zarbon. Understanding the unspoken command, Zarbon stepped forward half a pace and activated the communication terminal. The channel switched to a dedicated frequency. In the barracks district, Tulz had just returned from training, fine dust from simulated combat, still clinging to his battle suit. The moment his communication terminal chimed, he strode to the receiver. Mr. Tulz, Lord Frieza requests your presence in the command room. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Amuro poked his head half out from the adjoining quarters. Lord Tulz, none of your concern. Continue with your duties. I'm making a trip to the command room. Tulz's footsteps echoed through the corridor. Rounding the final bend, the command room's alloy door came into view at the corridor's end. It remained closed, yet flanking both sides of the doorway stood two figures. The one on the left was colossal, bald, with shoulders broad enough to span nearly half the wall. Leaning casually against the surface, he boredly cracked his knuckles, each joint popping with audible precision. The figure on the right was tall and lean, his unruly black hair cascading to his waist. He leaned silently against the opposite wall, arms crossed, head bowed slightly. Tulz recognized both men instantly at the corner. Nappa, Raditz. At that moment he understood precisely why Frieza had summoned him. Surely the Scion Prince, Vegeta, was also within the command room. The sound of boot heels striking alloy flooring reverberated through the corridor. Raditz raised his head first. His gaze lifted from the floor, tracing the approaching figure at the corridor's end. And then, he froze rigid. His spine snapped taut. The image before him merged with a blurry yet seared memory, so ancient he had convinced himself he'd forgotten it entirely. Father. Reason reclaimed his thoughts a half-beat too late, but it arrived nonetheless. His father had long perished, along with planet Vegeta reduced to an insignificant speck of cosmic dust. That tragedy lay many years in the past. Raditz's chest heaved violently twice. Merely a resemblance. That damn face bore too, striking a similarity. For that fleeting moment Raditz had nearly believed time itself had reversed. By the time he looked again, the figure had drawn near, clad in the B-class battle armor of Frieza's forces. Even Nappa noticed the approaching Tulz. He fixed his stare upon the increasingly familiar silhouette, his broad face etched with bewilderment. Never encountered such an individual. Strutting confidently through the headquarters core corridor as though it were his personal domain. Nappa scrunched his nose in disdain. Tulls halted before them. The command room's alloy door slid open. With measured steps, Tulls entered. Throughout the entire encounter, Tulls hadn't bestowed either of them with so much as a glance. Nappa hesitated. He shook his head, resentment building within his chest. What arrogance! Nappa was at least a recognized warrior within Frieza's ranks, yet this unknown in a mere B-class uniform dared to act with such superiority. But just as his indignation reached its peak, poised to erupt, Nappa's mouth fell still. In that brief instant when the door sealed, he had glimpsed something. That fluffy coiled appendage around the waist. Nappa froze. He turned to Raditz. Raditz, he whispered hoarsely. That man. Is he a Scion? In the command room. The moment Darius stepped inside, his gaze immediately locked onto the figure standing before the hovering chair. Vegeta. Darius halted at an appropriate distance from Frieza's chair. One knee touched the ground. Lord Frieza. You arrived quite promptly, Mr. Darius. Frieza's tail tip lifted from the armrest, gesturing toward the opposite direction. Come, allow me to introduce you. Vegeta turned around. Two Scions, their gazes clashing. In that instant, Vegeta's pupils also slightly narrowed. A Scion. Eyes meeting, Darius stood motionless, unwavering. Compared to Vegeta, he too displayed a trace of surprise. The air between the two Scions nearly solidified into something tangible. Thus they stood. Frieza sat upon his hovering chair, one hand resting on the armrest, watching the two with keen, amused interest. His lips curled slightly. That laughter sliced precisely through the silence between them, gently snapping the taut string. Well, meeting your own kind, are you not surprised? Darius was the first to react, without any hesitation whatsoever. He bowed his head slightly, his gesture of respect clean and precise. Lord Frieza, I am deeply grateful for your thoughtful arrangement. Mr. Darius, you are too modest. His gaze then fell upon Vegeta, who had remained silent throughout. Frieza let out a soft click of his tongue. Whether in satisfaction or disappointment remained unclear. How cold of you, Vegeta, Frieza sighed, his tone dripping with perfectly measured regret. I thought you Scions would be more enthusiastic with your own kind. The words carried a teasing edge. Mr. Darius, please do not take offense. Vegeta has always been this way. Allow me to introduce you. Standing before you is the Scion Prince, the fourth Vegeta. With Frieza's introduction complete, Darius turned his head. A subtle curve formed at the corner of his mouth. To think it is His Highness the Prince. How discourteous of me. Though Darius employed the honorific, anyone could discern there was not a shred of genuine respect in his tone. Darius' gaze lingered on Vegeta for less than a second before naturally shifting away. However, planet Vegeta no longer exists. He angled his body slightly toward Frieza. Naturally, there is no such thing as a prince. He paused briefly. What exists here are merely soldiers of the Frieza Force. Whether Frieza had arranged this meeting out of twisted amusement, or simply to introduce two subordinates to each other, forming an alliance, that was certainly not something Frieza wished to witness. At these words, Frieza's tail tip paused upon the armrest. That elegant smile remained fixed on his face, seemingly in agreement with Darius' words. Vegeta stood rooted in place. Inevitably, he felt his pride as the Scion Prince being challenged. This Scion who had popped up from nowhere. He glared at Darius. Darius neither avoided Vegeta's gaze nor intentionally confronted it. Vegeta turned toward Frieza. Lord Frieza, the new friend you wish to introduce. He paused, with precisely calibrated mockery. Is this some nobody who popped up out of nowhere? Frieza's tail tip hovered in midair, unmoving. Vegeta's words continued without pause. Could he be nothing more than a low-class warrior who crawled back from some backward star system? Based on Vegeta's speculation, among the surviving Scions besides his squad, the only possibilities were those sent to distant planets as children, just like his brother. Frieza burst into laughter, shaking his head, seemingly denying Vegeta's words. Vegeta, you are quite mistaken. The tail tip lifted from the armrest, swaying leisurely through the air. Mr. Darius joined our force through sheer strength. Let me tell you something. Do not be too surprised, Mr. Darius' battle power is 38000. Upon hearing this, Vegeta froze instantly. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Countless thoughts converged in his heart, forming only three words. Impossible. He, Vegeta, was the most talented warrior in planet Vegeta's history. He believed this with absolute certainty. Now his battle power had surpassed even his own father. His battle power of 18000 made him even more convinced he was the most powerful Scion in history. Yet now Frieza was telling him a stranger Scion possessed a battle power of 38000. He had truly lost composure. Only when this deep-seated pride buried in his heart was about to be shattered could he not maintain his calm. 38000. Vegeta ground his teeth. Lord Frieza, are you certain the scouter is not malfunctioning? This time Dodoria couldn't help but snort through his nose. The scouter was operated by myself personally. Do you have the right to question it? Vegeta unconsciously clenched his fists. He said nothing more. Frieza finally laughed again. My Vegeta, why have you gone silent? He tilted his head, his tone dripping with false concern. You wouldn't be frightened, would you? This time Vegeta forcefully suppressed his inner emotions. He chose to retreat. Lord Frieza, I shall take my leave. The alloy door slid open then closed. Vegeta's figure vanished from the command room. Within the command room remained only Frieza, Zoro, Dodoria, and Darius. Frieza tilted his head, his tail tip, finally returning to the armrest. Oh dear, Vegeta remains unchanged. He feigned a helpless sigh. Mr. Darius, please do not take it to heart. Darius lowered his head and clasped his fists. This arrogant prince's rudeness is truly infuriating. Your magnanimity, Lord Frieza, fills me with admiration. Darius' words also struck a chord with Zoro and Dodoria nearby. It was as though he had voiced their innermost thoughts. With the confrontation between Darius and Vegeta followed by these words, they gradually felt a growing recognition toward Darius. Darius possessed superior battle power and was courteous to boot. In stark contrast, Vegeta was insufferably arrogant despite his meager abilities. What kind of prince? He was nothing but a savage monkey. Frieza also nodded in satisfaction, yet maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Mr. Darius, there is no need for such words. It is only right that I show consideration for warriors who make outstanding contributions to the force. Speaking of which, Frieza's tail swayed. Now that Mr. Darius has joined our force, surely you cannot remain idle forever. Frieza continued. In a few days a batch of missions will be assigned. Mr. Zoro will inform you of the specifics when the time comes. Do take this time to rest properly. Yes, my lord. I shall take my leave. As he approached the door, Frieza's voice pursued him from behind. Ah yes, Mr. Darius. Darius' footsteps faltered. Since you have declared that here there are only soldiers of the Frieza Force, then I shall hold you to that standard. Mr. Darius will not disappoint me, will he? Darius came to a halt. I understand perfectly. The alloy door sealed shut behind him. The alloy door slid shut behind him. Delisi walked along the corridor toward the barracks. That encounter just now, well, Frieza seemed like a good boss who was considerate of his rude subordinates, but in truth it was more of a warning to Vegeta. Delisi also realized that from his past life's impressions the idea that Frieza was terrified of the Super Saiyan had gradually been overturned after the Battle of God's Ark. First, the original reason for destroying planet Vegeta, fear of the Super Saiyan, had been supplemented into an action carried out under the orders of the god of destruction Beerus. Thus the motive no longer proved that Frieza feared the Super Saiyan, which still existed only in legend. Then there was Vegeta. In the early years, why did Frieza deliberately spare Vegeta when he destroyed planet Vegeta? Wasn't it because of the so-called most talented Saiyan warrior in history? If any Saiyan was most likely to become a Super Saiyan, it was Vegeta. Frieza kept him alive precisely because he wanted to test whether Vegeta could ever transform into the so-called Super Saiyan. How could he be afraid? Finally, Frieza's innate arrogance made him never take seriously this legendary strongest warrior in the universe. Could anyone be stronger than him, the Emperor of the Universe Frieza? He certainly didn't believe it. But until now the Prince Vegeta, on whom he had placed such high hopes, had never delivered any impressive performance. A battle power of 1/800 might not be weak in the universe, but compared to the universe's strongest Super Saiyan the gap was enormous. For beings in the universe, who generally had a thin concept of training, Vegeta was already an adult, and his battle power was basically fixed. Thus Frieza's regard for Vegeta was diminishing day by day. Now that Delisi, a fellow Saiyan with an even greater battle power, had entered his field of vision, the so-called most talented Saiyan prince became even more unremarkable. With a more capable employee, the weaker and pretentious veteran naturally had to be suppressed. At the very least, he needed to feel some sense of crisis. One could only say that he was truly the most charismatic evil boss in Dragon Ball. Even when disciplining his subordinates, he did it so tactfully and gentlemanly. Delisi shook his head and muttered. He turned the last corner of the corridor. The entrance to the barracks was right ahead. 3 figures blocked the way. Nappa stood with his arms crossed, his bald head, gleaming veins throbbing on his neck, his face twisted into a perfect specimen of displeasure. Raditz was on the right. His long hair hung down, eyes fixed on the ground. On the left, leaning against the wall, was naturally Vegeta. He had his arms crossed, shoulders pressed against the wall, as if he had just happened to pass by, and stood there casually. Vegeta had left the command room before him. If he was really heading back to the barracks, this wasn't the route. He had deliberately come around and chosen this spot with no surveillance blind corners to wait. There was no other possibility than waiting here specifically to confront him. Delisi paused slightly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, if it isn't our prince. Waiting here specifically for me. Surely not, because you've prepared some welcome ceremony. Vegeta didn't move, but Nappa stepped forward first. You bastard. You're pretty cocky. The veins on his bald head throbbed even harder. Nappa strode over, nearly blocking the entire corridor. Just joined the army a few days and you're swaggering around here. Don't you know you're talking to Lord Nappa? Delisi didn't even glance at him. His gaze passed over Nappa's massive head and landed directly on Vegeta, who was leaning against the wall behind. This made Nappa's face even uglier. I'm talking to you. Delisi finally gave Nappa a look. I'm not interested in chatting with a watchdog. Nappa's head buzzed. Beneath Raditz' long hair his brows furrowed deeply. What did you say? Nappa's anger had already surged to his throat. He raised his hand, fingers spread palm, aimed at Delisi's chest. Nappa's raised hand froze in midair. The energy accumulated in his palm dissipated completely. He turned his head to look at Vegeta. Vegeta didn't look at him. Nappa gritted his teeth, lowered his hand, and stepped aside. His chest was still heaving violently. The scene fell silent for a moment. Vegeta finally straightened up from the wall. He raised his left hand and pressed the activation button on the side of his scouter. The optical lens lit up. It locked precisely onto Delisi. The data began to jump. 38000. Nappa tilted his head, trying to see the reading on Vegeta's scouter, but the angle was wrong. He could only see a layer of green light reflected on the lens. Vegeta. No response. Vegeta's Adam's apple moved. It rolled up and down. His hand remained beside the scouter, fingers still on the button. He pressed again. The lens flickered and the data rescan yielded no change. Nappa noticed that Vegeta's lowered hand was clenching slightly. Vegeta, what's wrong? Nappa cast another suspicious glance. Vegeta's lips seemed to tremble faintly. Sweat seeped from his forehead, trickling down his temple, dripping onto the collar of his battle suit at his chin. Impossible. The voice rose from low to high. This is fake. Nappa's body instinctively tensed. Raditz stepped back half a pace, his back against the wall. They both vaguely sensed a sign of impending loss of control. Vegeta's breathing grew heavier. The rise and fall of his chest became more pronounced with each breath. Then his energy began to leak outward. Scorching waves of aura radiated from the surface of Vegeta's body in all directions. The alloy floor plates of the corridor were military-grade pressure-resistant material, but they creaked under the invisible force. I am the most talented Saiyan warrior. Vegeta roared. The sound reverberated through the corridor. The metal walls bounced the words back and forth, buzzing with vibration. His entire face contorted. His features twisted into a grotesque mask. Since Vegeta could remember, those words had been carved into his bones. His father, King Vegeta, had said so. Every Saiyan he met on planet Vegeta had said so. Even all the beings in the universe who knew Saiyans had said so. In history, the most talented Saiyan warrior. This was no longer just a compliment. It was his label. One of the pillars of his life. He might accept being weaker than anyone, but that person could never be a Saiyan. Delisi stood at the very center of the turbulent air. The hem of his battle suit was lifted by the rolling waves of force, and strands of his hair were blown backward. But that was all. His arms remained crossed over his chest. Watching Vegeta's emotional breakdown, a subtle, indescribable feeling stirred within him. In his past life, this proud and complex Saiyan prince was merely a secondary fictional character in a work of fiction. From his initial arrogant and cold-blooded appearance, he gradually added the humanity he once lacked, transitioning from a foil to the protagonist to gradually radiating his own unique brilliance. He was also one of the most successfully portrayed characters in Dragon Ball, and a character Delisi had considerable fondness for. But times have changed. Once Delisi was merely a spectator beyond the screen, able to fully appreciate and admire the so-called character arc. But now he stood before the real Vegeta. No matter what kind of being Vegeta might become in the future, it was impossible to deny that the current Vegeta was a thorough and utter cold-blooded creature. If the present Vegeta possessed power as formidable as Frieza's, there was no doubt. He would be a super evil version of the Emperor of the Universe. Delisi did not claim to be a righteous man, but he was after all an Earthling who had been educated by the civilization of another world. He could turn a blind eye to evil provided his own interests were the primary consideration, but he could never bring himself to condone such behavior. This was also why, even after seemingly gaining the favor of Emperor of the Universe Frieza, he was secretly plotting an escape plan for when he achieved his true goals. Besides not wanting to negotiate with a tiger, the inherently evil core of the Frieza Force was one of the reasons that repelled him. Now, watching a villain break down before him, Delisi felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Having arrived in the perilous world of Dragon Ball, he had encountered almost all the notorious villains from the original story. But these guys were either his subordinates or his superiors. They were all part of his foundation. Naturally, they could not be used as outlets for emotional release. But at this moment, Vegeta served as that outlet, allowing the emotions Delisi had been bottling up to finally be unleashed. He tilted his head. A sarcastic smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. What's the matter, my prince? What's with that ugly expression? Could it be that you're afraid? Let me remind you, your scouter isn't broken. At this highly provocative remark, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. His breakdown reached its zenith and his out-of-control emotions erupted instantly. He moved. His right fist shot up from his waist, all the muscles in his arm coiling into a single force, channeling every ounce of power into his knuckles. He unleashed it in an instant, aiming straight for Delisi's face. Delisi raised his right hand from his chest. His palm opened wide, just perfectly enveloping Vegeta's entire fist. The fist was caught in his palm. The inertia of Vegeta's forward charge was utterly absorbed by Delisi's arm, causing his body to sway. but Deliesi's feet hadn't moved an inch on the floor. The corridor was so quiet that the sound of air flowing through the ventilation ducts overhead could be heard. Nappa's mouth hung open as if it could not close. Raditz too was stunned. Neither of them had even registered what had happened. Deliesi tightened his fingers slightly. Crack. Vegeta's knuckles emitted a sound. Pain shot up from the bones of his fingers, traveling along his wrist all the way to his elbow. Vegeta's face twisted into an even more ferocious expression. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, but he still clenched his teeth, struggling to free his hand from Deliesi's vice-like grip. Deliesi leaned half a step closer. The distance between their faces was so close that only the two of them could hear each other. Your Highness the Prince. Deliesi's voice was very soft. Your fists don't even seem worthy of making me take you seriously. Vegeta's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His lips trembled violently, and a guttural sound escaped his throat. Whether it was curses or roars, it was impossible to tell. Deliesi released his grip. Vegeta's fist slipped out of his palm. 5 fingers were swollen and red. The knuckles had already become somewhat deformed. Before Vegeta could make his next move, a gust of wind swept in from the side. It was Deliesi's tail. That furry thing wrapped around his waist like a belt suddenly loosened, swung in an arc, and struck Vegeta's abdomen with a solid impact. A dull thud. Vegeta was lifted off the ground. His body flew sideways, his back slamming into the wall at the end of the corridor. Cracks radiated from the impact point on the alloy panel, and debris showered down. Vegeta slid down from the wall. One knee was on the ground, and the other hand supported him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. From Vegeta's sudden eruption of assault on Deliesi to the moment he was nearly embedded in the wall, everything happened in an extremely short span of time. This was evident from the still-dazed states of Nappa and Raditz. Nappa, watching Vegeta half-kneeling on the floor, felt as if his worldview was crumbling. What did he see? That powerful Vegeta had been sent flying in a single encounter. And what was most unbelievable, the one who sent him flying was also a Saiyan. After realizing this, Nappa felt a wave of dread. Had he just been disrespectful to this terrifying being? Suddenly he wished he could forget everything. Raditz's reaction was no better. His back, pressed against the wall, was already drenched in cold sweat. Deliesi's tail coiled back around his waist, neatly bound. He glanced at Vegeta, who was kneeling on the ground. Vegeta was trembling. He was looking at his still swollen right hand. Then he wiped the scarlet blood from the corner of his mouth. He brought it before his eyes. It was real. This Deliesi. Vegeta lifted his head. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth to his chin. His eyes were a mixture of hatred, resentment, humiliation, and an emotion he was unwilling to admit. Deliesi met his gaze for a moment. Then he turned around and walked toward the barracks. He did not say another word. Only 3 Saiyans remained in the corridor. Nappa finally managed to move. He rushed to Vegeta's side, crouched down, and reached out to help him. Vegeta, are you alright? Vegeta slapped Nappa's hand away. Don't touch me. Nappa's hand froze in midair. Vegeta pushed himself up against the wall. His left hand pressed against his abdomen, which was surely already bruised. His knees were still weak, but he forced himself to take a step. Step by step he walked in the opposite direction. Raditz glanced at Nappa as if seeking confirmation. Then the two of them could only follow silently. The footsteps of the 3 men echoed in the metal corridor, interweaving. The news of Vegeta being hurled into the wall spread throughout the headquarters base within a single day. Although Vegeta had deliberately chosen a spot that avoided the corridor surveillance coverage, the impact had been rather significant. The shockwave shattered lighting panels across 2 adjacent corridors, and cracks extended across the alloy walls, radiating outward from the point of impact. A nearby patrol bug soldier had its antennae standing on end from the loud thud. When it arrived at the scene, it only saw a clear human-shaped indentation in the wall along with debris scattered across the floor. The incident was naturally reported directly to Dodoria. In the dining area, Dodoria was gnawing on a piece of roasted meat. Grease dripped down his thick fingers and onto the table. The communication terminal beeped. He freed one hand to swipe open the message, meat still half-chewed in his mouth. Tui, meat scraps sprayed across the table. Dodoria tilted his head back and burst out laughing, his plump face flushing crimson. Ha 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 ha. In the command room, Frieza was flipping through a sector resource report on his hovering seat. Zarbin stood to the right holding a data terminal, making annotations. The alloy doors slid open from both sides. Lord Frieza. Dodoria strode in. Frieza looked up and glanced at him. Mr. Dodoria, you have something on your mouth. Dodoria unconsciously wiped it with the back of his hand. The meat crumb fell off, but the grease stain smeared even wider. Lord Frieza. Guess what happened? He rushed forward to the hovering seat, his excitement barely contained on that chubby face. That Vegeta kid got beaten up. Frieza's hand paused mid-page turn. Oh, what happened? According to the patrol soldiers' report, that Vegeta got a sound thrashing from dairies. By the time the patrol soldiers arrived, there was only a human-shaped pit left. Dodoria's gloating was unmistakable. He had been waiting for this day far too long. Zarbin stood motionless without speaking. His index and middle fingers touched the edge of his glasses frame, adjusting them. He exchanged a brief glance with Dodoria. Dodoria saw the exact same emotion reflected in Zarbon's eyes. Zarbon confirmed the identical sentiment from Dodoria's chubby face. Pure satisfaction. For years Vegeta had relied on his title as the Saiyan Prince, taking advantage of Frieza's inexplicable tolerance toward him, growing arrogant and dismissive of everyone. He had even dared to give attitude to Frieza's right-hand men Zarbon and Dodoria. Today finally someone had avenged them, and that person was also a Saiyan of the same race. That was the most satisfying part. Frieza's tail tip-tapped rhythmically on the armrest. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Ho ho ho. Sounds rather interesting. Zarbon stepped forward half a pace, taking the initiative to propose the corridor wall repair costs and damaged facility compensation should be charged to Vegeta. The reasoning was sound. According to Article 17 of the Army's internal regulations, the party who initiated an attack on a colleague in a non-training area must bear all incidental damages. Dodoria immediately seized the moment to chime in agreement. That's right. This Vegeta has become more and more undisciplined, actually daring to provoke colleagues in the headquarters base. If we don't teach him a lesson, it's truly inexcusable. The two played off each other perfectly, directly pinning this entire expense on Vegeta. Frieza also smiled and nodded, his tone carrying the same playful amusement. The two of you make a valid point. Vegeta's squad barracks were located in the east wing of the headquarters base. The training room door was locked from the inside. These past few days Vegeta had been spending an average of 7 to 8 hours inside every day. Cultivation plant corpses were scattered across the floor. Green fluid had splashed across the walls and floors, some already dried and blackened, some still slowly dripping down. The air was filled with a sour, foul stench. In the corner, 3 remaining cultivation plants huddled together, their small bodies pressed tight, trembling all over. The attack command signal lights on the control panel above them flashed continuously, but not one dared move. Vegeta stood in the center of the training room. The chest armor of his battle suit had shattered into large pieces, revealing the sweat-soaked bodysuit beneath. His breathing was coarse and heavy, his entire chest rising and falling dramatically. He raised his right fist. The knuckles of that hand were still swollen. He stared at his fist for a moment. Then he slammed it into the nearest alloy wall panel. Blood mixed with bruises from old injuries. He didn't pause at all, immediately throwing another punch. Another punch. Each time he threw a fist, Derry's face flashed through his mind. Fortunately, the training room walls were specially reinforced. Otherwise, this punch would have made their wallets weep again. Outside the training room, Nappa and Raditz stood before the transparent observation window. The muffled thuds from inside vibrated through the soles of their feet. Every few seconds, the frequency increasing. Nappa crossed both arms, head tilted, watching the scene within. Another cultivation plant was blasted into fragments by Vegeta's casual strike. Raditz's brow furrowed. Our cultivation plant reserves aren't looking good. Nappa shrugged. When they're used up, just buy more. Buy. Raditz's face fell. With what? Nappa turned to look at him. Raditz didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled a small data terminal from his belt and held the screen toward Nappa. Nappa looked at it, then frowned. This is all our money. The corridor repair fees and equipment compensation have already been deducted. Raditz put the terminal back into his belt. This is what's left. Cultivation plants weren't cheap to begin with, and now with so much fine deducted. Nappa's mouth twitched. He turned and looked at Vegeta inside the training room again. Why should we have to pay for this entire bill? Clearly Vegeta's the one who got thrown into the wall by that guy. Raditz spread his hand, sighing. Vegeta threw the first punch. Besides, given our situation in the army, there are already plenty of people who want to make things difficult for us. Now that they have the chance, of course they want to kick us while we're down. Just then the training room door suddenly opened. Vegeta walked out with a dark expression. Nappa and Raditz immediately fell silent, standing on either side like statues. The current Vegeta was still in an emotional state. They dared not provoke him. If they got beaten up, that would be asking for trouble. Vegeta had suffered at Derry's hands, but dealing with them would be as easy as flicking a finger. Both lowered their heads like ostriches. Vegeta walked through the middle without concern, but just as he was about to enter the restroom, he suddenly stopped. Clean up. We're leaving. Meanwhile, Daryl's figure appeared once again in that familiar command chamber. Only this time, unlike before, the atmosphere in the command chamber leaned toward the formal and businesslike. Daryl stood before Frieza, slightly lowering his head. Lord Frieza. Mr. Daryl, you've come at just the right moment. Frieza's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. Today I've summoned you because there's something I need to entrust to you. Daryl's spine stiffened almost imperceptibly. It had to come eventually. What was meant to arrive could never be avoided. Your subordinate awaits your orders at all times. Frieza leaned back against the chair, settling into a more comfortable position. Mr. Daryl has been with the army for some time now. His tone relaxed, returning to his usual lightness. As for your everyday performance, you've exceeded my expectations in every regard. Therefore, I believe it's time to offer Mr. Daryl a genuine opportunity to contribute to the army. Frieza's tail tip curled upward and tapped once against the air. This mission is rather special. It's an A-rank promotion task. Upon completion, Mr. Daryl can advance directly from B rank to A rank status. A rank. Daryl quickly reviewed the Army's ranking system that Soro had once explained. A rank status meant independent command authority, higher resource quotas, greater information access privileges, and eligibility for database ports locked behind red level restrictions. The coordinates of Earth, the coordinates of Namek, they might all be hidden within those databases. And Soro had said that to achieve A rank promotion, one's file must contain at least one verified battle achievement approved by Frieza himself. Frieza's generosity never came without a price. A promotion task that warranted his personal attention would certainly be no easy feat. Frieza watched Daryl's reaction and tilted his head. What are you not yet prepared? Your subordinate is deeply honored, Daryl replied, lowering his gaze with a steady voice. To receive Lord Frieza's recognition is my greatest honor. Ho ho ho. Frieza let out a chuckle. Mr. Daryl is too modest. With your battle power, A rank promotion is absolutely within reach. However, the Army's rules were established back during the cooler era. Even I cannot casually bypass them. After offering this explanation, Frieza raised his chin and glanced toward Soro. Understanding the signal, Soro stepped forward half a pace. His fingers slid across the data terminal and the holographic display shifted. The dense star charts and military deployment diagrams all receded. In their place appeared a single planet. The three-dimensional image rotated slowly in the center of the command chamber. A blue-green sphere, its surface covered by vast continents and oceans. The atmosphere was clear, cloud bands stretched peacefully, and city lights could be clearly seen scattered across the planet's surface. This was no barren world. Soro spoke up. Callian Star. Located in the northern galaxy's 4th sector, coordinates in 4-2271. A civilization planet that has achieved preliminary interstellarization with a unified planetary government and a complete planetary defense system. Soro adjusted his glasses. A population exceeding 3 billion. Daryl's expression remained unchanged. 3 billion inhabitants. Planetary defense systems. An interstellar fleet. Soro's voice continued echoing through the command chamber. The reason Callian Star has become a target is that a client submitted a purchase request through the Army's commercial channels. The holographic display switched to show a commercial file. The specific amounts were blurred out, but the visible digits alone were staggering in number. The offer is extraordinarily high. Soro tucked the terminal at his side. However, Callian Star's government has refused all negotiations. Daryl's gaze swept across that commercial file. Understood. Within the universe's commercial rules, when a planet's indigenous government refuses to sell, the transaction cannot pass galactic patrol verification. Legal channels led nowhere. So this client needs the Frieza Force's assistance. Assistance with what? Simple. Once the indigenous inhabitants are gone, the planet becomes ownerless. Transfer of an ownerless planet requires no signature from the indigenous government. Complete the legal procedures, the money arrives, and the deal is done. This is precisely the kind of dirty work the Scions used to handle. Essentially an outsourced Black Glove subsidiary. Frieza observed Daryl's reaction and smiled. Of course, such trivial matters hardly warrant my personal attention. His tail tip tapped once on the armrest. This client is an important partner of our army. I've promised to dispatch our most outstanding operative to handle it. Of course, such a high-difficulty mission won't rest entirely on Mr. Daryl's shoulders alone. He raised a single finger and wagged it in the air. The primary planning for this operation falls to the Shista Corporation, also a seasoned partner of the Frieza Force. Mr. Daryl simply needs to appropriately coordinate with their arrangements. The Shista Corporation. Daryl's heart lurched within him. From his memories of his past life, this Shista Corporation seemed to be an organization from the later arcs. Though he had never seen the specific storyline, he had still heard of it. Could he really be crossing paths with them this soon? I trust Mr. Daryl won't disappoint me, will he? The last time he departed the command chamber, Frieza had sent him off with these exact words. Daryl remained as composed as ever. Lord Frieza may rest assured. Daryl delivered this task with the utmost care. Frieza's tail tip fell back onto the armrest. Ho ho ho. He laughed, that signature elegant smile returning to his face. Very well then, I'll leave it in Mr. Daryl's capable hands. He waved a hand toward Soro. For specific mission details and coordination matters with the Shista Corporation, Mr. Soro will provide Mr. Daryl with a thorough briefing later. Soro nodded. Understood. The scene shifted to the depths of space. A large spaceship was hurtling through the star sea at high speed. The ship's exterior coating and lines were like night and day compared to before. The streamlined hull, dark gray base color adorned with the Frieza Force's standard deep purple stripes, with the Army emblem emblazoned on the side. Daryl's vessel. This name was chosen by Daryl himself. The words destroyer were something he didn't want to use for a single day longer. When the Army's logistics department learned that Daryl wouldn't be using the standard issue spherical single-occupant spacecraft, the officer handling the coordination visibly froze in surprise. Those spherical small vessels were standard equipment that the Frieza Force had used since the cooler era. Maximum space compression, maximum speed optimization, board sleep arrive. The standard issue for elite warriors. They never expected a warrior as powerful as Daryl to reject them. Though to be fair, large spaceships do have their advantages. Training, space material reserves, tactical deployment. When executing long-duration missions, these things matter far more than a few hours difference in travel time. The Frieza Force raised no obstacles about this. Daryl had his own crew, his own ship, and executed missions in his own preferred way, as long as the results met standards. On this point, Frieza was indeed a good boss. Moreover, Rei's and the Lacase brothers had not been idle during this time. Using the resources and technology provided by the Frieza Force, they had completely overhauled the ship from bow to stern. The propulsion system was replaced with the Army's latest model thruster engines, while shield generators, communication modules, and navigation systems were all upgraded to current Frieza Force standards. Inside the command center of the Darice stood before the viewport, arms crossed over his chest. How far are we from the target? Rezi immediately swiped across the control console, pulling up the navigation chart. At our current speed, we should reach the rendezvous coordinates given by the Sigma Corporation in 3 days. 3 days. Amando, standing behind him, muttered the words. The flush on his red face could barely contain itself. Finally, a real job. His knuckles cracked as he squeezed his fists. Ever since joining Frieza's army, every day had been the same. Familiarizing himself with the environment, studying the systems, killing time on simulated targets in the training grounds. For someone like him, who couldn't sit still, it was pure torture. Days opened his eyes. Don't celebrate too early. We've been in the northern galaxy this long, and you still look like a country bumpkin. The boss was right. We really didn't know nearly enough about this universe before. Ha ha ha. No sooner had Days finished speaking than Darice's laughter rang out. Looks like you've made some progress lately, Days. Amando, didn't you claim to be our second in command? I'd suggest you sort out Days first before saying anything else. Amando waved a dismissive hand, though his body obediently sank back into his seat. The atmosphere in the command center loosened slightly. Then Darice turned to Lacase. Based on public navigation data, what's the situation like around these rendezvous coordinates? Lacase's fingers flew across the control console. The stellar map expanded with the rendezvous coordinates highlighted in red. The outer reaches of Sector N4. Low commercial traffic density and the Army's garrison presence is minimal in this area. He paused. But we're still quite a distance from Callian Star itself. They chose the rendezvous point in an uncharted stellar region between here and there. Darice nodded. The Sigma Corporation did things properly. Placing the rendezvous point in a remote, unmanned region at least showed they didn't want to alert anyone before the operation. What about intelligence on the Sigma Corporation? Anything useful in public records? Rezi picked up the conversation. Searched it. There aren't many entries on the Sigma Corporation in the Army's public database. Listed category is commercial partner, cooperation period marked as long-term. But there's no information on their specific business scope or organizational structure. Even an external partner's information gets locked down. Darice mused silently. Meanwhile, on an unnamed barren planet within the same star system as Callian, the ground was parched and cracked, covered with rock formations weathered for countless years. Canyons crisscrossed in every direction. Wind howled upward from the canyon depths, carrying fine sand that hissed against the exposed rock walls. At the cliff's edge, four figures stood there. The leader's frame was tall and slender, silver-gray hair pressed flat against his skull by the wind. His hands clasped behind his back, posture rigid and precise. His gaze crossed the canyon hundreds of meters below, swept over the barren planet's dusty surface, and fixed upon the obsidian darkness of the cosmos above. A heavy-set, dark-skinned man behind him stepped forward. Brother. The final batch of data came through 5 days ago. Planetary defense system deployment maps, military rotation schedules, civilian distribution density across all major cities. We obtained it all. The wind howled once more. Fine sand pelted their clothing. Leaning against a nearby rock, a woman with twin pigtails slouched lazily, chewing on a piece of candy she'd somehow procured. Her legs crossed, one hand idly twirling her left braid. Brother. She shifted the candy from one cheek to the other, words half mumbled around it. Are we doing this the usual way this time? Letting Frieza's people just invade directly? Irek didn't hesitate. He shook his head before she even finished. Of course not. His hands remained clasped behind his back, gaze never leaving the direction of Callian Star. This time won't be that simple. Maki tilted her head, the candy-chewing motion ceasing. But this is a fully space-faring civilization. Irek's body turned slightly toward the others. They have their own interstellar fleet, they have a planetary defense grid. More critically, they already possess the communication capability to send a distress signal to the Galactic Patrol. Maki's brow furrowed. So we can't afford to be sloppy about this. Irek lowered his hands. Unless you want to spend the rest of our lives hunted by the Galactic Patrol. She shrugged her shoulders. So what's the plan, brother? We wait for our reinforcements to arrive first. I need to confirm what kind of force is coming. Fine, fine, but when exactly are our reinforcements getting here? Maki kicked at the gravel beneath her feet. 3 days, Oil said. The rendezvous coordinates have been sent. They're in orbit around this very planet. Maki kicked at the gravel beneath her feet. 3 days. We have to stay in this dump for 3 more days. She wrinkled her nose, surveying the dusty wasteland surrounding them. Not even a blade of grass anywhere, and the wind's so strong it's making my hair frizz. 3 days. In the grand scale of interstellar travel, it was barely worth mentioning. Practically like taking a nap. On the 3rd morning, the Darice engines smoothly engaged deceleration mode. Through the viewport, a dusty, barren planet emerged from the cosmic darkness. Rezi's fingers danced across the control console. Scan complete. A large spacecraft detected anchored at the canyon floor. Amando crowded in from behind, eyes fixed on the faint signal hidden within the canyon. These folks know how to stay hidden. Darice glanced over. Canyon orientation surrounding terrain, the elevation differences of the weathered rock formations. Land on the high ground east of their ship. Understood. Rezi and Lacase nodded in unison, already adjusting their course. The Darice carved a gentle arc into the planet's low orbit, then began descending toward the eastern highland. When the hull made contact with the ground, a dry vibration traveled up through their feet. Darice rose from the command seat. Amando Days Cacao, you're with me. His gaze swept briefly over Rezi and Lacase. You two stay on the ship. Monitor all communication frequencies and any detectable movement in the area. Any anomalies, inform me immediately. Rezi nodded. Copy that. Lacase was already pulling up the full-spectrum monitoring interface. The hatch opened. The planet's surface was even more desolate than it had appeared from orbit. Cracked rock layers spread in all directions, wind gusting up from the canyon, carrying fine sand. The 4 departed from the highland, traversing the weathered formations toward the canyon. Amando walked half a step behind Darice to his right, his braided hair whipping backward in the wind. Day stayed to the left, pace steady, always maintaining a fixed distance from the group. Cacao brought up the rear optical units on his metallic frame, scanning left and right. The canyon's edge came into view. Wind surged upward from below, sand pattering against their battle armor with crackling sounds. Then, well, Lord Frieza certainly sent quite the entourage this time. A voice emerged from behind a rock to the side. Amando reacted fastest. His entire body snapped toward the source of the sound, right fist clenched tight, center of gravity, dropped low. Days shifted his body in perfect synchronization. Cacao's optical units locked directly onto the target position. A woman stepped out from behind the weathered rock. Twin pigtails blown askew by the wind. Still chewing on something, she walked while idly playing with her left braid. A half-sneer played at the corner of her mouth as her gaze swept over Amando, and Days lingering an extra second on Cacao. When her eyes finally fell on Darice, the candy she'd been chewing slipped from her mouth and clattered onto the gravel at her feet with a soft plop. Deliesi's gaze also shifted. It met Machi's startled, uncertain eyes. He could sense the surprise in her gaze. He felt as if his face was so recognizable across the universe. Siren. Machi's voice came again. Deliesi nodded faintly. You're from the Zeta group. Machi finally snapped back to reality. She looked down at the piece of candy that had fallen on the sand, the corner of her mouth twitching. Tisk wasted. She kicked the candy away, hands on her hips, resuming that half-baked cocky stance. That's right, the Zeta group. She waved a hand beside her face. I'm Machi, I'm in charge of liaison. Then she stared at Deliesi for a while. After a moment's thought, you guys wait here for a while. I'll go report the situation. As she turned to leave, Deliesi called her back. What? This needs reporting. Deliesi's brow furrowed. What the hell? Did he have to make an appointment just to see someone like this? However, since it was only polite to follow the host's arrangements, Deliesi couldn't be bothered to argue over such trivial matters. He just waved his hand impatiently, urging Machi to hurry up. Watching Machi's figure disappear, a Mangduo turned to Dai Z beside him and whispered, These people from the Zeta group don't seem particularly special. Their combat power seems really weak. Can these guys really help us complete the mission? His sentiment was echoed by Dai Z. In truth, Deliesi held a similar opinion. However, combat power was a secondary concern in his eyes. The Zeta group being valued by the Phalisa army meant they must have something to offer. For instance, they might be skilled in the realm of intellect. On the other side, Machi returned to the Zeta group with a somewhat uneasy heart. AI Lake saw his sister's expression and was curious about what had happened. Big brother, the guy who came this time, is a Siren. And I feel he might be related to that Siren from over 20 years ago. Before meeting him, we should prepare ourselves mentally. As she said this, Machi's gaze fell heavily on Jia Si, the youngest of the group. At these words, AI Lake and the others all turned around, especially Jia Si. He had once been defeated by the Siren Machi mentioned 20 years ago. That event had been like a nightmare, driving him to train relentlessly. AI Lake also noticed that Jia Si's emotions were affected. He stepped forward and patted Jia Si on the shoulder. It seems you still haven't moved past that incident. Don't push yourself. You are no longer the person you were back then. Your big brother believes that if you were to do it again, you would definitely not lose. Faced with his big brother AI Lake's encouragement, Jiaxi's emotions seemed to calm down. He nodded. Seeing this, AI Lake felt relieved. Let's go. We'll go welcome the warriors of the Frieza army. Ma Chi led the way, her twin ponytails blown askew by the wind. Their footsteps stopped before the last weathered rock pillar. She stepped aside, clearing the view. AI Lake emerged from behind her. His gaze passed over Ma Chi's shoulder and swept across the large spacecraft parked on the high ground, painted with the Frieza army insignia. AI Lake had already mentally prepared himself, but when his gaze slid to Jiaxi's face, his steps instantly froze. You call that possibly related? This is practically the same face. The Saiyan who defeated Jiaxi on the planet Shilier over 20 years ago. It was only thanks to AI Lake's years of composure and calmness that he quickly adjusted his expression. But Jiaxi behind him could not. Jiaxi's body shook violently. Images of memories began to surge uncontrollably in his mind. The shattered ground, his own blood, the face looking down at him from above. The pain in his chest started again. A wound that had healed over 20 years ago now felt as fresh as if it had just been torn open. His hands began to tremble. Then the trembling spread throughout his entire body. The restraining headpiece on his crown emitted a faint hum. This display also caught Jiaxi's attention. He cast a glance over and keenly captured the hostility in Jiaxi's eyes, along with an emotion that seemed a mix of resentment and fear. Although he didn't use a scouter, he could quickly judge that this short figure was likely the most formidable among the Zeta group. Jiaxi remained silent. He just stared at them, continuing to fix his gaze on Jiaxi without any expression. Under this scrutiny, Jiaxi seemed to become even more agitated. Jiaxi. AI Lake's hand once again rested on Jiaxi's shoulder. Only then did the hum of Jiaxi's headpiece begin to diminish, gradually fading from piercing to nearly inaudible. Jiaxi shifted his gaze from Jiaxi to AI Lake. AI Lake met his eyes. That's right. He stepped forward and extended his hand. My name is AI Lake. I am in charge of the Zeta group. Jiaxi glanced at the outstretched hand. He reached out and shook it briefly, then quickly let go. Jiaxi, Lord Frieza has arranged for me to cooperate with your operation. You are the head of the Zeta group. AI Lake tried to explain the earlier situation. Apologies, this gentleman, my younger brother, is feeling unwell. Unwell. Jiaxi, however, did not believe this. He said coldly, I'm not blind. He's hostile to me. Do we know each other? My brother does have some old ailments that flare up occasionally. It has nothing to do with you, Mr. Jiaxi. AI Lake maintained his original statement. Jiaxi's gaze lingered on Jiaxi for a while longer. He certainly did not believe it. He still thought of Bardock. After all, that was the most likely scenario. But for now, he had no intention of pressing further. Jiaxi lowered his arms. Let's get down to business. What do you need us to do? Hearing this, AI Lake made a brief survey of the surroundings. In the end, his gaze fell back on Jiaxi. He was assessing the combat power of these reinforcements before the actual operation. But obviously, he couldn't judge the combat power of Jiaxi's group with the naked eye. However, based on his understanding of Saiyan, their combat power was generally reliable. Even a low-class Saiyan warrior, after transforming into the great ape form, possessed earth-shattering power. The planet Kalian, besides its high level of civilization, also harbored many powerful warriors. Otherwise, Frieza wouldn't have sent Jiaxi with a combat power close to 4-0 on this trip. Among them, the strongest Kalian warrior seemed to have a combat power exceeding 10,000. Even Jiaxi, the strongest among them, could not suppress the planet Kalian by force in a short time under normal conditions. Moreover, the Zeta group was not supposed to get involved in the military aspect, so the military assistance sent by the Frieza army, namely Jiaxi and his party, must at least possess the strength to suppress Kalian as quickly as possible. Based on his long-term understanding of the Frieza army, AI Lake chose to trust their arrangements in this regard. On the military level, the Zeta group, indeed, had no qualification to question the Frieza army. Mr. Jiaxi, I understand. On the capital of Kalian Star, Dales, accompanied by Dai and Kakayo, was already walking along a broad main thoroughfare. The three of them were dressed in local civilian attire, disguised to blend in. Dales' tail was tightly wrapped around his waist, completely concealed beneath the hem of his coat. Dai and Kakayo had made similar adjustments. Kakayo's metallic joints were covered with a specially crafted fabric which from a distance looked no different from ordinary protective armor. Dales looked up. The first sight of the city slowed his pace. Overhead, a train on an elevated light rail system passed between two buildings, its carriages transparent, filled with residents of Kalian Star, in all shapes and forms. On the exterior walls of buildings lining the street, holographic advertisements were projected in vivid colors. Their content ranged from product promotions, public policy announcements, to previews of cultural performances. The pedestrian flow on the sidewalks was considerable. The native inhabitants of Kalian Star were physically similar to the humanoid type among cosmic races, with skin tones mostly light blue or grayish-white and soft facial features. There were also a few foreign cosmic beings mingling in the crowd, their attire suggesting they were engaged in trade. The vegetation in the green belts was neatly trimmed. At the intersection, an automated traffic control system was in operation. Dales's gaze swept across a massive holographic screen, which was broadcasting a public promotion video from the Kalian Star United government. The footage showed a group of Kalian Star soldiers in uniform conducting formation training. He withdrew his gaze and continued walking. Passing by a street-side food shop, he saw delicate local delicacies displayed in the glass window. A queue formed at the shop entrance. A Kalian woman stood in line holding a child's hand. The child pressed against the window, pointing at the glass, chattering incessantly. The woman bent down and lifted the child up so he could see better. Dales's footsteps passed before the mother and child. He unconsciously lingered for a few more glances. Kakao followed behind, his metallic joints wrapped in fabric, producing a muffled sound as he walked. His optical units remained active, scanning every corner of the street. Daisy walked half a step to his right, his gaze sweeping from the buildings along the street to the gracefully curved, elevated light rail above. This place. It reminds me so much of my home planet. Daisy seemed to be recalling something, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Just then a faint static noise came through Dales's earpiece, followed by Machi's voice. Hello. Can you hear me, Mr. Dales? For the sake of the mission, they were not wearing the Frieza Force scouter they usually carried. Instead, they used the covert communicator provided by the West City Group. Go north from your current location, enter the commercial district. When you see a gray-walled office building, turn right. The underground parking entrance is at the back. Dales adjusted his direction according to the guidance. Daisy and Kakao followed suit, turning their steps. The three of them blended into the ceaseless flow of pedestrians in the capital of Kalian Star. The building density in the commercial district was noticeably higher than that of the main thoroughfare. The gaps between buildings were compressed to the minimum, and holographic billboards crisscrossed overhead, casting a patchwork of colorful light. When Dales reached the gray office building, he circled around to the back. The parking entrance was there. The ramp sloped downward, lit by dim yellow light with signs in the local language posted on the side walls. Just as Dales was about to walk down the ramp, his peripheral vision caught something. He stopped and looked into the crowd. It was a figure that didn't quite match the aesthetic of Kalian Star. The residents of Lien Star mostly had bluish-gray skin, wore uniform functional clothing, and had a sturdy build. Against this backdrop, that figure stood out conspicuously. She wore a cloth cap, revealing a strand of dark hair beneath. She was dressed in a plain long skirt that fell to her ankles, utterly out of place among the standard-issue clothing of Kalian Star's streets. She looked like a typical human in Dales's conventional understanding. To be more specific, her appearance was of the same type as his own and Daisy's, the most standard human look in Dales's past life cognition. She was standing in front of a curved building across the street, holding up an old-fashioned camera, pressing the shutter button to capture the relief on the building's exterior wall. The design of that camera seemed somewhat outdated. Not to mention Kalian Star, a civilization that had achieved interstellar travel. Even the imaging equipment of any random third-rate planet in the universe was more advanced than this thing. But none of that was what caught Dales's attention. What mattered was the bag the girl carried on her back. It bore a prominent double C logo. Others might not recognize it, but in Dales's heart it stirred a tempest. Because that was the logo of the Capsule Corporation. The Capsule Corporation. To see it in a place like this, Dales's mood was now stirred with excitement. Static crackled again in his earpiece. Machi's voice followed. Hey, Mr. Dales. You stopped moving. Is something wrong? There's no rush. It'll probably be a while before the actual operation. The place you're heading to is just a safe house we prepared on Kalian Star, where the planned procedure is already deployed. We'll talk later. Dales didn't wait for Machi's reply, directly ending the communication, removing the earpiece from his ear and pocketing it. Daisy turned his head to look at him. Kakao's optical unit also rotated toward Dales. Dales told them to wait where they were. He had already turned and started walking. His target was the figure across the street. The girl had changed her position. She was crouching beside a roadside tree, holding the old camera just centimeters away from a leaf. The lens was focused on a thumb-sized flower on the plant stem, and she was repeatedly adjusting the focus. She tilted her head to look at the small screen on the back of the camera, apparently dissatisfied. After finally getting a satisfactory shot, she prepared to stand up. Just as she turned around, she saw Dales behind her. Startled, she exclaimed, Who are you? When did you? Seeing this, Dales realized his intrusion and offered a smile. I apologize, miss. But what he himself didn't know was that his smile did not appear friendly. Instead, it exuded a faint, chilling aura. At that moment, the girl involuntarily shrank back. Although she could sense that the strange man before her was not to be trifled with, this was the first time she had encountered someone in the universe who looked so much like an earthling. A strange feeling of kinship arose within her. Still, she suppressed her emotions. Hello. She nodded slightly to Dales in greeting. Are you from Earth? This was a question that burst simultaneously from Darius and the girl. Both froze in that instant. A moment later, an expression of delighted surprise spread across the girl's face. Oh my, you truly are from Earth. Darius did not deny it. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit too excited. This is the first time I've encountered someone with Earthling features out here in the cosmos. I thought it might be a coincidence, but I never imagined I'd actually meet a fellow countrywoman. The girl rubbed her hands together, her voice brimming with undisguised joy. Darius went straight to the matter at hand. Are you with the Capsule Corporation? The girl nodded at his question, unsurprised. After all, who on earth wouldn't know about the Capsule Corporation? My name is Taze. I'm so happy to meet you here. Taze smiled and extended her hand. Taze. Darius felt a slight stirring of recognition. This name sounded somewhat familiar. He seemed to have heard it before, yet couldn't quite place which character from the story it belonged to. Unable to recall, he chose not to dwell on it. He extended his own hand. Darius. Darius, what a stroke of fate to meet you in a place like this. Are you here on vacation too? No, I'm here for work. Darius considered before answering. Huh, work? You mean a business trip? Taze's face creased with confusion. I'm sorry, but I haven't been back to Earth in over a decade. Has Earth's corporations really expanded into space now? I distinctly remember Earth's space navigation technology being quite primitive. Darius furrowed his brow. Over a decade without returning to Earth. Yet she appeared to be barely in her teens. Could the Capsule Corporation have sent people into space when they were children? But she had also mentioned that Earth's space navigation technology was extremely backward, barely capable of leaving the solar system, let alone reaching this place. My workplace isn't on Earth. Like you, I've been living among the stars for a very long time. Is that so? That's impressive. May I ask what kind of work you do? I don't mean anything strange by it. I'm a novelist, and I just wanted to learn about how Earthlings live out here in the cosmos. I haven't gathered material on this subject yet. Darius glanced at Taze. How do you live? Aren't you yourself material already? As for me, you could say I work in real estate. Though I'm just an employee, really. Real estate? A property company? That's impressive too. Taze at some point had produced a small notebook from nowhere, scribbling with a pen. Let's not talk about that. Darius suddenly spoke up. Taze's pen froze mid-stroke. Actually, I'd like to ask you for a favor. His tone had shifted from their earlier casual chat. Taze lifted her gaze to meet Darius's eyes. Huh, you want me to help you? She tucked her pen into the notebook and tilted her head. What kind of favor? Is it something I can actually help with? Darius's gaze flickered to the double C emblem on her backpack. The truth is, back then I was young and naive, and I was tricked by aliens into leaving Earth. Tricked? Taze's pen halted on the page as she looked up. Darius nodded. It happened when I was a child. The specifics are a long story. Long story short, I was whisked away from Earth without quite realizing it, and by the time I came to my senses I was already floating in space. He paused. All these years I've wanted to go back, but I don't have Earth's coordinates. Out here in the cosmos, without coordinates, you've got no sense of direction. I don't even know which corner of the universe Earth occupies. He looked at Taze. So I'm asking if you might tell me Earth's coordinates. Taze tucked her pen into the notebook. On that youthful face, curiosity gradually gave way to sympathy. Darius. Taze spoke. She tucked her small notebook into the side pocket of her backpack and rubbed her hands nervously against the sides of her skirt. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm really not able to help with this. To be honest, I don't have Earth's coordinates either. A flash of sharp light passed through Darius's eyes. He tried to read Taze's expression to determine if she was lying. Asking for planetary coordinates in space was an extremely sensitive matter, potentially even illegal. The likelihood that Taze would become wary of him because of this was quite high. Just as Darius was still contemplating this, Taze spoke again. However, I have a friend who might be able to help you. Upon hearing this, Darius's gaze sharpened once more. A friend? Taze nodded and adjusted her backpack strap on her shoulder. I'm pretty much the same as you. I left Earth on my friend's spacecraft. The difference is you were tricked, whereas I chose to leave of my own accord. My friend is with the Galactic Patrol. His name is Jack. At these words, Darius was astonished. You know someone from the Galactic Patrol? Taze nodded, brushing the dust from her skirt. He came to Earth on a mission back then, and that's how we met. When he was about to leave, I simply clung on and followed him onto the ship. Taze spoke of this memory with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing this, Darius also recalled that in the movie version of Gods Among Us that he had watched in his previous life, there was indeed a Galactic Patrol member who made an appearance. And it seemed that person was an old acquaintance of Bulma's. Taze had also met a Galactic Patrol member on Earth. Could there be some connection between these facts? With this in mind, Darius asked again. By the way, may I ask what your relationship is with the Capsule Corporation? Taze froze, seemingly puzzled why Darius would suddenly ask this. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, the Capsule Corporation was founded by my father. At this point, Darius seemed to have finally pieced everything together. He finally understood why the name Taze felt so familiar to him. Taze was Bulma's older sister, a character that Toriyama himself had added in later installments. He had heard of her before, but never delved deeper, so he hadn't formed a strong impression. What's wrong? Taze cast a puzzled gaze. Darius shook his head. No, it's nothing. Let's get back to talking about your friend. Do you think you could get the coordinates of Earth from him? I heard that the Galactic Patrol strictly prohibits the dissemination of planetary coordinate information. Huh, is that so? Taze appeared genuinely shocked. There's a rule like that. Darius observed Tay's reaction. It seemed she truly had no idea such a regulation existed. Meanwhile, Darius felt equally bewildered. This girl had been cruising around space for over a decade and somehow didn't even know the most basic galactic laws. He was at a loss for words about her carefree attitude. So when asked about her home planet's coordinates earlier, she had absolutely no sense of vigilance. But having him help you get back to Earth shouldn't be a problem, right? Taze genuinely seemed to be seriously considering helping Darius return to Earth. But Darls no longer had any intention of doing what he had planned just moments ago. At this moment, he was carrying out Frieza Corps' invasion mission in cooperation with the Sita group. He had no desire whatsoever to get involved with the Galactic Patrol. Forget it. Tears was just about to continue speaking when Darls waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. I'm quite busy with work right now, and I've suddenly lost the desire to go back. Without giving Tears any time to react, he turned around. Faced with Darls' abrupt change of heart, Tears was completely baffled. What kind of sudden shift was this? Where was the build-up? Even in her own novels, she wouldn't dare write such an abrupt transition. An editor would definitely reject her manuscript. Tears wanted to call out to stop him, but Darls was already several steps away. Just then Darls stopped. His body turned slightly. By the way, if there's nothing urgent, I'd suggest you don't linger on this planet too long, unless you want to die. With those words, Darls left Tears with only his retreating silhouette. He was soon lost in the flow of pedestrians passing by. What did that mean? Tears was completely puzzled. She lowered her head and pulled out a worn dog-eared notebook from the side pocket of her backpack. She flipped through it for a moment, then scrawled 2 large question marks on the page. Darls navigated through the stream of streets, crossed a commercial plaza, and found Days and Kakao in the shadow of a high-rise building. The two were already standing at the predetermined meeting spot. Days leaned against the wall, his light blue short hair fluttering gently in the mild breeze of Karen's star. Kakao stood beside him, his optical units on the metallic body scanning toward Darls. Darls retrieved a communication earpiece from a hidden pocket at his waist and reinserted it. He connected to the channel he had previously terminated. Mr. Darls, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly lose contact? Darls' expression remained impassive. Nothing important. Continue. Maki took a deep breath on the other end and had no choice but to comply. Following Maki's guidance, Darls and his group arrived at their next base of operations on Karen's star, located in a commercial office building on the outskirts of the capital district. The entire basement floor had been leased by the Sita group under the name of a shell company. The space was considerably more expansive than Darls had anticipated. What was originally intended as a parking area had been transformed into a fully operational command center. Soundproof wall panels subdivided the entire floor into multiple separate zones. The largest room featured a circular control console with a dormant holographic projection device at its center. Though Alec and his colleagues weren't physically present, their holographic projections materialized on the wall-mounted projectors. The moment the holographic device activated, the entire underground space flooded with blue-white luminescence. A three-dimensional model of Karen's star emerged from the console's center, rotating gently. Continental plates, oceans, urban clusters, and military base locations were all precisely marked with distinct colored indicators. Alec's holographic image stood opposite the projection table, hands clasped behind his back, silver gray, hair gleaming with a cool metallic sheen under the projection's light. Mr. Darls, let me start with the conclusion. Alec spoke deliberately, each word meticulously chosen for precision. This operation doesn't require your direct involvement. A subtle furrow creased Darls' brow. At least not in the initial stages. Alec raised his right hand and traced a gesture through the air. The 3D map expanded, zooming in on a continent in Karen's star's northern hemisphere. Several red markers pulsed at military base locations. Karen's star operates under a unified government system. 12 administrative regions each maintain independent military forces coordinated by the Central Coalition Administration. He tapped again, and 3 of the red markers transformed to yellow. Military commanders in these 3 regions harbor profound dissatisfaction with the current coalition government's policies. Unequal resource distribution, military budget cuts, and the coalition government's recent demilitarization initiatives. Alec's tone remained clinical, as if reading from a formal report. These 3 commanders collectively control 35% of Karen's star's total military strength. Molten, commander of the Northern 1st Military Region, serves as the opposition's central figure. Darls remained silent, waiting. Alec continued, over the past 6 months we've established communication channels with Molten through various means. Funds, weapons, intelligence. We've provided everything required. Maki's holographic image interjected from the side, legs crossed, chewing on something indeterminable. Simply put, we've thoroughly bribed General Molten. Alec ignored his sister's interjection. The plan's essence can be summarized in one word: coup. Molten will lead a coordinated uprising from 3 military regions to topple the current coalition government. Alec traced a curved path across the map from the northern yellow markers toward the central region where the capital was located. Once the coup begins, the coalition government will inevitably mobilize remaining forces to suppress the rebellion. Civil war, Darls interjected. Precisely, Alec confirmed, nodding. The conflict will drain both sides' military capabilities and deplete planetary defense resources. When both sides have exhausted themselves. His finger landed on the capital's map location. Mr. Darls will then intervene under the guise of a peacekeeping force. By this point, Darls had essentially grasped Alec and the others' plan. An internal military coup would trigger a full-scale civil war on Karen Star, with both factions suffering devastating losses. In the end, Frieza Corps would intervene under the pretense of being invited peacekeepers to clean up the aftermath and take control. Mr. Darls, remember, regardless of how Molten's faction ultimately fares, you must ensure this planet remains under a unified government solely controlled by us. After a momentary hesitation, Darls gave a slight nod. He wasn't a saint, and while he felt a pang of sympathy and sorrow for the inhabitants of this planet at this moment, he had no obligation to alter their destiny, nor did he possess the capability to do so. Had Darls not been here today, another operative would have taken his place. As for whether he would descend to hell after death, he had no desire to dwell on such matters. He only knew that if he failed to complete this mission, even if hell itself was not his fate, his remaining life would be fraught with insurmountable difficulties. The timeline for the coup has been confirmed. Molten's preparations are essentially complete, with only one final step remaining. What? He needs confirmation that after he takes action, there will be sufficient external forces to assist him at a critical moment. Alec gazed at Darls. For the specifics, he needs to meet with you. Alec tapped on the holographic map. A green marker appeared at the edge of the Northern 1st Military Region. In 3 days at a civilian spaceport under the jurisdiction of the Northern 1st Military Region, Molten will visit under the pretense of inspection. At that time, Mr. Darls only needs to appear in the guise of hired security, and we will arrange a natural scenario for your encounter. Boss. Daisy's tone carried a hint of gloom. Something's going on. Dakel stopped in his tracks. Go ahead. While I was scouting outside, I noticed some suspicious characters. Daisy sat down across from Dakel's. There are more plainclothes agents on the streets. They don't shop, don't look at advertisements. Just keep their eyes fixed on passing aliens. Was Morenton's operation too conspicuous? Or was the United Government tightening control over outsiders? He pulled out his communication earpiece and switched to Alec's frequency. Alec, Mr. Dakels. The voice came through almost immediately. Callian Star seems to have strengthened inspections on foreign aliens. Plainclothes agents have appeared in both the commercial district and the spaceport. After Dakels finished speaking, he waited for the response on the other end. This falls within expected parameters. Alec's reply was flat. The United Government isn't stupid. The abnormal military expenditure and increased frequency of personnel transfers across 3 military regions over the past half year. Their intelligence system couldn't possibly have overlooked all these data. Alec continued, but their attention is still focused on the internal power struggles within the military. They haven't extended their gaze to external forces yet. In other words, they think this is merely internal factional warfare within the military and haven't considered outside interference. Dakels considered this. Will these agents affect our contact with Moranton? No. Alec answered without hesitation. The spaceport falls under the jurisdiction of the Northern 1st Military Region. Moranton has absolute control over his own territory. Dakels walked to the control console and studied the positions Daisy had marked for the plainclothes agents for a while. Then he closed the display. Today's outing is suspended. Everyone stays at the safe house for the next 3 days. Before meeting with Morenton, don't go out again to increase the risk of exposure. Both Daisy and Kokoro nodded simultaneously. Nighttime. The capital of Callian Star had entered its rest cycle. Daisy and Kokoro had both retired to rest. Dakels stood alone at the ventilation outlet. The rooftop of this office building had an industrial ventilation opening connected to the underground ventilation system. Dakels climbed up through the internal maintenance passage, pushed aside the grating panel, and stood on the rooftop. The night sky of Callian Star was crystal clear. In directions free from light pollution, dense star belts could be seen stretching across the heavens. Dakels stood with both arms crossed over his chest, gazing up at the night sky. Thoughts about Tai Si and Earth kept involuntarily surfacing in his mind. Meanwhile, in a guest house open to the public, Tai Si hadn't left after all. She sat cross-legged on the bed, the notebook already half-filled spread out before her. The room's lighting was soft as she chewed on a pen, writing and drawing in the notebook. Today I met a very strange man today. He claimed to be from Earth, called Dakels. She drew a large question mark next to the words real estate. She had already begun to suspect belatedly that Dakels might be lying to her. But the other party did look like someone from Earth. Were there other planets in the universe with people who looked exactly like Earthlings? She didn't know. In all these years, she truly had never encountered such a thing. Besides, if the other party wasn't from Earth, then how would they know about Earth? What made things even more troublesome was that she had lost contact with Jack. About half a year ago, she had lost Jack's contact information due to an accident. If only she could contact Jack now. Dakels knows about some things that are about to happen. What things? Related to this planet. She looked at this line, and her eyes lit up. As a novelist, her sensitivity to stories far exceeded that of ordinary people. A mysterious man, an impending storm, a beautiful planet. At this thought, a universal capsule had already appeared in her hand. This was something she had obtained from the Galactic Patrol. 3 days later, Northern 1st Military Region, civilian spaceport. In the cargo transit area, the air was mixed with the peculiar smell of machine oil and goods from various planets. Dacles and his group had changed into the contracted security uniforms provided by the Theta Corporation, dark gray with no extra markings. Daisy and Kakuo walked behind him. Their forged interstellar security contractor credentials passed smoothly through Callian Star's systems. The spaceport bustled with activity. Military patrol soldiers were visible everywhere, and the atmosphere was far more tense than in the capital's commercial district. A soldier stopped them, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men. He took the credentials' terminal, glanced at it routinely, as per procedure, and waved them through. This was Morton's territory. His word was law. Before long, a low engine rumble came from the VIP passage. A military convoy drove in. On the lead armored vehicle, the banner of the Northern 1st Military Region snapped in the passage's airflow. The convoy came to a halt. A sturdy Callian Star officer stepped out of the vehicle. Deep blue skin, hard facial features, military uniform covered in medals. Morton. He didn't even glance at the subordinates welcoming him. His gaze immediately cut through the crowd and fell upon Dacles and his 2 companions. No pleasantries, no superfluous movements. He merely tilted his head toward the aide behind him. The aide immediately stepped forward, approaching the 3 men. His face carried no expression whatsoever. Follow us. The convoy restarted and departed the spaceport. Along the way, they passed through multiple checkpoints directly under the 1st Military Region's control. Every checkpoint had soldiers armed to the teeth, and the verification procedures were rigorously thorough. Eventually, the convoy stopped before a semi-underground facility that appeared to be an ordinary material warehouse. The rolling shutter door rose, and the convoy drove straight in. Inside was an entirely different scene. Layer upon layer of security gates, red blinking counter-surveillance jammers on the walls, the air thick with the burnt smell of overloaded equipment. The communication device in Dacles' ear lost signal completely after passing through the second security gate. The Theta Corporation's channel fell silent. Interesting. Was this a Hongmin banquet or a show of dominance? Dacles thought to himself, but his footsteps showed not the slightest hesitation. Through a long metal corridor at the end stood a heavy alloy door. Behind the door was a secret command room. Morton was already seated at the head of a long table. Behind him stood 4 fully armed guards, their energy rifles constantly in ready-to-fire status. He did not invite Dacles to sit. Those assessing eyes moved back and forth among the 3 men, as if evaluating the quality of prey. The command room was terrifyingly silent, broken only by the faint hum of the ventilation system. The silence stretched for nearly half a minute. Morton finally spoke, his first words carrying an unquestionable assertion. "You are not Callian people." Dacles did not deny it. He didn't even change expression. "If we were Callian people, General, you probably wouldn't need us either." Morton's brow twitched. He leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the smooth metal table surface, steady rhythmic clicks. "That fellow elect, he sent me 3 aliens." His tone betrayed undisguised distrust. "What I need is power that can change the tide of battle at critical moments, not 3 bodyguards." Daisy's body tensed slightly. Behind Dacles, the optical unit on Kakuo's body flickered red. Facing Morton's questioning, Dacles did not rush to explain. He simply stood where he was, arms crossed over his chest, his posture even somewhat languid. "General, we are not your subordinates, so I suggest you watch your tone. Then before you make your judgment, I suggest you first assess our capabilities before deciding." The tapping sound stopped. Moer Dunn's gaze lingered on Delai C for a few seconds. He turned to the communication soldier beside him and issued a brief command. "Bring Kair here." Kair, the strongest warrior under Moer Dunn's command. The acknowledged top expert of the entire Northern 1st Military Region. The guards, who had been as still as statues, seemed to stand even straighter, their eyes holding an indescribable something. It seemed to be in anticipation of an impending spectacle. Soon the alloy door of the command room was pushed open from outside. A tall, burly male of Callian planet stepped in. His skin was pale gray, his shoulders broad as a wall, and a fierce old scar ran from his left eyebrow down to his right cheek. He wore a dark combat uniform different from ordinary soldiers, with no rank insignia. Yet the moment he entered, the gazes of the 4 elite guards behind Moer Dunn involuntarily followed him. Moer Dunn's gaze shifted from Kair to Delai C's face. "Let me introduce," Moer Dunn said with undisguised pride. "This is Kair, the strongest warrior under my command, with a combat power of 5,500. He paused. "On the entire Callian planet, except for the 2 so-called super soldiers of the United Government, no one is his match." Moer Dunn leaned forward, scrutinizing Delai C and his 2 companions. "Proving your strength is simple. Defeat my subordinate." As his words fell, the command room fell into dead silence. Then a soft laugh broke the silence. It was Delai C. A low, contemptuous laugh. Immediately after, Dai Zi also laughed, his laughter more direct. Moer done, and the others could clearly hear the mockery in it. They all furrowed their brows. Had they said something amusing? In Dai Zi's view, it was indeed funny. Although a combat power of 5,500 might not be considered weak in the universe. But among the three of them present, even Dai Zi, who had the lowest combat power, possessed 9,000. This so-called test was nothing short of a farce. Dai Zi turned his head and glanced at Dai Zi. Then it's yours. Go easy, don't kill our ally. Dai Zi grinned, nodded, and stepped forward. His movement caused the four guards behind Moer done to instinctively tighten their grip on their rifles. Kai crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at Dai Zi with condescension. In his eyes, this guy with light blue short hair was slender, not even sturdy, and far from the word warrior. Follow me. Moer done stood up and led the group toward the side door of the command room. Passing through an alloy door, they entered a reinforced independent training ground. The space was not large, with walls made of military-grade energy-absorbing materials gleaming with a dull metallic luster. Ka walked to the center of the arena, cracking his neck and wrists, producing a series of crisp pops. He looked at Dai Zi across from him, his tone carrying a condescending contempt. Outsider, I'll hold back and won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Dai Zi merely tilted his head slightly, the curve of his lips unchanged. The next moment, Ka moved. His figure vanished from the spot, his fists wind, causing the training ground's walls to hum with a low drone. This punch on Kalian planet was enough to penetrate any known material's defensive fortifications. Moer done stood at the edge of the arena, a confident expression on his face, already prepared to witness that arrogant outsider being blasted away by a single punch. However, Dai Zi merely casually sidestepped to the left. Kair's fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, grazed past his ear without even touching a single strand of hair. Moer done's expression froze. Kair's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't seen at all how the other dodged. Then came the second punch, third punch. A storm of combination attacks, each punch powerful enough to make the air explode. But all attacks missed completely. Moer done's eyes widened more and more, from initial confidence to confusion to incomprehension. How is this possible? Kair finally realized something was wrong. He abruptly retreated 2 steps, creating distance, and let out a fierce roar. Scorching aura burst from his body's surface, elevating his combat power to the limit in an instant. The air pressure within the training ground rose. He gathered all his power into his right fist, the very surface of the fist glowing with energy light, then launched a long-charged, heavy punch straight toward Dai Zi's face. This time, Dai Zi finally raised his hand. He extended his palm against Kair's fist. That force enough to split mountains and shatter rocks collided with a single palm, and then came to an abrupt halt. Kair's fist was trapped in Dai Zi's palm, motionless. The bulging veins on his arm were still throbbing, his entire body's power still surging forward, but that palm was like a black hole devouring everything. Only the alloy floor beneath Kair, unable to withstand the rebounding force, emitted a creaking sound of strain, and spiderweb-like cracks spread from under his feet. What is this? Kair's mind went blank. The confident expression on Moer done's face had turned into disbelief. Dai Zi tilted his head, looking at Kair's face, flushed from excessive exertion. He smiled. The third strongest of Kalian. It seems I can compete for first or second place. Dai Zi's palm pushed forward gently. Kair's body, as if struck by a frenzied beast, flew backward. Boom. A tremendous crash. His back slammed solidly into the energy-absorbing wall at the other end of the training ground. That specially crafted wall, reputed to absorb the residual waves of a warship's main cannon, dented into a huge human-shaped crater at the impact point. Kair was embedded in the wall like a painting, then slid down weakly. The training ground was dead silent. Moer done watched his strongest warrior, the man hailed as an invincible legend in the northern military region, be defeated in a single move. He now completely retracted his previous disdain. Dai Zi leaned against the doorframe of the training ground entrance. General, Dai Zi is the weakest among us. The weakest? Moer done instinctively turned his head. He looked at Dai Zi and the mechanical life form beside him, which had remained silent like a metal statue throughout. He took a deep breath, straightened his military uniform, and then strode personally into the training ground. He didn't look at Kair, who was still kneeling, but walked straight to Dai Zi. His face had already changed to a nearly humble smile. Mr. Dai Zi, he used a respectful address. I was rude earlier. Please do not take offense. Dai Zi cast a faint glance at him. Moer done then turned toward the command room and made a gesture of please. Let's go back to the command room and talk in detail. The alloy door of the command room sealed shut behind him. The humble smile on Morton's face did not last long, quickly transforming into a complex expression mingled with excitement and calculation. He personally pulled out chairs for the three of them, Dales, Dai Zi, and Kakao, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier lofty air. Dai Zi swaggered into his seat, his military boots clacking against the metal floor. Kakao remained silent behind Dales, as motionless as a metal statue. In the training ground, the warrior, named Carl, still knelt on the ground, his body trembling, slightly unable to rise even now. But no one seemed to notice him. Mr. Dales, please take a look. Morton's finger traced across the map, this time with an air of reverence. He illuminated a dense cluster of red dots encircling the capital region. These are the core defense lines of the United Government's central military region, deploying 70% of their mobile forces and the latest planetary orbital cannons. After the coup is launched, my troops will advance toward the capital from 3 directions, simultaneously pinning the central military region's main forces on these defense lines. Morton's finger finally landed at the very center of the map, the location of the United Government building in the capital. And your target, Mr. Dales. Morton lifted his head to look at Dales. Is the 2 super soldiers in the hands of the United Government. Those are the secret weapons the United Government has developed over the years, and the very reason they dare to keep slashing the military budgets of us border garrison regions. Their combat power, each one far surpasses Carl. Morton tapped the table and 2 encrypted files were retrieved and projected before Dales. Codename Shield. Codename Spear. The files were simple, containing only codenames, a blurry portrait, and a striking number. Combat power 9,000. Combat power 10,000. A flicker of surprise passed through Dales's eyes. This planet was truly not ordinary. A warrior with a combat power of 10,000. No wonder Kalian Star had become the core gathering place for cosmic beings in this star region. Strength was always the foremost factor in diplomacy. These 2 super soldiers were an insurmountable chasm for Morton and for the entire Kalian Star. That explained why Morton, despite commanding 35% of the troops, had hesitated to act. Morton looked at the silent Dales, assuming he was intimidated by the numbers. He cleared his throat, ready to emphasize the difficulty of the mission. 10,000 or 9,000, it doesn't matter. Dales's calm voice echoed in the command room. They are all equally weak. Go on with your plan. Morton's mouth hung open, all his prepared words stuck in his throat. He licked his dry lips and involuntarily leaned closer. Mr. Dales, can you be certain? A barely perceptible tremor laced his voice. Dales did not answer. He merely lifted his eyelids and gave Morton a cold stare. Morton immediately shut his mouth. Then a bolt of ecstatic current shot from the base of Morton's spine to the crown of his head. Suppressing the excitement that nearly burst from his body, he finally voiced his true intention. Mr. Dales, I have an impertinent request. He rubbed his hands together, looking like a child about to receive a beloved toy. I do not wish for these 2 super soldiers to be killed. I need to capture them alive, because they carry the new generation of gene enhancement technology secretly developed by the United Government. Morton's eyes blazed with fanatical light. With that technology, I can mass-produce my own super soldiers. By then, let alone unifying Kalian Star, we could carve out a place for ourselves beyond this star system. He grew more excited as he spoke, as if already envisioning a future where he reigned supreme. In the command room, only his wild fantasy resonated. Morton went on, getting more carried away. Mr. Dales, can you imagine that scene? You just saw Carl's strength. Morton pointed toward the corner. Carl leaned against the wall, barely able to stand upright. His individual combat power is 5,500. If 1 Carl is not enough, what if I had 1,000 Carls, 10,000 Carls? The United Government, peaceful evolution, all the tricks of a bunch of fools. He paced back and forth behind the desk. His military boots thudded against the metal floor. Unifying Kalian Star is only the first step. With a factory for mass-producing super soldiers, the first military region can completely break free from the United Government's control. Once all of Kalian Star is united, we can expand the interstellar fleet. What are those cosmic beings who only know how to collect protection fees? Morton turned to stare at Dales. The people of Kalian will break out of this star system. In this universe, we will establish the Kalian Empire. His breathing was heavy, his eyes bloodshot. He was in a state of extreme agitation and mania. Dales sat in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, watching the spittle-flying Kalian Star general before him. Good heavens, he had even aroused himself to a climax. Was this idiot brain-damaged? Indulging in grandiose dreams of dominating the universe. He didn't even understand his own situation. A mere pawn incited by the Sigma Group to pry open Kalian Star's internal strife, smash the shell of Kalian Star, and sell the meat inside for a good price. After the coup, if the planet's natives still existed, they would soon become wanderers in the cosmos. Or slaves. What Kalian Empire? Nothing. Dales naturally would not reveal any of this. Fools work hardest. General, your plans are grand. Dales, interrupted Morton, sitting up straight, but these are not my concern. Let's talk about the specifics. Morton realized he had been a bit too carried away. Talking about these things with a cosmic mercenary was pointless. Codename Shield is responsible for inner-city security, rarely leaving the government building. Codename Spear is on mobile standby, usually at the northern barracks. Once hostilities begin, they will definitely converge. He immediately straightened his uniform, pulled out a chair, and sat down again. You're currently staying in the central capital, right? After my forces launch the attack, they will send you a signal. The main energy control station will be cut off, and the air raid siren will sound 3 times. This signal can be received anywhere within the city. Morton marked a blinking location on the holographic map. When you hear that signal, that's your cue to intervene. Morton's finger tapped twice emphatically at the center of the map. At that time, a gap will appear in the Central Military Region's defense network. Morton then operated the control console. Codename Shield is tasked with close protection of the government high command, holding the central building to the death. Codename Spear is a mobile force. After the outbreak, they will likely be deployed to stabilize the defense lines. These are their predicted movements. Morton clasped his hands, and adopted an extremely deferential tone. Mr. Dales, I entrust these two to you with all my heart. You must take them alive. Dale stood up. Understood. He turned and strode toward the door with Daisy and Kakao following closely. Morton sprang from his chair and trotted alongside. Mr. Dales, the spaceport area is unsafe. Let me arrange a convoy to escort you back to the capital. No need. Dales didn't slow his pace. Your convoy is too conspicuous. Morton stopped at the door, rubbing his hands and nodding repeatedly. Only after the figures of the 3 had disappeared did a look of displeasure surface on his face. He turned around and walked back inside with a flick of his hand. Stepping out of the underground warehouse, the sky had fully darkened. The searchlights of the spaceport swept back and forth across the night sky, while cargo ships took off and landed, their engines roaring deafeningly. The pungent smell of machine oil in the air grew even stronger. The 3 of them walked back along the shadowed area outside the cargo passage with Kakao's optical unit scanning the surroundings rapidly. A patrol squad is approaching 50 meters ahead, Kakao announced. The 3 immediately leaned into the shadows behind a shipping container. A squad of fully armed Kalian soldiers marched past, their boots clanging against the metal floor. Once the footsteps faded, Dales continued forward. They crossed the quarantine zone and stepped out of the signal interference range. A faint static crackled in the earpiece, and the Sigma Group's communication channel was re-established. Mr. Dales, Alec's voice sounded. Signal received. Is the meeting over? Dales reached up to adjust his earpiece and gave a faint grunt of acknowledgement. Did it go smoothly? Alec asked. Smooth or not, it's not for him to decide. Alec laughed on the other end of the communication. Good. Mr. Dales, you are even more reliable than I imagined. A coup could break out at any moment. He can't wait any longer. For the next few days, you'd better keep a low profile. No more going out. I know. Dale's reply remained short and cold. Let's hope for a pleasant cooperation. Alec's voice faded, and the communication channel fell silent. The wind howled through the canyon, biting sharply against their cheeks. Alec put away his communicator and slipped it into his pocket. Mackie leaned in her twin pigtails, tangling in the wind. She was chewing on a new piece of candy and spoke indistinctly. This guy talks so coldly, it's no fun. Alec smiled, seemingly unbothered. Aren't all Scions like that? He turned around, his gaze fixed on the blue-green planet in the distance. Besides, he's a Scion with real power. Alec's tone carried a hint of self-mockery, but his eyes betrayed no emotion. If we weren't still cooperating with the Frieza Force, do you think these savage monkeys would even give us a second glance? Mackie pouted, shifting the candy from her left cheek to her right. She was about to say something else when Gas, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. Alec turned his head. What's wrong, little brother? Gas looked up. In those eyes there was a near-obsessive fixation. I want to fight him. Mackie's chewing stopped, and the hard candy cracked loudly in her mouth. Euler, standing nearby, turned his bulky body around and looked at his little brother. Alec didn't answer immediately, he just stared at Gas. Mackie swallowed the candy residue and spoke with a rare seriousness. Gas, that guy doesn't look any weaker than that Scion from back then. I know. Gas cut her off. His voice remained steady, but that calmness itself was unsettlingly abnormal. But I'm not the same as I was back then either. Alec was silent for a moment. Then he smiled with relief. All right. He walked up to Gas and placed a hand on his shoulder. But not now. After the mission is over. Alec looked into his younger brother's eyes. If you still feel the same way, your big brother won't stop you. Night had fully swallowed the capital of Kalian. The acrid smell of machine oil lingered in the air, even thicker than during the day. Like ghosts, Dales and his 2 companions moved through the capital's streets and alleys, evading all plainclothes patrols and soldiers, and successfully returned to their safe house in the commercial office building. The alloy doors of the underground level slid shut behind them, completely sealing off all sound from the outside world. Then Dale's earpiece suddenly erupted with a violent burst of static as the channel was forcefully switched. Lord Dales. Amondo's gruff voice exploded directly inside Dale's ear. When are you going to let me get down to work? Daze, standing nearby, was startled by the sudden noise and instinctively looked at Dales. Dales remained expressionless, rubbing his ear. On the other end of the line, Amondo was clearly itching for action. Without waiting for Dales to reply, a torrent of complaints poured out. My bones are rusting. Stuck here day after day watching Luis and Laques fiddle with their little gadgets. I'm going blind. Boss, let me go down. Just let me go down. I promise I'll smash every disobedient bastard on this lousy planet into pulp. Why go through all this trouble for such a small matter? Plans. Why not just charge in and be done with it? Amondo's voice was filled with agitation and impatience. He simply couldn't understand why such a straightforward task had to be made so complicated. Amondo, haven't you said enough? Amondo's complaints stopped abruptly. If you're done, shut up. Have you forgotten who was chased across the galaxy by the Galactic Patrol last time? Still no improvement at all. Boss, but... Amondo tried to argue. Your job is to watch over our spaceship and make sure those Sigma people don't interfere with Luai's and the others' work. Dale's voice left no room for negotiation. For now, you're not needed here. He paused, softening his tone slightly, as if calming a beast about to break loose. This is nothing but a premeditated racial infighting. We just need to follow the plan step by step. There was a silence on the other end, and then Amondo's sullen voice came through. Got it, boss. The communication cut off. The underground command room fell silent. Daze looked at Dale's, a new respect in his eyes. Only the boss could tame a battle maniac like Amondo. But Daze was curious about the work Luai's and the others were doing. Lord Dales, do you think there's something wrong with the Sigma group? Dales didn't answer directly, and after a moment's thought he said, who knows? It's always good to stay vigilant. As he spoke, Dale's gaze shifted to the three-dimensional holographic map in the center of the room. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Daze and Kakao exchanged glances. Though not entirely sure, they both felt it made sense. Then, what should we do now? Nothing special. Just rest and get into shape for the next few days. It's been a while since we last fought. Don't let your bodies rust. It would be a shame to slip up at the critical moment. Hearing this, Daze and Kakao suddenly became serious. Boss, don't worry. We'll be careful. The piercing wail of alarms tore through the dawn of Callian Star's capital. On the streets, hovercars that had been moving in orderly fashion instantly descended into chaos as panicked residents poured out of buildings and scattered in all directions. The distant sky was stained orange by artillery fire, each flash accompanied by a dull explosion that made the entire city tremble. Above the central government building in the capital, 3 figures materialized out of thin air, hovering beneath the churning clouds. From this vantage point, the entire city lay spread out before them. The city's outskirts had already become a battlefield. Energy beams crisscrossed between the buildings, explosions flared one after another, and thick black smoke rose like pillars from every direction. Morton's army surged toward the city center from 3 sides like a tide. Yet the massive government building beneath them remained eerily silent. Daze crossed his arms, gazing down at the flames of war below. Quite a commotion. Dales kept his eyes fixed on the building below. According to the plan, once Morton's forces posed a substantial threat to the central defense line, the United Government's 2 super soldiers would deploy to stabilize the core conflict zone. All they had to do was wait here. Time ticked by. The battle below grew fiercer. Morton's forces had clearly spared no expense. Armored units charged the central military district's defenses without regard for casualties, and the density of artillery fire continued to intensify. Daze's brow furrowed. Something's off. He looked at Dale's. Their lines are about to be torn apart. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Are those so-called super soldiers sleeping inside the building? Time continued to pass. A massive breach was torn open in the capital's northern defense line by Morton's forces, and a flood of soldiers and armored vehicles poured through. The battle had clearly tipped, yet the government building remained utterly still. Kakao. Dales finally spoke. Kakao, standing behind him, understood. His red optical unit lit up, and an invisible wave radiated from him, sweeping across the massive structure below. Detected 2 high-energy sources. Location: underground bunker beneath the building's lowest level. Energy state stable, no movement. Daze was taken aback. Huh, those 2. And we've been waiting here all this time. Boss, what now? Daze, if your plan was to hold a position, what would you do? Daze thought for a moment. Max out all defenses, turn it into an impenetrable iron bucket. But they have 2 super soldiers. Why would they choose to blindly defend against Morton's attack? Dales fell into thought. By now the artillery fire below had reached the core zone. The air beneath their feet trembled with each distant explosion. After the northern line was breached, Morton's armored column charged into the main avenue. Energy beams struck from the end of the block, shattered barricades, and were pushed back by the central military district's heavy artillery. Boss, if they don't come out soon, Morton's people will be right on our doorstep. Daze's gaze swept over the advancing troops below. Once those rabble swarm, and they'll just get in the way. Daze, take the east side of the building. Kakao, the west side. Keep an eye on the other exits. The 2 nodded without a word and flew off in opposite directions. Then Dales began to descend. Slowly, steadily, he landed on the plaza in front of the government building's main entrance. Deserted. Just as expected. All external entrances of the building were sealed by a blue energy barrier. Dales reached out a hand to probe. Before his fingertips even touched it, he could feel the repulsive force emanating from the surface. A low hum emanated as the barrier trembled slightly under his approach, the energy patterns on its surface visibly accelerating. He didn't know what the Callian central government was up to, but for Dales, letting them stall for time was certainly not beneficial. He would deal with whatever came his way, just being cautious. Dales raised his right hand and pressed his palm flat against the barrier. The barrier's surface trembled violently upon contact. The blue light flared intensely, the visible energy patterns whirled like mad, and the entire building's exterior emitted a deep, resonant hum. Crack. White cracks like a spiderweb spread from the center of Dales's palm across the blue energy layer in all directions. The building's internal alarm system went into overdrive. The cracks had already spread beyond Dales's line of sight. He could feel the resistance under his palm rapidly diminishing. Dales thrust his hand forward. Bang! Countless blue light particles flaked off the shattered barrier, drifting in all directions like scattered fireflies. He took a step forward. Dozens of dark muzzles popped out of the metal ceiling above. The automatic defense system had locked onto the intruder. Whoosh! Energy beams rained down from all directions. Smoke filled the air. Dales's figure emerged from the haze, unhurried and steady. He casually raised his right hand and swept it to the side. An invisible shockwave exploded from his arm. Whoosh! All the turrets detonated in succession as the wave passed through them. Red light flickered on and off. Dales's silhouette moved deeper into the building through the alternating light and shadow. Two heavy mechs ejected from embedded hangars on either side, their metal joints emitting heavy hydraulic sounds. Each stood over 3 meters tall, with dual-linked energy cannons mounted on their shoulders, already preheated, their muzzles glowing orange. The mech's voice systems issued a warning. Intruder, halt immediately. Dales ignored them. 2 fireballs exploded in the corridor, and the heavy mechs disintegrated. Components were torn apart by the impact and scattered against the walls. Dales walked through the flames. He strolled leisurely through Saiyan Star's vaunted planetary-grade internal defense system. In the underground bunker command room at the building's lowest level, a dozen surveillance screens lined the walls. All were now completely destroyed. Yet they seemed to sense the approach of death. Greer, the chief executive of the Saiyan United Government, sat in the main seat, his hands braced on the control console. His knuckles were white from gripping, and the back of his uniform was soaked with sweat. 2 figures stepped out of the shadows simultaneously. Chief, whatever is out there will stop it. At the end of the corridor, Dales stood before the final door. Saiyan Star's last line of defense. It was no different from every previous barrier. The energy amplifiers around the doorframe emitted a shrill overload alarm. The blue light flickered wildly a few times, and then exploded with a bang. The full interior of the bunker lay before him. A dozen Saiyan officials in government uniforms huddled behind the control console, their faces unable to hide their panic and vigilance. Spear's entire body was already enveloped in a golden aura, his fists clenched, muscles bulging beneath his skin. Outsider, the super soldier codenamed Spear roared, launching himself forward. His fist came from the side, the energy glow on his knuckles distorting the surrounding air with heat. Dales tilted his head. The fist grazed past his temple, the wind from the punch lightly stirring his hair. Spear's eyes widened. Dales raised his left hand, unhurriedly grabbing Spear's right wrist before he could retract it. Then he pressed down. Spear was driven to the ground, the metal floor cracking into 2 radiating lines. Shield charged next. His entire body rammed sideways, arms crossed in front of his chest, the metallic patterns on his body all lit up a layer of gray-white shield covering his skin. Dales released Spear's wrist. He lifted his right leg and kicked the center of Shield's crossed arms. The gray-white shield cracked under Dales's boot, the fissures spreading faster than the eye could follow. Shield's arms were knocked apart, and he slid backward. The 2 strongest warriors of Saiyan Star were put to sleep in a single exchange. The bunker fell silent, so quiet that the hum of the ventilation ducts above could be heard. Dales began to survey the figures in the bunker. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette caught his eye, a cloth-round hat. A girl in a simple dress. Ties. You're D. Dales. A voice came from the corner. Staring intently at Dales emerging from the dust. Ties also saw him. The surprise on her face was even greater. The 2 locked eyes across half the bunker. Dales wore a thoughtful expression. So you were the one who tipped these guys off to hide, weren't you? Looks like I spoke too much before. But it's fine, this just cost me a bit more time. Dales. Ties stepped out from the corner, her steps unsteady. She glanced at the 2 fallen super soldiers on the floor, then at the scattered debris and the remains of the paralyzed defense system. Then she looked at Dales. So, you're an invader. Dales turned back. He laughed. An invader, eh? Don't misunderstand. He raised his hand and gestured casually upward. I'm just serving the great General Morton. The effect was immediate. The dozen officials of the United Government who had been cowering behind the control console, barely daring to breathe, erupted almost simultaneously at the name Morton. Morton. Greer stood up, bracing himself on the console. His face pale with fear, flushed red instantly. That traitor. This is rebellion. The other officials joined in the shouting. With an outlet for their anger, their fear receded to the background. But Dales didn't care about any of that. He could only assume it was a power struggle within Saiyan Star. Whether they believed it or not didn't matter. Dales. Ties spoke again. She pushed through the shouting officials to the front. Wait a moment. The Callian high-ranking officials made way. Previously, Ties had informed them of the potential crisis facing Callian Star under the identity of a Galactic Patrol auxiliary member. Now Ties was their last hope. Whatever is happening, let's wait for the Galactic Patrol to handle it, okay? Dales paused. Whatever is happening, let's wait for the Galactic Patrol to handle it, okay? Dales paused. The Galactic Patrol, huh? Dales looked at Ties. You're quite clever calling them so quickly. Ties bit her lip and didn't reply. Dales tilted his head. But the Galactic Patrol has no authority to intervene in the internal regime change of a civilization. This is Callian Star's internal affair. He said that, but upon hearing that Ties had already notified the Galactic Patrol, Dales clearly had no intention of lingering any longer. He needed to finish the job and withdraw before the Galactic Patrol arrived. Ties wanted to argue, but didn't know where to start. Yet she vaguely felt that Dales's words were all evasive. The Galactic Patrol is already on its way. You mercenaries will pay. Morton is finished. And so are you. The United Government will not compromise with traitors. The Callian officials continued their rant. Dales paid them no heed, walking straight toward the two figures beside him. The faint aura he released pinned the two in place like an invisible mountain. Morton's orders were to capture them alive. Dales placed his hands on the backs of the two super soldiers' necks. They let him knock them unconscious. After finishing, Dales seemed in no hurry to leave. His gaze returned to Ties. Ties felt a chill of dread. What do you want? Dales walked toward her. You know the Galactic Patrol, right? This time I've decided to take you with me. What do you mean? Ties stepped back repeatedly. You know what I mean. Letting you go last time was a mistake. Maybe you can be of some help. At least I can't let you run around anymore. You should understand that you have no room to refuse. If you delay even 1 second, I'll kill one person here. As Dale spoke, he began to scan the crowd with a sidelong glance. The officials were all terrified. A horrified Ties quickly stopped Dales's frightening gesture. By the time Dales's figure reappeared at the building's entrance, Ties was following behind him. He extended his hand to Ties. Come on, there's no need to waste time here anymore. This is Callian Star's destiny. You can't change anything. Darius brought the shaken Ties back aboard the Dallas. Kaka's head glowed red. A scanning beam passed over Ties from head to toe. Daisy straightened and stepped aside, creating a passage. Ties walked quickly between the two men with her head bowed. The main control room door slid open. Amando strode out. Rizy and Lakasi poked their heads out from behind him. Darasama, you've finally returned. Amando walked forward to greet him. His eyes fell on Ties behind him. Amando halted. Who's this? A prisoner. Boss, why did you bring back a prisoner? Darius ignored his subordinate's curiosity, stepping directly across the hatch. Then he announced coolly, from today onward for the time being, consider her a member of Dallas Squad. Amando and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They could clearly see this woman possessed absolutely no combat ability whatsoever. The boss had never behaved like this before. Naturally, they couldn't understand such an operation. Amando seemed to want to say something more. He turned back and met Daisy's warning gaze. Daisy could faintly sense that this woman Darius brought back served some purpose of his. Ties walked among these ferocious-looking men, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She could feel that although their gazes were hostile, not a single person dared approach her. As long as the man called Darius didn't give the word, none of these people would dare touch her. He was the absolute core of this group. This discovery gave Ties amid extreme terror an odd sense of security. Daisy, Darius's voice rang out again. Take her to rest, arrange a room. Everyone else don't disturb her. Daisy immediately nodded. Understood. He walked up to Ties, gesturing with a pleased motion, his face still expressionless. Ties followed Daisy through the main control room into the ship's metal corridor. The door closed behind her, cutting off those prying gazes. Upon arriving at the room, the sensation of having survived catastrophe washed over her instantly. She leaned against the door, legs giving way, sliding slowly to the floor. But the thought of being forcibly recruited into this suspected space pirate crew couldn't help but stir her worries. Yet this state didn't last long. Whether it was the big heart she developed from years of wandering the cosmos, or the instinct of a novelist driving her, it made her want to observe and analyze. She braced herself against the wall and stood up, beginning to examine the room. This was a cage, but also an excellent source of material. What was this Darius planning to do? He'd captured her, but gave her an independent space, even ordering his men not to disturb her. As of now, Darius had shown no malice toward her. This only intensified her curiosity. She recalled when they first met. Darius had directly asked about Earth. Could it be that because they were fellow Earth natives, this was why Darius treated her this way? Thais's mind raced, trying to find some logic amid these contradictory behaviors. After a while, she felt her mouth dry. There was no water equipment in the room. She hesitated, then walked to the door. The door wasn't locked. She gently pulled it open a crack and peeked out. The corridor outside was deserted, silent save for the low hum of the ship's engines. She tiptoed out, wanting to find some water. The corridor was like a maze. Relying on memory, she headed toward the main control room. Passing a metal door that wasn't fully closed, she instinctively stopped. Light leaked through the crack. It was Darius. He stood with his back to the door, seemingly tidying his battle armor. Thais' heart leapt to her throat. She was about to quietly retreat. At that moment, a furry brown thing swung out from behind Darius' waist. It cut through the air in an arc, twitching restlessly as if it had a life of its own. Thais' pupils contracted to their absolute limit. That was a tail. She remembered what Jake had told her. The Scions, the most dangerous warlike race in the universe. Jake had come to Earth back then because of the Scions. And during her years traveling the cosmos, she'd often heard the Scions mentioned. People spoke of them with fear, either invading or on their way to invade. Bloodthirsty and bellicose, wherever they went races were annihilated. They are born destroyers, villains who take pleasure in slaughter. Thais felt cold from head to toe. There was no such thing as fellow natives meeting. From the very beginning, she'd been rubbing shoulders with a cold-blooded Scion. And right in front of him, she'd even revealed that she knew someone from the Galactic Patrol. Fear. After drifting through the cosmos all these years, was this where it would end? The breathing outside the door fell into a chaotic rhythm. Darius fastened the clasps of his battle armor. The tail wound itself back around his waist. He turned to face the half-open metal door. Clearly he'd noticed the commotion outside. Coincidentally, I was about to come find you. Come in. The door swung open. Thais stood at the threshold, hands gripping the door frame. She hadn't stepped inside, her legs frozen. Seeing her like this, Darius couldn't help but find it amusing. Thinking to be scared now? Isn't that a bit late? Only then did Thais force herself to move. Despite her trembling voice, she gritted her teeth and asked the question weighing on her mind. You're a Scion, aren't you? Darius didn't turn around. You've wandered the cosmos all these years, so you must have heard quite a lot about the Scions. Let me tell you some good news then. Darius paused here, then slowly turned around. I'm not like the Scions, you know. I'm not bloodthirsty, of course, that is as long as you don't cause trouble. He noticed the words Thais wanted to say, her hesitation and a trace of stubbornness. You seem to have something to say too. Ladies first, go ahead. So, you're not helping any general? Thais raised her voice, demanding. You came to invade Kallian Star, didn't you? Darius remained unmoved by her interrogation. I believe I've already told you. I'm here to work. Whatever you may feel about it, the nature of the work is beyond what either you or I can influence. That's how it is. Likewise, you have no ability to stop anything. I've answered your question. Now you need to answer mine honestly. Darius's tone shifted abruptly. I need to know how to contact the Galactic Patrol. I don't know. Dale's expression darkened. Just moments ago on Karen Star, Tai had mentioned they had already contacted the Galactic Patrol. Now she was instantly claiming she had no way to reach them. You didn't say that back on Karen Star. You told those government officials you had already notified the Galactic Patrol. Tai saw Dale's expression and only then realized her mistake. Once you're in a den of thieves, you must read the gang leader's mood. She waved her hands frantically, her body involuntarily shrinking backward. No, that's not what I meant. I really don't know. Hurriedly explaining. I truly have no contact with the Galactic Patrol. My friend and I haven't been in touch for over half a year. On Karen, all I did was present my credentials as a non-regular auxiliary member to issue a crisis warning. My so-called honorary member title is nothing but an empty designation. The Karen Star government only believed me after seeing that proof. It was the Karen Star government itself that made contact with the Galactic Patrol, and that only happened at the very moment you destroyed their building's defense system. Any civilization that has achieved interstellar advancement has official channels to request assistance from the Galactic Patrol organization. That's a public lawful channel, not some personal secret contact method. Even so, Dale still regarded her with skeptical eyes. Do auxiliary members not have the right to contact headquarters? Tai nodded. It was merely a symbolic honorary title granted because I once wrote a promotional novel for the Galactic Patrol organization. Dale fell silent. He certainly had no need to contact the Galactic Patrol headquarters. All he wanted was Tai and Gak's private contact information. When running operations in dangerous circles, having multiple contacts meant extra insurance. Then do you still have a way to contact him? You? Why are you the one wanting to contact the Galactic Patrol? Aren't you supposed to? Tai trailed off. Supposed to do what? Supposed to be hiding from them. Dale shook his head with a smile. I'd rather have nothing to do with the Galactic Patrol, but don't misunderstand. I'm no criminal. Tai fell silent. After everything that had happened, she wasn't a criminal. It had a remarkably shallow understanding of galactic law. So, are you looking to ask my friend about Earth's coordinates? Tai ventured, clinging to a fragile hope. What worried and dismayed her was that Dale did not deny it. For now, that is the only method I have. So until I obtain Earth's coordinates, Miss Tai, I suggest you refrain from attempting to leave the friendly Dale, alright? Are you going to invade Earth? My friend told me Earth is just a remote, backward planet with no resources whatsoever. Recalling the Scion's reputation throughout the cosmos, Tai could no longer hide her panic. She racked her brains to belittle Earth, hoping to make Dale lose interest. Dale cast her a cold glance. Who told you I'm going to invade Earth? But clearly those words rang hollow before Tai. Dale continued to try explaining. After a moment's thought, a beautiful and heartwarming lie immediately formed in his mind. Tai couldn't shake a sense of familiarity. It felt just like the first time they had met. You should know our Scion race has nearly gone extinct. And on that planet you call Earth where my brother resides, he is not only my brother, but one of the last remaining Scions. That is all I seek to find my brother. You're lying again. Though Dale felt he had delivered the emotion perfectly, Tai showed not an ounce of sympathy. But what you're saying does sound somewhat plausible. I remember there really is. On Earth. At this thought, Tai felt uncertain once more. Of course, for Tai, Dale's brother might truly exist on Earth, but the idea that someone like him would not invade Earth was something she did not believe for a single moment. Dale turned his head away. Believe it or not, until you help me obtain Earth's coordinates, you will have access to nothing beyond food and clothing. Having said that, Dale was the first to leave his quarters, leaving Tai still reeling. The hatch door shut behind him. Tai's figure disappeared around the bend of the metallic corridor. Dale withdrew his gaze and turned toward the command module. Lord Dale, the location from the Zeta group has arrived. Shall we proceed now? Amudo approached. Set sail. Amudo grinned and nodded vigorously before turning away. The engine of the Dale roared with a deep rumble, and the ship pivoted, racing toward the coordinates sent by the Zeta group. The spacecraft pierced through an asteroid field, carving a straight trail against the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. The canyon wind never ceased. The surface of the barren world showed rock layers eroded by countless years, appearing in a deathly gray under the dim light. The Dale's engines shifted from cruise mode to landing mode, the massive vessel casting a shadow over the eastern highlands of the canyon. A faint, muffled vibration traveled up from the ground through their boots. The cabin door opened. Dale let Amudo Dwise and Kakao out through the hatch. His tail gave a slight flick behind him before wrapping tightly around his waist. The wind stirred the ends of his short black hair, the hem of his clothes snapping in the gale. His gaze remained calm as he swept over the desolate canyon below. The four members of the Zeta family who had been waiting there long beforehand appeared as indistinct silhouettes through the wind and dust. Alec's face broke into a broad smile, and upon seeing Dale arrive, he immediately stepped forward. Mr. Dale, your efforts in this mission have been truly commendable. The task was completed flawlessly. You truly live up to your reputation, Mr. Dale. Amudo, standing behind Dale, instinctively puffed out his burly chest at the flattery. Yet Dale remained entirely unmoved by Alec's continuous stream of praise. He merely said coolly, the Karen Star government has already sent an official distress signal to the Galactic Patrol in the final moments. Alec's smile faltered for an instant, then smoothly reformed. He waved the concern away dismissively. Rest assured, Mr. Dale, this was entirely within our expectations. Alec stepped aside, revealing Mackie behind him. Mackie pulled a data terminal from his pocket and tapped on it several times. The follow-up cleanup will be handled thoroughly by our Zeta group. You need not worry about the Galactic Patrol. They will never implicate Frieza's forces or yourself. At that moment, the hatch of the Dare's ship slid open slightly. A figure poked their head out from the narrow gap, cautiously peering outside. It was Tai Si. In the end, she could not suppress her overwhelming curiosity and unease and cautiously peeked out. The wind in the canyon was fierce, plastering Tai Si's hair all over her face. She frantically brushed it aside, only to find herself locking eyes with a sharp gaze. Irek's gaze slipped past Dare's shoulder and settled on the sliver of the spaceship's door. Oh, it seems there is someone new aboard your vessel, Mr. Dares. A new team member I recruited. Dares cast him a look that plainly said, do you have a problem? A flicker of light flashed in Irek's eyes. A new member. They appeared to possess little combat prowess. Could they have some special ability? But Irek was a shrewd man. He knew when to press and when to remain silent. He immediately withdrew his stare and laughed it off. I see. Forgive my presumption. He bowed slightly in Dare's direction. Anyone deemed worthy by Mr. Dares must surely possess extraordinary qualities. He deftly changed the subject and refrained from glancing at Tai Si again. Behind the hatch, Tai Si was caught in a tangled web of curiosity and worry. Still, she could not resist secretly observing the four members of the Zeta family. The atmosphere outside grew even more delicate because of this minor interruption. Irek readjusted the smile on his face and shifted his tone, finally getting to the matter at hand. Mr. Dare, since the mission has been completed successfully, I have one more request. As he spoke, he stepped aside and pulled forward the diminutive figure who had been tensely fixated on Dares the entire time. This younger brother of mine, Gyasi. Irek's voice carried a hint of gravity. As you have seen, he seems to harbor certain misunderstandings about you, Mr. Dares. He carries an inner demon. Irek's tone grew heavier, laced with a touch of pity. It stems from a crushing defeat years ago, one that nearly destroyed him. And the man who defeated him, the one who has haunted his nightmares to this very day. He is also a Scion, and his appearance is almost identical to yours, Mr. Dares. Perhaps he is your brother or your father or some other relation. In any case, that memory continues to profoundly affect him to this day. Amodo and Daisy instinctively glanced toward Dares. No wonder this fellow named Gyasi had been shooting those looks at the boss from the very beginning. Had he simply mistaken him for someone else? Wait, could the boss's face really be so common among Scions? With that said, Dares suddenly understood. As a transmigrator, he was 90% certain that the Scion who had defeated Jassi, as Erek described, must have been Badaku. So that was the backstory. No wonder that little shorty had been glaring at him like that. At first he had thought the fellow owed him money or something. He had assumed this guy was merely a child, but the fact that he had once fought Badaku meant he was already somewhat older. So what is your point? Dares asked. Erek bowed deeply before him. That is why I wish to earnestly request. Would you be willing to spar with my younger brother? Erek's voice carried a note of supplication. Help him. Sever his inner demon. Dares paused. Then he burst out laughing. Haha, how interesting. Why would you assume I could help your brother overcome his inner demon, rather than deepen it? Hearing this, Amoduo and Daisy behind him also grinned. They thought this little shorty had simply lost his mind. Challenge boss Dares. Who did he think he was? Silagu. Or perhaps Fu Lisa. Though Dare's words gave Erek pause, Jassi could no longer contain his suppressed frustration. He had already stepped forward on his own. Seeing this, Erek swallowed the hesitation that had just risen within him. There was no turning back now. He would have to let Jassi face this himself. Watching Jassi stride toward him with fierce determination, Dares curled his lips into a smirk. This assignment was supposed to be over, yet somehow a little entertainment had presented itself. He was quite curious to see just how capable this Zeta group truly was. With a series of cracking sounds as his joints loosened, Dares also began walking toward Jassi. The wind and sand seemed to freeze in that very moment. Every eye in the canyon focused on Dares as he slowly approached Jassi. I am pressed for time, but since you are seeking a confrontation, I see no reason to let you go. These words caused Erek's expression to stiffen completely. He shook his head and retreated to stand beside Machi and Aoe Air. Machi leaned against Aoe Air's stout frame, crunching on candy in her mouth. Big brother, are you certain this is a good idea? That Scion seems remarkably confident. Erek could only sigh and shake his head in resignation. From the events of this mission alone, it was clear that this Dares appeared far stronger than any Scion they had previously encountered. But the matter was beyond reversal. Jassi could no longer hear reason. At this point, they could only trust in their younger brother. After all, his growth over the years had been evident to all. Even within the Frieza Legion, he would be considered an extremely rare elite warrior, especially if he were to unleash the power within his body. Meanwhile, Amoduo behind them rubbed his hands together in excitement and immediately activated his power-level scouter, aiming it at the reckless little Jassi. Hey Lord Dares, let me check just how strong this fellow is. The scouter emitted a soft beep and the data on its lens began to flicker. 10,000. Amuoduo's expression shifted to surprise. He had clearly underestimated this little shorty. His power level was nearly equal to his own. Lord Dares was absolutely right. This universe was far too vast. There were countless skilled fighters out there, but that was all there was to it. Compared to Lord Dares, he was still far inferior. Beside him, Daisy also clicked his tongue in astonishment. He had not expected this little shorty to possess even greater power than himself. Noticing Daisy's expression, Amoduo could not resist grinning and teasing. Daisy, what is with that look? Has your pride been wounded? How about we make a wager? How long do you think this kid can last against the boss? Amuoduo spoke with growing enthusiasm, but Daisy turned his face away, pretending to be indifferent. What is there to guess? How long he can last depends entirely on how long the boss wishes to play with him. When Daliesi's figure completely overshadowed Jaius, looking down with that cold yet disdainful smile, the string of reason in Jaius's mind finally snapped. Ah! A roar that was hardly human erupted from Jaius's throat. The fear, resentment, and unwillingness he had suppressed for over 20 years detonated all at once. The figure vanished from its original position in an instant. The ground beneath his feet shattered inch by inch, leaving a spiderweb-like shallow crater. The piercing sound of air being torn apart made eardrums ache. In the next moment, Jaius's figure appeared before Daliesi at a distance, so close they nearly pressed against each other. He raised both hands high and two massive hammers composed of pure energy materialized out of thin air, carrying an aura of utter destruction as they smashed down toward Daliesi's face. So fast. Amudo cried out instinctively. Daisy's pupils contracted slightly. This speed had already exceeded his expectations. Jaius. Elite gasped in alarm, simultaneously hoping Jaius would win and fearing something might go wrong. He's already releasing more power. I hope things don't spiral out of control. Behind the cracks in the spaceship's hull doors, Tyseus covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock. She saw nothing but a blurred shadow, then two weapons radiating terrifying energy about to smash that man named Daliesi into paste. A cloud of dust and smoke dispersed. Amudo's detector locked onto a surging energy signature within the thick smoke. Yet no figure appeared. Everyone present involuntarily held their breath, eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield. Finally, the dust and smoke slowly cleared. Seeing the scene, Alik and the others instantly felt their hearts tighten. In contrast, Amudo and Daisy wore smiles as though this was exactly what they had expected. Through the dust, Daliesi dragged Jaius off the ground, as if clutching a chick. A trace of crimson had already seeped from the corner of Jaius's mouth. His gaze appeared somewhat unfocused and lost. Why? Why was this Saiyan so powerful? Even stronger than that man from over 2 decades ago. Self-doubt within him intensified further. So was it truly because the Saiyans were too strong, or because he himself was simply too weak? Was he really this feeble? He was the hope of the Zeta family to dominate the universe. If he couldn't even defeat a Saiyan under Fula's command, what could the Zeta family possibly use to replace Fula and rule the cosmos? If Daliesi were to learn of these thoughts now, it would surely be nothing short of a joke. A frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon above. He could never have imagined that this Zeta family which he himself held in such disdain harbored such a mad ambition, to replace Fula and seize power. No, this couldn't even be called an ideal, it was pure delusion. Daliesi remained unmoved, speaking calmly. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to sever your inner demon? At this level it is simply impossible. Daliesi's words completely ignited the final spark of self-accusation burning within Jaius's heart. How this guy's combat power? Amudo's smile hadn't even faded when the readings on his detector suddenly began flashing wildly. The numbers tore past the 20,000 threshold like a stampede of wild horses. What's happening? Purple flames erupted from Jaius's petite frame like a volcanic explosion. The ground beneath his feet cracked into a web of fissures as fierce winds swept sand and stones outward in every direction. ZZT. An ear-piercing crackle of electrical discharge rang out. Amudo's detector detonated without warning. Black fragments shot outward mixed with electric sparks, and one sharp edge carved across Amudo's cheek. Yet he felt no pain at all. His widened eyes remained locked on the scene, a head mouth slightly agape as if frozen in place. Jaius! Maki screamed, instinctively shielded behind Year's bulky frame. Crack! A sharp crystalline sound echoed. The power-suppressing headpiece atop Jaius's crown split open with a visible seam. Then the entire device shattered, completely crumbling into dust that dissolved into the purple aura. His physique transformed before everyone's eyes at a visible rate. Bones crackled and popped as his once petite frame forcefully elongated, gaining half a head in height. Slender muscles swelled into dense cords, straining against his battle armor until it bulged tight. Elik watched this display without a trace of surprise. His gaze turned razor-sharp. As expected, it's finally unleashed. Go, Jaius. I'm equally eager to witness what you've accomplished over these years. Roar! Jaius unleashed a guttural bellow that echoed from his throat, sending shockwaves rippling outward that forced Daisy and Amudo to step back half a pace despite themselves. Jaius's figure vanished from its original position, leaving only a faint purple afterimage. The air before Daliesi suddenly exploded. Jaius appeared out of thin air, that face now twisted into something almost ferocious, filled only with madness. He abandoned his signature energy-manifested weapons. Instead, he chose the most primal and violent approach, throwing a punch. This strike carried no dazzling light effects whatsoever. Yet where his fist traveled, the air was compressed to its absolute limit, producing a continuous barrage of detonations. Amudo and Daisy's expressions shifted instantly. Daisy said nothing, hastily raising his hand to activate the detector at his ear. In the next instant, Jaius materialized before Daliesi, delivering a straight punch brimming with terrifying power directly at him. Daliesi raised his left arm to block. Bang! The collision between fist and forearm produced a deafening explosion of force. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two, forcing Elik and Maki in the distance to instinctively squint against the gale. The ground beneath Amudo, Daisy, and Kakareo's feet carved shallow furrows as the compressed wind forced them back. Amudo's mocking grin vanished entirely. He stepped forward, lowering his stance with sudden intensity, bracing against the relentless pressure waves emanating from the battlefield. The wind pressure in the canyon surged to its zenith. Two figures had already become locked in fierce engagement. Purple energy flares clashed repeatedly against Daliesi's aura, each impact unleashing violent storms of power that hurled debris skyward before an invisible force field pulverized it to dust. The speed was simply too great. Maki and Year's eyes couldn't track the fighters. They could only discern two indistinct shadows darting back and forth through the canyon, each collision accompanied by thunderous roars. On Daisy's detector screen, the combat power reading for Jaius had finally stabilized. 30,000. This fellow. His combat power is actually this formidable. Amudo also paused briefly, then exchanged a glance with Daisy. Both men's eyes revealed a flicker of reflection on this universe teeming with such extraordinary warriors. On the other side, Erek's fists clenched involuntarily at his sides as he stared fixedly at the swirling purple energy at the center of the battlefield, his expression shifting between ecstasy and exhilaration. Macy also paused, her candy chewing, those usually frivolous eyes now fixed unblinkingly upon the battlefield. Elder brother, she cried out, her voice carrying a tremor she had not even noticed in herself. Jiaz. He might actually be able to pull this off. Erek did not turn around. His gaze was magnetized, locked onto Jiaz as he clashed with Dallas. His eyes were filled with relief and anticipation. It was as though he could already see Jaz fighting on behalf of the Zeta family and countless cosmic warriors, ultimately ushering in the day when the Zeta family would reign supreme across the universe. He had let his thoughts run too far astray, but the excitement shining in his eyes was unmistakable. Jaz's attacks were growing ever more frenzied. A violet aura engulfed his entire body, each punch tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Like a mad beast, he had abandoned all technique, relying solely on primal force and raw devastation. The canyon floor could not withstand such fury. Cracks radiated outward from him as boulders were hurled skyward by violent updrafts, only to be reduced to powder midair by the unleashed energy. Dallas moved through the relentless barrage like a phantom threading a storm. When Jaz brought down a devastating hammer strike, Dallas merely tilted his head slightly. The energy construct missed by inches, the force of the strike ruffling the black hair at his forehead. Jaz followed with a sweeping kick capable of splitting rock, yet Dallas simply leaned back, letting the gale pass mere centimeters from the tip of his nose. In the heat of battle, Jaz could feel his strength surging with unprecedented power. He should have won. He had to win. Yet almost immediately he sensed something was wrong. No matter how much he increased his speed or amplified his power, appearing to dominate the exchange, his attacks never seemed to land effectively. But this was no illusion. At the outset, an unprepared Dallas had indeed felt some pressure from Jaz's sudden surge in combat ability. Their earlier skirmish had seemed evenly matched, a back-and-forth struggle. However, as Dallas's capabilities steadily rose, Jaz's every movement began to appear slow, clumsy, riddled with exploitable openings. How is this possible? Why? Jaz's breathing grew heavier. Every strike he unleashed with full force met only emptiness. His fists smashed air, his energy blasted vacant ground. His opponent moved like an elusive shadow, always sidestepping just before impact. This feeling was more despairing than the crushing defeat he had suffered 20 years prior. Because in that battle he had been the stronger party, defeated only by some inexplicable miscalculation. But this time was entirely different. He was the overreaching challenger. Gradually, what unfolded in the canyon could hardly be called a fight. It was more like a one-sided beating. Finally driven to his absolute limit, Jaz concentrated every ounce of his strength into his right fist. The violet aura coalesced into a blinding sphere of light upon his knuckles. He would shatter that detestable face before him with this single strike. Yet his fist still failed to connect with Dallas's face as intended. It was stopped midair by Dallas's outstretched hand. Somewhat unexpected, but this ends here. As he gripped Jaz's fist, Dallas spoke with casual detachment. Jaz's sanity shattered in the blink of an eye. He unleashed a feral roar, wrenched himself free from Dallas's grip, and shot straight toward the sky. His hands began gathering terrifying energy. At first it was but a single point of light. In an instant it swelled into a fireball the size of a basketball. Violet lightning flashed wildly within the energy sphere, and the surrounding space began to warp under the strain, emitting a strained hum that suggested impending rupture. Dallas looked upward. The cold composure on his face finally shifted. It tightened. His brows furrowed. Is this guy insane? Trying to destroy the entire planet? The man had a heart of glass, even more fragile than Vegeta's. The warmth and delight on Eric's face froze completely at the sight of that violet energy sphere. Color drained from his face, leaving it ashen white. Just stay calm, he screamed toward the heavens, his voice cracking with tension. The figure high above paid no heed to his cries. Jaz had been utterly consumed by madness. Mechanically, he poured the last remnant of his strength into the energy sphere. That violet sun continued to expand. Elder brother. Macy's face went pale with terror as she grabbed Eric's arm. Oil beside her was drenched in cold sweat. On the other side, the relaxed expressions of Amand and Da'ai's had vanished. Amand spat on the ground. Has this short brat lost his mind? Can't win, so he's dragging us all into death with him. Da'ai said nothing, his gaze locked on the ever-growing purple sphere, his brow furrowed deeply. He has lost his reason. Through the gap in the spacecraft hatch, Taisai also saw the violet sun hanging in the sky. She did not know precisely what it signified, but she could see the terror and desperation on the faces of those who had seemed so arrogant mere moments before. She could feel the faint vibration of the spacecraft beneath her feet. She could hear the ever louder hum in the air, as though it might burst her eardrums. A primal fear surged from the soles of her feet, straight to her crown. Lord Dallas. Amand could no longer contain himself. He shouted toward Dallas in the canyon. Finish that madman off. Before Amand could finish his sentence, Dallas was no longer where he had stood. Without warning, without any telegraphing motion, not even the ground beneath his feet had cracked. He had simply vanished from sight. Then, before everyone's watching eyes, the violet energy sphere high above began to change. The terrifying orb capable of reducing the entire planet to rubble was shrinking. Dallas's right fist had punched clean through Jaz's abdomen. A spray of blood erupted from Jaz's mouth, carving a long crimson arc through the air. Dallas withdrew his fist. Jaz's body went limp. His arms hung useless at his sides, his head lolling forward as he plummeted straight down from the sky. The violet aura that had been raging around him peeled away in wisps during his fall, scattering like ash carried by the wind. Boom. Jazz's body crashed onto the ground less than 5 meters before a wreck and the others. Bedrock shattered, dust billowed skyward. In his final moment of consciousness, Jazz's vision held only that figure suspended high above, merging with the image forever etched in his mind. The same angle, the same upward gaze, that familiar yet alien scene, until his eyes finally closed. Erek's mind went completely blank. His eyes locked onto Jaiz lying on the ground, dented from the impact. Jaiz lay motionless in the shattered rock. His chest rose and fell slightly, proving he was still alive. On the other side, Amundo let out a long breath. He turned to glance at Daiz. Daiz happened to be looking in the same direction. The two exchanged a look of relief. Above, Dales descended slowly from the sky. He did not look at Jaiz on the ground. Instead, he raised his gaze toward the approaching trio. Erek's expression grew grim as he reached Dales. He bowed formally. Mr. Dales, thank you for showing mercy. Dales walked past Erek as though nothing had happened, patting his shoulder. As I said, inner demons are not easily severed. Dales pushed through the group and headed straight toward the spacecraft. From Erek's perspective, Dallas boarded the ship with Amundo and the others. Then it rose slowly into the sky. Only then did Erek lead Magi and oil toward Jaiz. Magi lifted Jaiz and examined him carefully, then returned a relieved glance to Erek. Erek also exhaled in relief. The Frieza Force is not an enemy we can challenge now. There is still a long road ahead, he sighed. The Dales vessel had already entered cruise mode. In the main control room, Dales listened to the reports from the Rei's and Rakes brothers. These were conversations from the Sata family. Dales's expression shifted through various emotions. It was not just Dales. Daiz and Amundo also looked puzzled. These were the Sata family's discussions about the Frieza Force. The skimpiest kickback schemes were not even the most shocking revelations. What truly stunned them was the Sata family members' audacious ambition to replace Frieza. They fell silent. Good heavens. After a tense silence, Amundo ventured to ask, Lord Dale, should we turn this over to Frieza? Keep it for now. Dales rose from the console, removed the storage chip, and rolled it between his fingers twice. Lord Dales. Amundo pressed. You need not worry about this. Let me first consider how to maximize its value. After Dales spoke, the others fell silent despite their confusion. He gathered the audio files and walked toward his quarters. On the opposite side of the ship corridor, Taisai cracked the door open. The voices from the control room had stopped and footsteps scattered in different directions. Amundo's footsteps paused outside her door. Taisai's heart raced, but he merely glanced in her direction, said nothing, and strode past. She exhaled in relief. Taisai closed the door and sat on her bed. The thought of being trapped with these terrifying creatures with no escape made her sink into despair. She still needed to find a way to contact GAC or the Galactic Patrol. Of course not to help Dales obtain Earth's coordinates. Taisai would never become an accomplice to the evil Scion invasion of Earth. On the contrary, she would expose Dales's wicked deeds to the Galactic Patrol. The Dales vessel's return journey proceeded smoothly. The silhouette of the Frieza Force headquarters planet emerged from the viewport. A world of breathtaking beauty, teeming with life, glowing softly against the cosmic void. The Dales vessel entered its landing trajectory. Dale stood at the window with arms crossed. The approach lights glowed below. The vessel's engines shifted to vertical descent, settling firmly into its assigned dock. Before the hatch fully opened, Dales spotted the welcoming party outside. Sorbo waited ahead in the docking bay. The gentleman who usually carried himself with such arrogance now stepped forward proactively. Mr. Dales. Sorbo's tone carried an unprecedented courtesy. King Frieza has been awaiting your arrival. Behind Sorbo, Dodoria followed. Dodoria wore an uncommonly friendly smile. Mr. Dales, you have worked hard on this mission, he offered. Not at all. Dales brushed past them. Show me the way. Sorbo and Dodoria exchanged a glance and fell in step behind him. Amundo and the others lingered behind. For now, they lacked the standing to be summoned alongside Dales. The trio reached the command chamber quickly. The doors slid open before Dales. Frieza's hovering seat faced away from the entrance. At the sound of their approach, Frieza slowly turned. Mr. Dales. A faint smile curved his lips. Well done. This mission was executed excellently. Dales sank to one knee. Thank you for the praise, my lord. Everything was arranged by your grace. Ho ho ho, rise. No need for excessive formalities, Mr. Dales. Frieza gestured subtly. Alec of the Sata group has already provided a thorough report. Frieza moved to position himself before the console. Without Mr. Dales, they would never have completed this deal. Frieza's craft settled nearby. Therefore effective today. His tail flicked casually. Mr. Dales, you are formally promoted to A-class status within the Force with full command authority and independent operational privileges. Sorbo will arrange the specifics of your new authorities. Reaching this point, Frieza exchanged a glance with Sorbo. Sorbo understood and withdrew. Frieza continued, Mr. Dales, please step forward. Next we shall discuss your future role. I wish to hear your thoughts and recommendations. Frieza's hovering seat repositioned before the console. He raised his hand, and the command chamber dimmed abruptly. A massive three-dimensional star chart ascended from the console's center, slowly rotating amid countless points of light. Only then did Dales grasp the full scope of the Frieza Force. The information he had gathered from public sources paled in comparison to this visualization. Countless points marked territories under the Force's control, radiating from the center in all directions and consuming nearly 8/10 of the known northern galaxy. Frieza tapped the display 3 times. 3 critical border regions where the Force interfaced with neighboring galaxies were isolated and enlarged, each highlighted in distinct colors. Mr. Dales, before discussing your assignment, I wish for you to meet several commanders. Frieza's finger landed on the first red-marked sector. This is the buffer zone between the Force and the Eastern Galaxy. The commander is Sorbal. A brief recording appeared on screen. A diminutive alien officer in Force uniform stood at the console of a medium warship. Dales's pupils contracted. He recognized this man. This was Sorbal from the Dragon Ball movie, the one who revived Frieza. Commander Sorbal lacks exceptional combat ability, but his analytical skills with data are unmatched even by Sorbo himself. Frieza paused. My father told me that when Sorbal took over the eastern regions 5 decades ago, the annual losses were enough to purchase 3 A-class planets. Now it is the Force's most profitable sector by far. Frieza's tail tip flicked. He maintains maximum output with minimal troop deployment. Commander Sorbal's acumen is admirable, Dales remarked. His praise was genuine. One who survived the previous regime and earned Frieza's approval truly deserved recognition. Dales never withheld respect from those who had earned it. Frieza wore a satisfied expression, then his finger traced to the second highlighted region. A plump diminutive woman appeared on screen. Her violet-blue skin contrasted with short white hair as she stood in ornate Force ceremonial robes within a circular chamber. Lady Bolibulu is among the Force's most veteran members. She taught me much before I inherited the organization. Frieza's tone carried an ambiguity Dales could not parse, whether deference or wariness. She has commanded the southern frontier for over a century. In her domain, her word is law. Her territory is not the largest, but it represents the critical front line against the southern galaxy. For over a century, no external force has breached her defenses. Dales watched the footage of the compact woman and nodded appreciatively. Over a century, that time span alone spoke volumes. She was a foundational figure with ties to Frieza's lineage, having held power since King Cold's reign and served as his mentor. In the terminology of his previous life, she would be classified as an imperial tutor of the highest caliber, a person demanding careful attention. The footage transitioned. 2 rotund aliens appeared on screen, their features bearing a resemblance to Dodoria. Nearly identical in build and ferocious in expression, they radiated an intensity that required no scanner to sense. Their territory occupied the northwestern sector where the Force's borders met the western galaxy, a sprawling zone of chaos. Oppo and Carter. The brothers serve as joint commanders of this region. However, due to the area's extreme volatility and their relatively brief tenure of less than 2 decades, Captain Ginyu currently assists them in maintaining order. Frieza's tail flicked. Their strength lies in combat. Their fused form is particularly formidable. The Northwest region's stability rests primarily on the brothers' martial prowess. Was this not the pair soundly defeated by Goten and Trunks in a theatrical film? Dales felt that familiar memory surface again. These brothers possessed comical appearances that belied their capabilities. Now Frieza had provided a precise evaluation. Indeed, they were pure warriors, relying entirely on brute strength. Commander Salb controls the economic lifeline, Commander Bolibulu guards the southern frontier, and the Abacat brothers deter the northwest. Frieza's hovercraft slowly rotated half a turn, and 3 star fields lit up simultaneously on the star map behind him. These 3 forces are the 3 cornerstones supporting the Frieza army. Frieza's hovercraft stopped before Tarles. And you, Mr. Tarles. A tail drooped from the edge of the hovercraft, gently tapping Tarles' shoulder. I hope you can become the 4th cornerstone of the army. Tarles' body stiffened slightly. What a heavy burden. Even Dodoria below couldn't help but tremble. Yet at this moment Tarles' mind was racing frantically. He had no way of knowing whether Frieza's words were sincere or merely empty promises. But what he did know was that the more he gained, the tighter the bond would become. If he ever wanted to sever ties with the Frieza army in the future, it would not be so easy. Today it's the 4th cornerstone, out tomorrow it will be the 4th chain. And no matter what kind of cornerstone it is, when things turn sour, Frieza won't care about your life. Have you ever seen a foundation stone build a house on its own? As long as Frieza, the central pillar, remains standing, the Frieza army can endlessly replenish new stones. But no matter how he calculated inwardly, he would never neglect the pleasantries on the surface. I am deeply honored by your high regard, Lord Frieza, but I fear I might fail to live up to your expectations. This fear was genuine. Failing Lord Frieza's expectations would surely cost him his life. He no need to be modest. Frieza waved his hand, then continued. You are different from Mr. Zarbin and Mr. Dodoria. They are neither skilled at commanding nor possess battle prowess that commands awe. Before meeting you, Mr. Tarls, I had been pondering whether I needed a barbaric force like the former planet Vegeta's army charging into battle or a regional governor to rule over a territory. Now I have roughly arrived at an answer. If I recall correctly, a few elite Saiyan warriors possess the ability to create a moon. Mr. Tarls, you must also have mastered this skill, correct? Tarles quickly nodded. Yes, Lord Frieza. I can indeed create an artificial moon emitting over 17 million Zinubuluzi waves. The so-called transformation was of course the Great Ape transformation. However, this ability had significant limitations. First, it cannot be used on planets with sparse life energy. In simpler terms, planets with too low oxygen levels. Second, it requires a vast amount of chi and stamina. Usually after creating an artificial moon, a Scion's combat power drops considerably. Thus, the power gained from an artificial moon transformation is naturally inferior to that from a real moon. I was right about you, Mr. Tarles. Frieza nodded in satisfaction. This puts my mind at ease. Mr. Tarles will surely become a solid foundation for my Frieza army. I look forward to that day. However, even a cornerstone needs a starting point. Frieza traced a line on the star map. So, Mr. Tarles, tell me, do you have any thoughts on where you'd like to go? Tarles's heart stirred. He had no intention of choosing. How could he decide such a thing himself? You go wherever the boss sends you. He put on a perfectly calculated, pensive expression. Not too quick as if premeditated, nor too long so as not to seem indecisive. I leave it entirely to your arrangement, Lord Frieza. Frieza flicked his tail and nodded. The star map on the console spun again, finally stopping on a region at the edge of the galaxy. That region's stars were sparse and dim, like a forgotten corner compared to other star fields. You've only recently joined the army. This caution is appropriate. Everything should proceed step by step. Frieza's tail swayed slowly behind him. Here, his finger landed on that dim star field. Remote and underdeveloped, not rich in resources, nor densely populated, but stable. No complicated situation, suitable for you to first gain a foothold and gradually familiarize yourself with the army's operations. Frieza's gaze shifted from the star map to Tarles. What do you think, Mr. Tarles? Your consideration is most thorough, Lord Frieza. I will do my utmost. The star map slowly shrank, returning to the full view of the northern galaxy. Very well. I look forward to seeing your future performance, Mr. Tarles. Mr. Zarbin will brief you on the specifics later. No need to rush. With that, Frieza's floating seat began to rotate toward the console, as if signaling the end of the conversation. But Tarles did not move. He stood there with a look of hesitation on his face. That expression caught Frieza's peripheral vision. The floating seat stopped rotating. Mr. Tarles, it seems you have something else to say. Tarles lowered his gaze, putting on a hesitant expression. Then he raised his head, his gaze not toward Frieza. Instead, it quickly glanced toward Dodoria. Frieza immediately understood Tarles's meaning. Then he smiled. Oh, now I'm curious. The tip of Frieza's tail traced a small circle behind him. Mr. Dodoria, please go assist Mr. Zarbin in preparing the follow-up arrangements for Mr. Tarles. Dodoria was taken aback. He instinctively looked at Frieza, then at Tarles. Wait, you've just risen to power, and you're already trying to edge out old employees. Dodoria's face flushed purple. But Frieza had already turned away, not even glancing at him. As dissatisfied as he was, he dared not defy Frieza's orders. Yes, Lord Frieza. The heavy alloy door slid shut behind Dodoria. The command room fell silent instantly. Only the faint electronic hum of the star map on the console remained. Speak, Mr. Tarles. Frieza's tone was lazy, but Tarles could feel the weight of that gaze. What requires such caution? Tarles raised his head. Lord Frieza, during my dealings with the Zeta group, I inadvertently uncovered some circumstances. Those fellows seem to have engaged in some rather unsavory behavior toward the Frieza army, and even toward you, Lord Frieza. Frieza's tail stopped swaying. Oh. For instance, Tarles immediately seized the opportunity, spilling all the misdeeds the Zeta group had committed during this mission's transaction. Ho ho ho. The laughter echoed through the empty room. Dallas seemed to sense the air around him growing colder. Frieza's eyes were already narrowed. The laughter was unsettling, making it impossible to relax. What amusing little insects, Frieza spoke, his voice gentle. Their appetites are even larger than I imagined. Mr. Dallas, you've done excellently. Mr. Sabo took a very long time back then to uncover their subtle maneuvers. You only went on one mission, yet you saw through these fellows' greedy faces. Dallas still caught the information hidden in Frieza's words. Sabo had already discovered this matter before. That meant Frieza had known all along. Those people from the Zeta group were fortunate to still be alive. They had been squeezing profits right off Frieza and got caught, yet they still managed to keep their lives. When had Frieza become so merciful? Frieza noticed the confusion in Dallas's eyes and began to explain slowly. The value of the Zeta group lies in the vast customer network and intelligence channels they control across the northern galaxy. These channels serve as an important supplement to the Legion's interstellar real estate business. There are many buyers who dare not trade directly with the Legion and need brokers like Zeta to bridge the deal. Frieza paused, his eyes narrowing further. I originally planned to proceed, gradually waiting until they had fully spread their dark web across the northern galaxy, before swallowing them whole, skin and bones. It seems these insects have eaten too much and grown too fast. Perhaps I need to accelerate the pace. Dallas raised his head. Does Your Excellency Frieza need me to clean them up? Frieza waved his hand. There is no hurry. They still have utility value for now merely. A moderate warning is unavoidable. With the atmosphere building to this point, some thoughts suddenly surged into Dallas's mind, impossible to suppress. Your Excellency Frieza, speaking of which, I have always harbored some unorthodox thoughts about the operational model that the Legion and most beings in the universe revere and follow. Seeing this, Frieza maintained his gentlemanly smile. Mr. Dallas, speak your mind. You are someone who has just rendered meritorious service to the Legion. There is no need for such formality. Consider our Legion's current practice. It is essentially a one-time deal. Eliminate the natives, then sell everything off like blank commodities to willing buyers. I believe this approach not only yields low profits, but also makes us vulnerable to being bled dry by middlemen like Zeta. Oh, Frieza's tail tip twitched twice, showing a hint of interest. A novel perspective I have never heard before. Continue. Killing the hen to get the eggs only earns one-time money. Dallas placed both hands on the edge of the console. My idea is interstellar real estate combined with property monopoly. Interstellar real estate. Property monopoly. Frieza murmured. When taking over a planet, if we instead intervene under the guise of peacekeeping forces or urban renewal, sparing the natives' lives and relocating them to centralized settlements. Using the Legion's technology, we build entirely new standardized cities and commercial districts on the planet. Frieza leaned back in his chair. Exactly. Dallas nodded. After construction is complete, we sell the newly built properties to the natives through installment loans. Have them pay in installments. If managed properly to these primitives, we would not only save their civilization, but also provide them with homes far surpassing their own level of civilization. They would be forever grateful, working generation after generation to repay debts, forever creating value for the Legion. Frieza fell silent. After a moment, a soft laugh escaped him, and he shook his head. An inventive idea, but it does not align with the Legion's operational logic. The natives cannot even afford basic sustenance, let alone money to buy houses. Dallas laughed. As expected of Your Excellency Frieza, you saw through the key issue immediately. Relying solely on the natives indeed cannot generate substantial profits. Therefore, the real customers have never been them. Dallas braced his hands on the desk and leaned forward. We need to make money from the universe's wealthy elite. Let those millionaires settle and live on our territory. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Mr. Dallas, you may not fully understand, those millionaires generally do not easily conduct business on territory controlled by others. Or do you have a particularly ingenious approach, Mr. Dallas? Dallas stood upright. At this point, Dallas had successfully led Frieza into his rhythm, and now he would not let this opportunity slip. Your Excellency Frieza, do you still remember that we take over planets in the name and manner of the Galactic Peacekeeping Force? Under those circumstances, what I mentioned earlier, that those natives would be forever grateful to us, is no joke. Our Frieza Legion would wield enormous prestige and influence locally. Think about it, wouldn't that be quite different from ordinary interstellar prosperous economic zones? Also consider those large interstellar corporations. Wherever they operate, expenses on security forces are an unwavering, indispensable part of their budget, correct? Now imagine, if on the Frieza Legion's territory, would security still be a problem? Safety privileges, these could all become the Legion's brand signature. The universe is full of pirates and bandits. Millionaires, having made their fortune, fear death the most, and fear having their wealth stolen. Designate several planets with the finest environments as top-tier luxury districts. The Legion provides absolute military protection. As long as they pay property fees, anyone who touches them is opposing the entire Legion. And on our territory, we have native residents as labor force who can also serve as a contrast to these millionaires. Only the existence of these impoverished natives can further highlight the millionaire's wealth. I call this emotional value. Moreover, this business has enormous expansion potential. With the Legion's capabilities, creating an interconnected star region should be no problem, correct? As long as we establish a favorable environment during the initial phase, subsequent development can proceed progressively. Not only residential areas, but commercial districts are our core objectives. With Dallas's persuasive guidance, Frieza seemed completely drawn into that grand vision of a commercial empire. After a long while, Frieza finally spoke slowly. I must say, Mr. Dallas, you seem to have moved me. I actually feel an unprecedented sensation. For instance, you might be the person who understands me the most among all I have ever met. An operational model utterly different from before. Rent only, no sales. If this can be achieved, the Legion's influence over the universe would far exceed what it is today. For Frieza, compared to the title of tyrannical emperor, which he did not care about. If he could become a universally beloved emperor, who would refuse? I have decided. After you arrive at your assigned base, implement the plan exactly as described. How does that sound? I am very much looking forward to seeing how far you can take this. Sensing the timing was right, Dallas prepared to call it a day and return to practical matters. Additionally, besides the various advantages of our Frieza Legion, I believe there are certain things that are indispensable. What? Core industries and core branding. Our Legion's traditional core industries and labels in the universe are not quite suitable as promotional materials. If Your Excellency Frieza agrees, I would like to attempt using Your Excellency as the primary promotional image. My squad recently recruited a new member, a novelist. I think this could come in handy. Oh, a flash of delight crossed Frieza's expression once more. It seems Mr. Dallas is well prepared. Then I leave everything to your arrangement, including your specific posting. I will not designate it. You may choose any base or star region you wish. I trust you will not disappoint me, Mr. Dallas. Otherwise I would be truly heartbroken. Dallas solemnly knelt on one knee, his tone sincere and grave. I shall etch Your Excellency's trust deep within my heart. Should I fail you, I accept death as my due. As he departed the command center, Dare's mind churned with conflicting emotions. He had not anticipated everything proceeding with such disconcerting smoothness, leaving him with an uneasy sense that despite having meticulously prepared, events had unfolded with an underlying haste. The trust Frieza had placed in him far exceeded his expectations to the point of bewildering him. What had been his original reason for joining the Frieza Force once more? Had he fled? Was this merely a transitional phase? Perhaps the Frieza Force was after all his true stage. This fleeting moment of self-doubt darted across Dare's mind before fading. Yet it did not linger. No matter how illustrious his current standing or how exuberant his spirit deep within his heart, Dare's did not yearn for such a life. Do not mistake Frieza's present favor for security. To imagine Dare's could rest easy would be pure delusion. He was hardly in a position to relax himself. Indeed, he possessed not the slightest margin for error. While he had secured considerable autonomy, should he fail to deliver results satisfactory to Frieza, there would be absolutely no room for pardon or excuse. Dare's bore this truth firmly in mind. In the days that followed, he made no hasty moves, instead focusing on preparing himself in optimal condition for the impending role of base commander. Rumors had also begun circulating within the headquarters base. This newly promoted A-class officer was in fact a newcomer who had joined less than 2 months prior. It was whispered that his status subtly surpassed even the veteran commanders Zarbon and Dodoria. Moreover, he was soon to assume the position of supreme commander at the branch base. How vexing it was to witness such comparisons. As news from headquarters radiated outward to other branch bases, Vegeta's squad stationed in an unnamed star system and just returning for rest also caught wind of the development. Within the cramped operations chamber, the air hung heavy and stifling. The metallic casing of the nutrient pod groaned under Vegeta's fingers, deforming with a sharp creak. Crack! The pod burst under his grip. Murky nutrient fluid dripped between Vegeta's fingers, pooling onto the control console. That man. He has already reached such heights. Nappa and Raditz sat on either side, both turning away in silence. The oppressive atmosphere among the three had persisted for far too long. Since departing the capital, Vegeta had scarcely spoken. After a stretch of silence, he suddenly turned his head slightly toward Raditz and asked a question. Raditz. Why, yes, Vegeta. Raditz immediately tensed, as nervous as a schoolboy summoned before a strict teacher. I recall you mentioning you had a younger brother, correct? Raditz hesitated. Over the years, he had nearly forgotten about that matter entirely. Indeed, it seemed he did have a younger brother named Kakarot. During their final meeting with their parents, his father had informed him that Kakarot was sent to a remote and backward planet, while their mother had insisted he preserve the younger one's coordinates. You should look after your brother. Raditz had paid it no mind. He had always found his parents' demeanor somewhat peculiar, unlike typical Saiyans. They had shown far more affection for their children than Saiyan norms would suggest, and the close bond between the two brothers was something he had never experienced among his fellow Saiyans. In his view, what worth did brotherhood hold? Look after him. Not a chance. It was only now, with Vegeta bringing it up, that the memory of that younger brother resurfaced. Yes, indeed. He was dispatched to a primitive planet called Earth. Whether he still remains there, I cannot say. If he survives, he should still be on that planet. It is highly underdeveloped and presumably lacks interstellar travel capabilities. Those one-way spaceships would not permit him to leave. Vegeta released his grip, and the crushed nutrient pod clattered to the floor. Murky fluid seeped between his fingers, splattering across the cold metallic plating. Our efficiency in conquering planets has been declining. Perhaps we should shift our targets to those inferior planets. Nappa and Raditz exchanged a glance, neither daring to respond. What? Nappa instinctively blurted, convinced he had misheard. Vegeta ignored him and continued. Then we will split up and increase our efficiency. He paused, shifting his gaze from the stellar chart to survey his two subordinates. By doing so, if we can recruit additional members, our efficiency could improve further. At this, Raditz instantly understood the implication. Vegeta's gaze rested upon him. Vegeta Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. Bringing him along would offer us no real advantage, would it? Raditz ventured cautiously, attempting to counter with the most fundamental Saiyan logic. Nappa chipped in with a gruff agreement. Exactly, Vegeta. What use is a worthless low-class warrior? That kind of trash would only drag us down. Yet Vegeta merely shook his head indifferently. Even the weakest Saiyan belongs to a warrior race. He could still assist us in conquering inferior planets without issue. Vegeta's gaze shifted back toward Raditz. What I need is an ally, not an elite. There was an undercurrent of anxiety in his voice. He could not bear to crawl forward like a snail, slowly and inefficiently accumulating meaningless merits, while that fellow dares rose swiftly through the ranks at Frieza's headquarters. Vegeta had risked life and limb for the Frieza Force for so many years, yet why had he not been promoted to A-class? He could not accept it. He needed to change his circumstances. Even if it meant adding merely one insignificant low-class warrior, as long as it improved their efficiency in the slightest, he was willing to try. Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans, their most gifted warrior. Among the Saiyans, he would surely prove the finest. In every aspect, Raditz studied Vegeta's expression and knew his prince had made up his mind. Then, Vegeta, should I go to Earth now to retrieve Kakarot? Raditz shifted to inquire about the specific execution plan. However, Earth appears to be exceedingly far from here. How long would it take? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Raditz approached the control console and began inputting commands rapidly. The ship's navigation logs and stellar map data materialized on the display. A fine sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead. According to the system calculations, the one-way journey is estimated to take 1.5 to 2 years. That long. The tension between Vegeta's brows deepened. 2 years. So much could be accomplished in that time. Too lengthy. The system's projections are generally conservative. We may arrive somewhat sooner. Raditz added. After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta still shook his head. With an irritable wave of his hand, he declared, not just yet. Turning his back to them, he paced restlessly within the confined operations chamber. All our future mission targets should be selected in this direction. His finger traced a line across the stellar map, extending from their current position all the way to the sector where Earth resided. We will advance toward Earth while completing our assignments. Once we reach a suitable distance. Vegeta's gaze finally settled on Raditz's face. Then you will go and fetch Kakarot. This way we can minimize time wasted. Understood. Understood. Raditz and Nappa rose to their feet simultaneously. At this moment, the dandelion had slipped beyond the gravitational influence of Frieza's headquarters, drifting silently into the cosmic abyss like a mote of dust cast upon black velvet. In the main control room, the ship sailed automatically along its preset course, the Starsea, flowing gently beyond the viewport. Dandelion stood before the control console, gazing at the remote star region at the edge of the galaxy he had marked on the stellar chart. The hatch behind him slid open as Reese and Locke stepped inside. In their hands, they carried a neatly folded combat suit in a shade of gray darker than the standard army issue. Lord Dandelion. Reese extended the combat suit forward. We've completed the gravity suit you requested. Locke chimed in beside him. As per your instructions, we simplified the structure and utilized materials from within the Army's reserves. The results exceeded our expectations, more stable and easier to control than anticipated. Dandelion took the combat suit. Its weight in his hands far exceeded that of ordinary clothing. In truth, he had initially intended to have Reese and the others construct a gravity room. In his past life's memories, this was something that Dr. Briefs of Earth had supposedly tinkered into existence. Yet now within Frieza's army, a force whose technology surpassed that of most civilizations in the universe, they couldn't fabricate something as simple as a gravity room. What in the world? Could it be that Earth's technology had somehow, without anyone noticing, advanced to the forefront of the cosmos? He couldn't make sense of it. Since the gravity room proved unattainable, he had no choice but to settle for the next best option, the gravity suit. After all, according to his memories, this was a highly effective training method validated by Goku, the illustrious Earth martial artist born as Kakarot. Dandelion clutched the combat suit and strode toward the ship's training chamber. The training room was modest in size, its walls reinforced with specially treated alloy plating. Dandelion removed his battle armor and donned the dark gray gravity suit. The garment conformed to his body, its joint design remarkably flexible, presenting not the slightest hint of obstruction. He flexed his limbs and then tapped the control on the panel embedded within his wrist guard. A hum resonated. An indescribable heaviness descended upon him instantaneously from every corner of his body, as if an invisible mountain had descended without warning upon his shoulders. Every bone in his body groaned under the unbearable strain, muscle fibers trembling violently beyond his control. Dandelion's legs buckled, nearly sending him to his knees. Amando and the others observing from outside couldn't help but step forward, their faces etched with concern. What's happening? Reese. Did you make it too heavy? Reese and Locke exchanged helpless glances. At first they too had wondered if the weight might be excessive. But Lord Dandelion had insisted on making it as heavy as possible. Within the training chamber, Dandelion gritted his teeth, the muscles in his legs bulging and straining as he somehow managed to withstand the terrifying pressure. Sweat the moment the pressure descended seeped from his pores, trickling down his temples. He gradually, inch by inch, straightened his spine. Every cell in his body screamed in protest. Yet whether it was the stubborn Saiyan blood coursing through his veins or something else entirely, he found himself beginning to embrace this sensation. That pure feeling of pitting his own will against the limits of his flesh. External aids were after all mere shortcuts. And at present he had no shortcuts available. Only strength forged through sweat and willpower truly belonged to oneself. He began attempting to move. A simple leg raise alone consumed tremendous effort, his thigh muscles feeling as though they might tear asunder. He began throwing punches. His arm movements were sluggish and ponderous, each swing producing a dull, heavy sound as the air was compressed. Sweat poured down like rain. Soon it had soaked entirely through his gravity suit, forming a small puddle upon the floor. His breathing grew ragged, his chest heaving violently, a beast-like growl rising from his throat. Every muscle in his body trembled, tore, and then reorganized under the terrifying pressure. This agony of pushing beyond his limits filled him with a perverse kind of pleasure. Meanwhile, along another corridor of the ship, Tareen emerged cautiously from her room, steadying herself against the wall. Her stomach growled at an inopportune moment. It seemed she had ventured out in search of sustenance. Uncertain where the kitchen lay and afraid to wander aimlessly, she could only follow her memory toward the direction of the main control room. For the time being, on account of Dandelion's standing, the others had not given her too much trouble. Gradually, as her courage grew, she had even begun engaging in conversation with them. She crept along, her footsteps silent as a cat. As she passed a junction, a peculiar sound reached her from deep within the passage, a dull rhythmic thudding. Driven by curiosity, she edged toward the source of the sound step by step. The noise emanated from behind a sealed metal door. She rose on tiptoe, moving like a cat stalking prey, and arrived soundlessly at the metal door. There was a small observation window set into it. She pressed her eye to the cold glass. It was Dandelion. He wore a peculiar-looking suit, sweat mingling with rising steam that obscured his features. Yet Tareen could still faintly discern from a suitable angle those burning, piercing eyes of his. The sight made her startle backward involuntarily, a chill running down her spine. For those were the eyes of a primordial beast. Good heavens, the Saiyans truly were terrifying creatures. She had nearly been brainwashed by his impeccable courtesy and refined manners displayed throughout recent days. "Hey there, newcomer, what are you looking at?" A gruff voice barked from behind her. Tareen leapt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, spinning around to collide with a broad, solid chest. Ouch! Tareen tumbled onto her backside, staring up blankly at Amando before her. Amando scratched his head, casting a glance toward the training room, and then down at Tareen on the floor. Tareen steadied her nerves and rose to her feet. Pointing toward the training chamber, she asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with him?" Amando returned to his original position, and after a moment's hesitation, Tareen followed. "Isn't it obvious? Lord Dandelion is training. Training? Does it have to be like that? I thought he had lost control and gone berserk." The moment these words left Tareen's mouth, Amando, Daz, and the rest fixed her with stern glares. "Listen here, newcomer. It's only because Lord Dandelion said you might prove useful that we've been civil to you. Don't push your luck." Realizing her misstep, Tareen hastily unzipping her lips, indicating she would keep silent. Unknowingly, she found herself standing alongside Amando and the others, watching intently as Dandelion within the training chamber gradually adapted from his initial stumbling struggle. His movements grew increasingly fluid. Time flowed on. Before long, Dandelion emerged from the training chamber, drenched in sweat and somewhat enfeebled. The moment he stepped through the doorway, he collapsed onto his backside, gasping for breath. Lord Dandelion. Amando and the others rushed to support him. Amando and Daz, flanking Dales on either side, virtually dragged him out of the training chamber. "Lord Dales, are you all right?" Dales leaned against the chair, back muscles still twitching involuntarily. Huff, huff. Yet on his face, there was no trace of pain, only the exhilaration of conquering his limits. After catching his breath, he ignored Amando and Daz's concerned expressions and turned his gaze toward Reese and Lacase, standing on the other side of the control console. "Good. Better than I expected." Dales raised his wrist, pointing to the control panel on his gauntlet. "The response speed of the weight adjustment system is quite fast." "Well done." Reese and Lacase exchanged glances, their faces bearing the distinctive pride of tech enthusiasts. "We reformed it using the Army's latest energy stabilization technology. In theory, it can achieve seamless adjustment." Lacase adjusted his goggles. "Lord Dales, what you just endured was already the theoretical weight limit of this suit." Reese added, "Pushing it further and the material structure might become unstable." Dales nodded, quite satisfied with the result. He surveyed everyone in the main control room, of course excluding Talith. "Custom make one for each person, including the two of you brothers. The appearance should mimic our standard combat attire. indistinguishable from the outside. Armando's worry instantly transformed into astonishment. He rubbed his ears in disbelief. Daz was likewise stunned, instinctively glancing at the torture device, still radiating scorching heat on Dales's body. What? Lord Dales, we have to wear that too. You're not joking, are you? That thing is a torture device. The mere thought of wearing that contraption made Armando feel every bone in his body screaming in protest. He had witnessed their leader's half-dead state quite clearly. Though Daz remained silent, his furrowed brow spoke volumes about his opinion. He even felt this wasn't training anymore. It was pure torment. Reese and Lacase were even more terrified, shrinking back like frightened turtles. They were technicians, not fighters. Wearing that thing might crush them into a pulp on the spot. Only Kakakoj had no reaction whatsoever. Lord Dales, this. Daz attempted to speak, hoping to offer some gentle persuasion. However, Dales merely cast a cold glance at him. That single look made Daz swallow every remaining word back down. Slowly he rose from his chair. If you still wish to grow stronger, cast aside your doubts. He surveyed the assembly, and those luminous eyes held no trace of the earlier exhaustion. Only fathomless calculation and commanding authority. In our future there will be no spirit tree fruit to rely upon. They all deflated like punctured balloons, bowing their resistant heads. Yes, Lord Dales. The atmosphere in the main control room grew peculiar. Under Dales's urging, Reese and Lacase resignedly made their way toward the workshop. Armando and Daz departed with equal trepidation. They were about to face Dales's new combat attire, their expressions grimmer than soldiers marching to their execution. Soon only Dales and Talith remained in the vast control room. Dales sank into the commander's seat, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. The searing agony of muscles being torn apart and reconstructed still lingered in his veins, yet he could distinctly feel his body adapting and recovering at an astonishing rate. He casually picked up a food container from the nearby table and lifted the lid. Inside, the high-energy synthesized meal still radiated warmth. Dales grabbed a spoon and began eating without ceremony. Across the room, Talith cradled her own food container, taking delicate bites while her eyes darted toward Dales from time to time. The entire space felt utterly silent save for the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Finishing her last bite, Talith set aside the empty container. After much hesitation, she finally rose to her feet. Moving stealthily, she tiptoed step by step toward Dales, resembling nothing so much as a cat attempting to steal fish while fearing discovery by its owner. Dales didn't even lift his head, his spoon scraping loudly against the food container. If you have something to say, just say it. Yet she still mustered her courage, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. That. You mentioned before that you already have the coordinates for Earth. Is that true? So that was what she wanted to know. Dales ceased his meal and finally raised his gaze. Yes, why? Are you afraid? Dales studied Talith with keen interest. Afraid I'll really invade Earth and destroy your homeland? Or perhaps, afraid that you've become worthless to me and I'll eliminate you as an inconvenience? Boom. These two sentences struck Talith like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her face drained of all color in an instant. She opened her mouth, stammering, yet ultimately not a single word could escape her lips. Observing her petrified state, Dales found it rather amusing. Teasing this earthbound spinster was one of his few sources of entertainment during these dreary voyages across the cosmos. Relax a little. Dales waved his hand. Let me give you some good news. I've decided not to go to Earth anymore. Talith froze. Then, regaining her composure, her expression betrayed a profound skepticism. Why? Dales shrugged, his expression one of absolute certainty. Because it's far too distant. He gestured toward the boundless starry sea beyond the viewport. Hearing Dales's explanation, Talith couldn't find any flaw in his reasoning. It sounded perfectly logical. A wild, euphoric relief surged through her, instantly releasing every taut nerve. Though she remained deeply skeptical of Dales's slippery words, at the very least the immediate crisis had been averted. She exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. Dales's tone suddenly shifted. However, you probably won't have much leisure time either. Talith's heart lurched once more. A cascade of question marks materialized in her mind. Dales rose from his seat, circumvented the control console, and approached her. When I reported to Lord Frieza, I happened to mention that my team includes a brilliant novelist renowned throughout the cosmos. He extended a finger and tapped Talith's forehead. So Ms. Talith, congratulations. You have a new job. Tyasai let out a belated scream, completely stunned. On her face, which had just relaxed, was an expression of sheer disbelief. New job? Working for whom? For this siren. Her mind raced, trying to grasp the meaning behind those words, but her chaotic thoughts rendered her utterly incapable of thinking. Why? Why am I involved in this? She tried to retort. I'm not your subordinate. After saying that, she felt guilty herself. In front of such a ferocious siren, talking about subordinates and freedom was like a sheep bargaining with a hungry wolf. Deliasai laughed. He put down the food container in his hand. He did not release any chi, but the intangible pressure made the air in the main control room thick and viscous. Oh. Deliasai walked up to her, leaning forward slightly. The corners of his mouth curled upward, his voice as soft as a lover's whisper. You're not my subordinate. Then do you want to be my prisoner? These words sent Taisai into an icy abyss. Miss Taisai, you need to understand one thing. Taisai extended a finger and gently pressed it against her forehead, stopping her from trying to escape. You no longer hold any value to me. I have already obtained the coordinates of Earth through the Frieza Legion's database. The process was a bit tortuous, but the result is good. So do you understand? I. Taisai's lips trembled, her mind in turmoil. She had a premonition that this man's patience was gradually fading away. You know, I am actually a very merciful person. Taisai's voice remained soft. I could have simply thrown you out of the spaceship and left you to perish in the cold universe. Or sell you to some black market for some pocket money. But I am not that kind of person. Unless forced by a mission, I really don't want to stain my hands with blood. Although Taisai did not believe a single word of this, she could only nod like a pounding garlic at this moment. Taisai paused. So I gave you a chance to choose. A chance to become useful again. Miss Taisai, you don't want to know how I would treat a worthless prisoner, do you? I am your subordinate. Taisai swiftly took the opportunity to back down. After all, saving her life was the priority. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there will be plenty of firewood. Taisai comforted herself in her heart. Very good, I am glad you have this level of awareness. Taisai sat back down in his seat with satisfaction. Then what do I need to do? Taisai asked. It's simple. Write a novel. Haven't you written novels for the Galactic Patrol? You'll write a biographical novel for the Frieza Legion as well. I've already thought of a title. The Frieza Biography, Guardian of Universal Peace. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Taisai was dumbfounded. Her eyes, which always sparkled with curiosity and wisdom, were now wide and round. Universe. Guardian of Peace. Frieza, what kind of cosmic joke is this? This is more absurd than pointing at a pile of shit and calling it fragrant. This is the most vicious insult to the word peace. And also the ultimate trampling of her writer's dignity, a person who lives by her pen. Is there a problem? Taisai leaned back in his chair, looking at her leisurely. I think this name is very fitting, very impactful. It should be a pretty good selling point, don't you think? Isn't it? Fitting. Impactful. Taisai felt as if her worldview was being ground into the ground repeatedly. No, absolutely not. Even if she were thrown out of the spaceship and frozen into an ice sculpture in the universe, Taisai would never write such a thing that confuses black and white and calls a stag a horse. Taisai took a deep breath. She tried to reject this absurd job in the most professional and euphemistic way possible. Mr. Taisai. Creation. Requires inspiration. Taisai racked her brains, organizing her words. All my works come from real experiences and emotions. I need to understand to feel in order to write words with soul. She paused, emphasizing her tone. But I don't know Lord Frieza at all. I don't know his past, don't understand his philosophy, and can't grasp his state of mind. Under such circumstances, what I write would be nothing but hollow, false, lifeless hymns of praise. Such a work would not only be disrespectful to Lord Frieza, but also a desecration of my own profession. She finished in one breath, feeling that she had used all her eloquence. These words were reasoned and well-founded, sparing Frieza's face, while pointing out her own professional ethics as a creator. She thought, even if the other party was an unreasonable sire and faced with such a professional explanation, he should show some restraint, right? So, I think I might not be qualified for this job. However, after listening to Taisai just laughed. Don't know. Precisely because you don't know, you are the most suitable candidate. What? Taisai was stunned. A blank slate is best for painting, isn't it? Taisai extended a finger and gently shook it in front of her. You don't need to understand, don't need to feel. You just need to record. As for inspiration and emotion. Taisai's smile grew even wider. You are a novelist. Isn't your specialty fabricating these things? Making a fictional character come alive, making readers cry and laugh for him. Isn't that your skill, eh? Now I'm just replacing that fictional character with Lord Frieza. This is different. Taisai felt her logic completely disrupted. That's a novel. It's fiction. But this is a biography. A biography requires truth. Truth. Taisai tilted his head. Who defines truth? History is written by the victors, and the future is painted by propagandists. Miss Taisai, what you need to do now is to become the one who paints that future. Taisai was speechless. Seriously, how can you be so eloquent? And you speak so convincingly. Are you the novelist, or am I? Here, take the pen, you write it yourself. Why do you even need me? Don't rush to make a decision. Taisai waved his hand, his smile fading. I'll give you some time. He turned around and walked back to the commander's seat with an air of nonchalance. He looked extremely at ease. Perhaps when the time is right, you will change your mind. After Taisai also departed, only Dallas remained in the command chamber. He gazed into the vast depths of the cosmos, his demeanor quietly shifting. On this journey, he genuinely had no intention of visiting Earth. There was no other reason. It was simply too far away. By the time he might reach Earth, Frieza would already be demanding an evaluation of his performance. He was beginning to understand now why the ancient text described Bardock and Jine as the only scion couple outside the royal lineage to form a family bound by genuine affection. This was truly heartfelt devotion. Consider where they had sent their own son. To protect their frail offspring, they were resolved never to let him return to this treacherous universe. This peculiar scion couple had gone to extraordinary lengths. A scion, actually loving their wife and child. If word of this reached Frieza, the tyrant would surely laugh himself sick. Dallas shook his head, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, where there is a will, there is a way. Before departing the headquarters, he had already devised his plan. Earth was too distant. Why not head to Namek instead? According to the database query, although Namek was somewhat remote, it was vastly closer than Earth. From his station base, the journey required only half a month, and his travel to reach the base itself took less than a month. Compared to the alternative, this was altogether acceptable. According to the fleet's database, Namek's evaluation was quite similar to Earth's. Both were categorized as having no commercial value, nor would it attract the fleet's attention. The sole question was whether upon reaching Namek he could obtain the Dragon Balls from the Namekians. He was well aware that on Namek existed a warrior formidable enough to challenge him. Nezel. If his memory served correctly, this being's combat power reached a staggering 4200, a figure that surpassed his own current capabilities. Unless he transformed into his great ape form. But could Namek provide the means to create an artificial moon? It was highly probable, yet he could not guarantee it. The most prudent course was to maximize his base combat power before arriving at Namek. Beyond Nezel, Namek was home to numerous battle-oriented Namekians as well. Their combat prowess, even by galactic standards, was no laughing matter. The Dallas vessel's voyage had finally reached its terminus. Beyond the viewport, a tawny planet slowly enlarged in the field of vision. Orbiting the planet hung a colossal ring-shaped space station, its metallic hull reflecting the cold gleam of the host star. Lord Dallas, we have arrived. Rei's voice crackled through the comm system. Dallas stood before the viewport of the command chamber, arms folded across his chest. Clad in his modified weighted combat suit, he had, after a month of acclimation training, grown accustomed to moving freely under its oppressive burden. Admittedly, that was merely the limit of his mobility. Engaging in combat as he once had remained quite difficult. The spacecraft adjusted its attitude, descending steadily toward a massive base on the planetary surface. Viewed from above, the entire installation resembled a metallic behemoth sprawled upon the terrain. At the base's center lay a vast landing platform where hundreds of soldiers in Frieza Fleet standard armor stood in precise formation, their reflective plating creating a blinding sea of light. Impressive display. Amuandu leaned against the viewport, grinning broadly. Upon every new commander's arrival, the base would submit a detailed handover report, complete with illustrations, to the fleet headquarters. The vessel touched down smoothly. The hydraulic hiss of the hatch opening echoed through the cabin. Dallas adjusted his combat suit and stepped forward first. Behind him came Amuandu and Daisy, both encumbered by their weighted suits. The moment the trio set foot upon the metallic ramp, the steel plates groaned under their immense weight, a sound far heavier than ordinary footsteps. An invisible pressure radiated from the three newcomers, bearing down upon the assembled soldiers on the landing field. The officers at the front of the ranks instinctively tensed. Good heavens! This new commander may lack spectacle, but his aura of intimidation was unmistakable. As Dallas descended the ramp, a gaunt alien with dark green skin hurried forward. He wore the uniform denoting the rank of adjutant. I welcome Commander Dallas to his post. The alien performed a precise 90-degree bow, his voice respectful and measured. This humble one is Aji, former acting commander of this base, awaiting your arrival, sir. Dallas acknowledged with a brief grunt and continued his stride. Og followed closely at Dallas's side. His gaze darted past the commander's shoulder, quickly scanning the hatch of the Dallas vessel. All formidable warriors. Well, save for that peculiar woman. What was the situation there? Og did not dwell on it further. The group crossed the enormous landing field as the lined-up soldiers offered synchronized greetings to Dallas in their passage. Commander Dallas, our base currently maintains a permanent garrison of 3,127 soldiers, including 215 junior officers. Under our command are 3 company commanders respectively responsible for base defense patrol duties and logistics. The base is equipped with 2 large warships and 6 medium reconnaissance vessels sufficient to handle any emergency within our jurisdiction. Within our assigned star sector, there are 9 resource planets that have undergone preliminary development alongside 23 unregistered barren worlds with exceptionally rich reserves. He spoke eloquently, laying bare the entire inventory of the base. Between the lines, his words emphasized his contributions and capabilities. He feared that this new commander might dismiss him upon taking office. In light of all this, Dallas would not be sparing with his goodwill. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, Mr. Og. I was merely fulfilling my duties, sir. Og's smile broadened. He stepped aside and gestured toward the magnificent command tower ahead. Commander Dallas, please follow me. The core command center resides at the tower's summit. While leading the way, he kept up an uninterrupted stream of commentary. Sir, though our base sits upon this forsaken rock of a planet, all facilities adhere strictly to the fleet's highest standards. Routine maintenance has never been neglected. I assure you everything will function seamlessly for you. Dallas offered no comment, maintaining a faint smile. Dallas's first impression of this place was favorable. Orderly formations, stark architecture, and this enthusiastic adjutant. Ding! The elevator arrived at the top floor, and its doors slowly slid open. A vast circular command chamber unfolded before them, its walls lined with dozens of screens displaying streams of data and star charts. At the chamber's center stood 3 aliens clad in distinctly colored commander uniforms. Upon seeing Dallas enter, all 3 immediately straightened and struck their right fists against their chests. Greetings, Commander Dallas. Og hurried forward to introduce them. Sir, this is Captain Buck of the Defense Division with a combat power of 5200. He gestured toward a towering, heavily muscled Minotaur. The Minotaur Captain Buck rumbled in a deep, resonant voice, "Greetings, sir. This is Captain Fitz of the Patrol Division combat power 4800. Og pointed to a slight mantis-like alien with prominent compound eyes. The mantis alien Fitz merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. And this is Captain Gru, our Logistics Division commander and the base's chief administrative officer. The final introduction revealed a rotund individual resembling a sphere of flesh. His face bore a grin identical to Og's. Dallas nodded to each of them in turn. He made his way directly to the sole commander's chair at the chamber's center, seated himself with one leg crossed over the other, and allowed his brown tail to dangle beside his leg, lazily sweeping the floor. Raising his head, he turned to Og and the 3 company commanders and displayed his most amiable smile. In the days ahead, I look forward to our united efforts in pursuing greater accomplishments. We shall faithfully follow your guidance, sir. Dale sat on his seat listening to the reports from his adjutant Og and the 3 squadron leaders. The details were exhaustive, covering everything from the base's troop deployment to the output of resource planets. Dales wore that amiable smile on his face, but the more he did, so the more uneasy Og and the others felt. A new broom sweeps clean. This was an unshakable truth across the universe. This new commander appeared friendly and approachable, but who knew what he was plotting in his mind? After listening for a while, Dales himself felt somewhat surprised. Before coming, he had prepared to put in considerable effort to straighten things out. He thought that in such a remote base far from the high command there would inevitably be some shady dealings. For instance, embezzling supplies, reselling materials, or falsifying battle merits. In any vast organization, these were considered unspoken rules, nothing unusual. But later he had Rez and the Lacoste brothers access the base's system, turning the accounts and material inventory upside down. Yet they found nothing. From the officers to the common soldiers, everyone here was extraordinarily disciplined. There was no greed for money, only a desire to improve. Perhaps this was also due to the generous treatment in Frieza's army. As long as you were willing to risk your life, you would receive corresponding rewards. Similarly, the punishments were extremely severe. Engaging in underhanded activities on Frieza's turf, especially tampering with money and supplies, was nothing short of seeking death. No one dared to challenge Lord Frieza's bottom line with their own life. Dales felt relieved instead. Overall, there wasn't much scheming. With his combat strength, Dales easily gained the recognition and admiration of all the officers and soldiers. It was quite convenient. 3 days were enough for Dales to carve his own mark within this metal fortress. After everything was on track, Dales wasted no time. He prepared to set off immediately for Namek. Lord Dales. Amando, seeing Dales about to leave, couldn't help but approach. Do you really not need us to go with you? You alone. Before he could finish, Dales interrupted him. What about me alone? Dales turned around, his calm reaction making Amando swallow the rest of his words. This is a personal trip. Too many people would attract attention. Dales patted Amando on the shoulder. You still have tasks here. The conditions I gave you. Before I give new instructions, search for as many suitable planets as possible and record them. He paused and added, besides, I'm not going alone. Dales tilted his head toward the 2 people standing not far away. I'll take Kakao and Ties. Kakao stood there like a silent red iron tower, his optical units gleaming with cold light. On the other side, Ties, upon hearing her name, bristled completely. Huh, why is it me again? She widened her eyes, her face full of protest. Having finally arrived at a fixed base, she thought she could settle down for a few days, no longer worried in that small battered ship. But now, just after landing, she had to follow this scion out again. Dales turned around, looking at her with a half-smile. You don't want to go? No, I don't. Ties shook her head frantically, without a second thought. Well, all right. Dales shrugged, surprisingly easy to talk to. I don't like to force people. Just as Ties breathed a sigh of relief, he changed the subject. If you want to stay here, that's fine too. Dales crossed his arms and spoke slowly. But to ensure the base's security and avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, you might have to accept a certain degree of control. After all, you still have some misconceptions about us. I think you can understand, right? Ties's face instantly fell. Weighing the pros and cons, Ties's head drooped. She didn't want to be locked in a dark room. She wore a grim expression. I'll go with you. Before leaving, Dales took off the exquisite technologically advanced standard-issue high-grade scout device of the Frieza army from his wrist and casually tossed it to Amando. Then from his prepared pocket he took out an old Greenland scout device with worn edges and put it back on his ear. That was the old model they used during the Destroyer Course days. Lord Dales, what are you doing? Amando held the high-grade scout device, looking utterly confused. This device was far superior in detection accuracy, data processing capability, and communication range compared to the old model. What was the boss doing? Being nostalgic. Dales didn't explain, merely adjusting the old scout device at his ear. For now, we'll use this to communicate. The good thing about this old relic was that its communications wouldn't connect to the Frieza army's channels. When handling private little matters, it was inevitable that some information not suitable for wide dissemination might come up. Being prepared was always right. Caution ensures safety. Dales Kakao and a thoroughly resigned Ties boarded a small dark gray high-speed vessel in the base's dock. This ship was equipped with the Army's latest stealth system, enough to evade the scans of most conventional radars. The engine emitted a barely audible hum, and the ship slid silently out of the base, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of light that vanished beyond the atmosphere of the tawny planet, heading straight for Namek. Meanwhile, at the other end of the distant starry sky, a massacre was taking place on a desolate low-level planet. Vegeta, expressionless, reached out and effortlessly pierced the chest of a native warrior. Warm blood splattered onto his battle suit. He withdrew his hand, letting the corpse fall powerlessly. Cleaning up such low-level planets was like crushing an ant for him, utterly unchallenging and bringing no substantial battle merits. This inefficient accumulation only twisted and intensified his craving for power. He wanted to catch up to Dales. That was the only thing that mattered to him now. Raditz had already parted ways with them. Following the route Vegeta had planned for him, while clearing mission targets within his ability range, he was moving closer to Earth. Raditz's heart was also in turmoil. Kakarot, you'd better be useful. Otherwise, if Vegeta finds out you're just a useless waste, the uncontrolled anger will eventually burn onto me. A high-speed starship had already arrived at Namek. Ties pressed her face against the cool glass, leaning so far forward, she nearly climbed out of her seat to gaze down at the enormous green planet. She longed to stretch her eyes out to see this peculiar planet more clearly. Wow! She let out an exclamation. This is Namek. She remembered seeing an account of this planet in some obscure cosmic geography journal before. Namek, a planet bathed by 3 stars, a realm of eternal daylight with no night. A world without darkness. What would the civilization here look like? How would its inhabitants regulate their daily routines? Would they still need sleep, or had they evolved some other method of rest? The plants here, the architecture, every facet of their social structure, all would revolve around the concept of eternal daylight. It was simply a treasure trove of inspiration. Yet this novelty did not last long. As her gaze casually swept over the silent figure beside her, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Dallas stood there with his arms crossed, calmly observing the scenery outside the window. Right, she was on a pirate ship. She turned to look at Dallas, a hint of wariness in her tone as she sought confirmation. We're not here to invade this planet, are we? You're not lying to me, are you? This planet looked so tranquil, so serene, as she could hardly imagine it being consumed by the flames of war. Hearing this, Dallas finally deigned to tear his gaze away from the window. He gave Ties an exasperated glance. Please stop assuming ill intent toward me, all right? His voice carried an unmistakable air of impatience. I have told you many times, you rude lady from Earth. Dallas stepped forward, looking down at her from above, and declared with utmost confidence. I do not like to infringe upon others' planets. The Frieza army is the righteous force of the cosmos. Ties felt as though her auditory system might be malfunctioning. What sheer brazenness. The roar of the engines gradually subsided. The ship's shock absorbers made contact with the ground, and a faint vibration ran through the hull. The spacecraft landed smoothly on a patch of green grass. The sound of pressure release echoed. The cabin door slowly unfolded outward. Dallas led the way down the stairs. No sooner had he touched the soil of Namek than his gaze was drawn to a small hill nearby. A solitary figure stood there. Clad in a simple Namekian robe, 2 antennae atop his head trembled gently. Nizu stood atop the hill, looking down at the unwelcome starship below. With his perception, he could certainly sense the formidable oppressive aura emanating from that scion. However, it did not seem as exaggerated as the elder grandpa had described. By Nizu's judgment, at most the scion was merely his equal. Nizu began to walk down from the hill. Facing their gazes, he spoke. Extraterrestrials. I have been awaiting you here, ordered by the elder grandpa. Dallas paused for a moment. The elder grandpa had known he was coming all along. Only the elder grandpa could manage such foresight. But this was a good thing. If the elder grandpa knew of his arrival and sent Nizu to greet him, it at least indicated friendly intentions. Dallas composed himself, a gentle smile curling the corners of his mouth. Thank you for your trouble. Ties peeked out from behind Dallas, and upon seeing Nizu's entirely green skin and the antennae atop his head, her eyes widened instantly. Wow, so green are these Namekians? Nizu turned his head and flew straight upward. As Ties was still lost in thought, Dallas extended his hand toward her. What are you spacing out for? Hold on to me tightly. Edge. Ties blinked. Why would I need to hold you? A blush spread across her cheeks, indescribable and uncontainable. Why are you even blushing? Dallas urged, sternly exasperated. Hurry up, what are you thinking about? Otherwise you can hug Kakao instead, or do you want to stay here alone? Huh. Ties glanced at Kakao again. No. She might as well hold on to Dallas. After all, he was a person. She turned her head, grabbed Dallas's hand with one hand, and wrapped her other arm around his waist. You fly a bit slower. This is my first time flying like this. Remarkably, Dallas did not scold her. He simply exchanged a glance with Kakao. They followed after the departing Nizu. With one arm around Ties' waist, Dallas trailed behind Nizu, passing through a series of rolling hills. The wind whistled past her ears. Below, a cluster of white buildings came into view. Their shapes were peculiar, resembling giant mushrooms growing from the earth. Ties clung tightly to Dallas's waist with both hands, leaning forward to look down. Several young Namekian children ran out of the houses. Green skin, 2 antennae atop their heads, and simple robes. They craned their necks upward, curiosity evident on their faces. Since they were not flying too high, one child raised a hand and waved toward the sky. Ties almost instinctively reached out to respond. But she remembered she was currently being carried through the air, so she quickly wrapped her arms tighter around Dallas's waist. Namek was vast, but viewed from above the settlements were surprisingly few. After flying for so long, only a handful of building clusters had appeared. Such sparse population posed a significant travel challenge for a civilization occupying an entire planet. Though apparently they could fly, the terrain ahead began to change. Green hills gradually fell behind, replaced by a desolate wasteland. The ground was cracked and dry with scant vegetation. Wind swept up yellow sand, leaving long trails across the empty expanse. Ties frowned. What a massive contrast. One moment, everything was lush and green, and in the next instant it had become like this. Dallas's gaze pierced through layers of drifting dust, landing on the distant horizon. At the edge of the wasteland, a mountain pillar rose abruptly from the earth, standing solitary in the barren land. Atop the pillar was a white building, much like the mushroom-shaped houses Nizu had shown them earlier, only larger and more weathered. Dallas and Kakao adjusted their posture and descended closely behind Nizu. Nizu turned around. His gaze fell upon Dallas. The elder grandpa is inside. Dallas nodded. Kakao and Ties were about to follow. Nizu stepped aside, extending his arm to block their path. Only you may enter. The elder grandpa has not said he wishes to see the others. Dallas turned back, about to say something, when a frail, elderly voice echoed from within. Let them all come in, Nizu. The space within the room was not expansive. The figure seated in the chair almost filled everyone's field of vision. He was immense. He sat upon a colossal, ancient, and heavy throne. Dares and the others had to tilt their heads to see the Grand Elder's face. That face was lined with the ravages of time. The skin was sagging, folds upon folds overlapping. A benevolent smile hung on his face. Is that the Grand Elder? Thais murmured, her mouth slightly agape. Beneath the chair, a small head peeked out. A young Namekian child hiding behind the chair leg gazed timidly at these uninvited guests. That must be Dend, the genius dragon clan Namekian. Sensing Dare's gaze, Dend instantly withdrew his entire body. Welcome to Namek, Lost Scion. The Grand Elder spoke. His lips seemed not to move, yet the voice resounded in everyone's minds. Ancient, deep, echoing with the resonance of eons. Truly worthy of the Grand Elder. It seems you already knew of my journey. Not at all. I only learned of it a few days ago. The Grand Elder leaned forward slightly, and the chair let out a dull groan. Dare simply smiled. He had only departed from the base 10 days prior. This meant that the Grand Elder had known his destination when they were still several days away from Namek. Such power was truly mysterious. Awe-inspiring. He realized that the non-combatant characters in the Dragon Ball world were all unfathomably enigmatic. He couldn't help but envy them. He shook his head, then replied with a smile. Grand Elder, you are mistaken on one point. I am not lost. I am very clear about the path I must take. The Grand Elder's face creased into an acknowledging smile. Those cloudy eyes seemed to see through all things. Yes, I can sense that. The Grand Elder's voice echoed in his mind once more, this time with a probing tone. Your body courses with the savage blood of a scion. He paused. Yet your soul's fluctuations are unusually calm. They even carry a depth I cannot fathom. You are exceptional. I have heard tales of a benevolent scion from ancient times, but I never witnessed one until today. I see before me a scion with a kind heart. Thais blinked in confusion. She barely understood what the Grand Elder was saying. Kind-hearted. Dares. The old man's words had a peculiar power that compelled belief. Could it be that Dares truly was a benevolent scion? The pairing of those two words felt odd. Not only Thais but even Nail and the others were equally puzzled. Perhaps only Dares himself could vaguely grasp the deeper meaning. He remained silent, lost in thought. Not to mention Thais, even he doubted himself. Was he considered kind? At the same time, I can also sense your anxiety. Anxiety? How am I anxious? Dares asked knowingly. Anxiety over power, the Grand Elder continued. Your submission to evil keeps you perpetually adrift. That may be the root of your anxiety. You came to Namek for the Dragon Balls, did you not? Before Dares could formulate a response, the Grand Elder had already finished speaking. Dares felt he could no longer remain silent. Grand Elder, it is true that I came for the Dragon Balls. I do not know if you will allow me to use them, but I do not wish to deceive you. Perhaps you have misjudged me. I care not for good or evil. I am determined to obtain the Dragon Balls. Dares' words caused Nail's brows to furrow deeply. His gaze toward Dares turned hostile. Scion, this is Namek. If you step out of line, I will make you regret it. You cannot. Dares shook his head calmly. On the way here, he had already used his scouter to gauge Nail's battle power for 0. Even without removing his weighted clothing, Dares was confident he could hold his own against Nail for some time. Nail. The Grand Elder spoke again, but this time he called out to Nail. Go to the elders and bring the Dragon Balls here. Nail was astonished. Grand Elder. Go. He will not do such a thing. I know he has no such intention. Nail's eyes lingered on Dares for a long moment before he reluctantly walked out. After Nail left, the Grand Elder turned to Dares. Scion, I do not know how you learned of the Dragon Balls, but I must warn you, do not rely on them unless absolutely necessary. What do you mean? Dares frowned. The Dragon Balls can bring about any form of happiness, but they can also trigger unforeseeable disasters. My homeworld was destroyed in such a manner. From Dares' perspective, the Grand Elder's implication was not particularly vague. This notion reminded him of a less orthodox sequel from his past life, Dragon Ball GT. There was a theory that every wish made with the Dragon Balls accumulated negative energy, and when that energy reached a critical threshold, it would release powerful evil dragons. Could this be what the Grand Elder meant? But the Grand Elder showed no sign of elaborating further, so Dares could not be certain. He could not figure it out in his mind. Finally, he solemnly promised the Grand Elder, I will heed your warning. Come here, please. The Grand Elder raised his arm with difficulty. I wish to try to unlock your potential and release the power within you. Dares' eyes flashed with undisguised delight. He had almost forgotten that the Grand Elder possessed this ability. Potential release. Or rather, potential realization. What was potential? Dares could only think of 4 words to describe it. Ethereal and intangible. Unlike talent, it could not be predicted or concretized. For instance, suppose someone had the potential to surpass a god of destruction. Would they necessarily reach that level at some point in their life? Most likely not. In fact, they might not even reach Frieza's current level before the end of their days. That was perfectly normal. Potential, after all, was merely a possibility. And countless factors could influence that possibility. It was like a path that could lead to the end of the world, but countless forks lay along the way. For instance, the way you cultivate or a particular choice you make is like stepping onto a divergent path, one that will ultimately shape where your journey leads. Now returning to the Elder Grandmaster's extraordinary ability. Potential release. It is nothing short of a divine technique. As far as Dallas knew, within the entire Dragon Ball world there existed but one other being who possessed such a godlike ability. That would be the old Supreme Kai from over 15 generations past. And the old man's power was even more remarkable. If the Grandmaster could unleash potential, then the old Supreme Kai could fully develop it. If we continue with the road metaphor, while traveling along a path within your sight, the Grandmaster could guide you straight to your destination. But the old Supreme Kai would be like a navigator, enabling you to clearly grasp routes far beyond what your eyes could ever reach. And now Dallas himself found exactly where the Grandmaster's words applied. He was anxious, deeply anxious about his power. If the Grandmaster were willing to unlock his potential, Dallas would have eagerly accepted without hesitation. Just as Dallas took a step forward, a small figure darted out from behind the Grandmaster's seat. It was Dondi, who had been hiding there from the very beginning. Grandmaster. His expression was fraught with worry, and there was clearly a hint of disagreement with the Grandmaster's decision. There's a child here too. Taisai was startled. The Grandmaster forced a kind smile that did not quite reach his eyes. It's all right, Dondi. I will be fine. My time has not yet come. Dallas halted in his tracks. He also suddenly remembered. In his earlier excitement, he had forgotten this crucial detail. If his memory served correctly, the Grandmaster's ability came at the cost of his own lifespan. Dallas began to waver. He indeed desired strength fiercely, but if obtaining it required sacrificing the Grandmaster's remaining years, he feared he could not accept it with a clear conscience. Since arriving on Namek, the Grandmaster had extended sincere kindness toward him, even willingly lending the Dragon Balls for his use. To turn around and exploit the old man's lifespan would be nothing short of repaying virtue with betrayal. Noticing Dallas's hesitation, a trace of unmistakable surprise flickered across the Grandmaster's eyes. You seem to know far more than I initially thought. Rest assured, I shall be perfectly fine. This was always part of my plan. My duty as Grandmaster has nearly reached its end. The Grandmaster's gaze shifted toward Dondi. Many outstanding Dragon Clan members have emerged on Namek in recent times. Dondi above all is my most talented child, the most gifted Namekian dragon besides Kadaz himself. Had it not been for the looming disaster, I could have peacefully passed on long ago. Helping you grow stronger brings me little hardship, though I cannot guarantee success. This carries meaning. From my observations, Namek's future is inextricably intertwined with yours. What I do is also for Namek's sake. You need not bear guilt. Come, child. Dallas raised his gaze and met the Grandmaster's compassionate eyes squarely. With solemn resolve he declared, Grandmaster, I pledge to you. I, Dallas, will never stand idly by no matter how Namek's future unfolds. The Grandmaster nodded. I am certain you will. Dallas approached the Grandmaster's seat. The elder slowly raised his wrinkled arm and extended his open palm. He gently placed it upon Dallas's head. From beneath his palm a soft white radiance began to shimmer. The pale glow surrounding Dallas's entire body grew increasingly intense. An inexplicable aura erupted from him. After approximately 2 or 3 minutes under Tyasai's curious gaze, the light gradually faded. The Grandmaster removed his hand from Dallas's head. A visible weariness had settled upon his face. Grandmaster. Dondi stood guard by the seat, his expression heavy with worry. The Grandmaster offered him a comforting glance, then turned slowly toward Dallas. I can only accomplish so much. Your inner power is astonishingly profound. It is far more difficult to awaken than I had imagined. Forgive me. Dallas shook his head, gratitude etched upon his face. Grandmaster, please do not speak thus. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude to you. Your condition seems far from well. What you said about it being without consequence was merely meant to comfort me. Dallas bowed deeply and sincerely to the Grandmaster. It is of no concern. Child, do not burden your heart with guilt. I have not yet reached that point. Go now. Nairu has already brought the Dragon Balls back. They are waiting outside. He paused, then looked toward Dondi. Dondi, go assist them. Upon hearing this, Dondi quickly glanced again at Dallas, then at Tyasai, and Kakao behind him before timidly making his way toward the doorway. He only spoke in a barely audible whisper just before crossing the threshold. You all follow me. And with that he slipped away into the room. What a shy child, Tyasai remarked with a giggle once Dondi had departed. Dondi is my youngest child. He has had little contact with the outside world. Though somewhat timid, his abilities are already nearly on par with those of the other elders. Let him help you communicate with Purunga. After expressing his thanks to the Grandmaster once more, Dallas led Tyasai and Kakao out of the chamber. Outside they could see Nairu and Dondi already waiting in the open area. Hey Dallas, what exactly are those Dragon Balls? And what's this Purunga business? The Grandmaster said Dondi is his child. He looks so ancient, yet his child is still so young. Can Namekians really bear children even at such an advanced age? Along the way, Tyasai unloaded every question she had been unable to ask inside the room. Clearly she had been holding them back the entire time. She had not understood a single word of the conversation between Dallas and the Grandmaster. Especially the old man. His manner of speaking was exactly like those mysterious fortune-tellers back on Earth who loved to keep you guessing. Vague and full of hidden meaning. No wonder she had been stifled. What's the rush? You'll find out soon enough. Whatever you don't know now, you'll learn in time. Dallas, however, had little patience to answer her questions. His entire attention was fixed upon the golden sphere resting at Nairu and Dandi's feet. As he drew near, Nairu immediately sensed something. His brows furrowed sharply. Dallas's power had grown tremendously. He turned to look at Dondi, seeking confirmation. Dondi lowered his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. His silence was answer enough. Nairu's glance at Dallas now brimmed once more with resentment. Though he knew this was the Grandmaster's decision, he still could not entirely rid himself of his grievance toward Dallas. Simply turning his head away, he refused to let Dallas enter his line of sight. Dallas and his companions arrived at Dandi's side. Tahisa saw the Dragon Ball on the ground, and even took out her camera to snap a photo. Is this the Dragon Ball? What exquisite craftsmanship on this bead. So brilliant. Dondi adjusted his nerves and asked, Then I will summon Purunga now. Dallas nodded, flashing what he considered an amiable smile. Well, thank you, Dondi. And no need for that. It is what the Elder Grandmaster tasked me with. Dondi received an unexpected word of gratitude, and the tension he had just shaken off flared anew. He hurriedly turned around, pressing both palms toward the Dragon Ball, muttering something in the Namekian tongue. In the next moment, all 7 Dragon Balls began radiating golden light. Before anyone could react, the sky darkened without warning. A thick pillar of golden light shot straight from the Dragon Balls into the heavens. At the center of the light pillar, a colossal phantom began to expand. Tahisa unconsciously held her breath, her legs trembling as she looked up at the sky. Good heavens! What is that? It was a towering monstrosity hovering in midair. Its thick arms were corded with bulging muscles, sinews coiling like writhing dragons. Dark spines on its back pointed straight toward the firmament. Massive horns crowned its head and shoulders, and a powerful tail formed its lower body. Even Dallas murmured in quiet amazement. This must be the dragon god, revered by the Namekians, Purunga. Indeed an entirely different aesthetic. A muscular dragon god. Those awestruck by the spectacle also included Dandi. He too was witnessing the legendary dream god, Purunga, for the first time. Summoner who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. I grant you 3 desires. Purunga's deep majestic voice echoed across heaven and earth. Wishes? Tahisa covered her small mouth with her hand. No way. This monstrous-looking being can actually grant people's wishes. So this was the true purpose of the Dragon Balls. No wonder Dallas wanted to obtain them. Dandi turned to Dallas and said, you can tell me your wish first. When the Elder Grandmaster created the Dragon Balls, it was stipulated that only wishes spoken to Purunga in the Namekian tongue would take effect. Dallas nodded. I wish to gain the ability to instantly teleport anywhere across the universe. Dandi intended to relay this to Purunga, but to his surprise Purunga spoke first. This wish I cannot grant. Dallas and Dandi exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Hadn't they even made the wish yet? Purunga seemed to perceive their confusion and actually offered an explanation. Because this wish is beyond my power, I am informing you beforehand. Only the final confirmed wish needs to be relayed to me in Namekian. The Yadrit people possess a technique known as instant transmission. If that is what you seek, I can teach it to you. However, instant teleportation across the entire universe is a divine art reserved solely for the god of creation. Their level far surpasses mine, so I cannot grant you such capability. Hearing this, Dallas was somewhat disappointed. The instant transmission of the Yadrit people was indeed formidable, but it did not align with his current needs. It was fundamentally a form of teleportation achieved by detecting the spiritual aura at a specific location. But right now he could not even sense spiritual presence. Moreover, even if he could sense auras, his current combat power was nowhere near sufficient for interstellar travel. Just as he was sinking into disappointment, Purunga continued speaking. If you can accept it, I will do my best to help you gain the ability to instantly teleport between designated planets, up to 3 at most. When you are on one of these 3 planets, you can instantly move to any location within that range. Hearing this, Dallas's eyes lit up. This was actually a rather good fallback plan. Purunga, I can accept this arrangement. Then once you have decided on the 3 planets, speak your confirmed wish in the Namekian tongue. Purunga said, Dandi, my first wish is to grant me the ability to instantly teleport to any location while on Earth, Namek, and planet Yardot. After careful consideration, he decided to set the 3rd planet as planet Yardot. It was said to be a mystical place where all manner of wondrous techniques existed. For example, the legendary signature technique of Son Goku, the famous martial artist of Earth. Instant transmission. So if given the chance in the future, Dallas also hoped to further his studies there. Earth. Upon hearing this, Tahisa's smile instantly faded. In the end, Dallas was still going to Earth. However, all she could do now was pray that he truly harbored no intentions of invading Earth. If the Elder Grandmaster's words were to be believed, perhaps Dallas was a kind scion after all, right? Dandi immediately relayed Dallas's wish to Purunga. Your wish has been granted. Red light flashed in Purunga's eyes. 2 wishes remain. Please speak. Dallas suddenly turned and looked at Kakao behind him. Take it out, Kakao. Kakao's chest cavity unexpectedly opened outward. A small storage box extended, and from it Kakao withdrew a single seed, handing it to Dallas. This was the seed of a sacred Namek tree fruit. When Dallas had told Frieza that there were no seeds left, he was deliberately withholding the truth. Fortunately, Frieza showed no interest in the sacred Namek tree fruit at all. Thus there were no further follow-ups. This seed had been kept on Kakao's person all along. Dallas had been waiting for this exact moment. He himself harbored curiosity about the sacred Namek tree fruit. He gathered his thoughts and prepared his questions. Dandi, I want to learn everything about this seed. Full comprehension, including its origins, cultivation methods, and so on. Dandi nodded. He relayed the request to Purunga. Red light flashed in Purunga's eyes once more, but for some reason it remained silent. Until Dallas, puzzled, issued a prompting sound. Purunga's voice then slowly resonated. The sacred Namek tree originally grew on the planet Kaishin in the realm of gods. The divine fruit it bore serves as the primary nourishment for young deities during their formative years. It possesses the effect of stabilizing one's divinity and enhancing divine power. It was later superseded by a new generation of divine fruits, and the sacred Namek tree gradually disappeared from Kaishin. For unknown reasons, it entered the mortal realm and once triggered immense catastrophe. Drawing the attention of the gods, it was subsequently retrieved. Regarding the cultivation of the sacred Namek tree, it can only grow in the special divine soil of Kaishin, otherwise it cannot bear true divine fruit. Mortal planets cannot cultivate the sacred Namek tree. Attempting to do so can only result in irreversible loss of life. Author's note, I'm utterly drained. I just discovered today that some common interactions were swallowed. No idea why. Does anyone want to guess what the final wish is? Let's see if anyone gets it right. From Bo Lonja's answer, Darius had already gleaned much satisfactory information. The spiritual fruit tree was originally a product from the planet that served as the birthplace of the God Clan. It was specially provided for the God Clan to consume. The spiritual fruit trees cultivated outside of Jia Xianxing could not produce true God fruits. This was a point that left Darius rather disappointed. In other words, the fruit they had consumed before was not the true God fruit at all. Originally, he had been hoping to learn from Bo Longjiao a method of planting spiritual fruit trees that would not harm the life energy of the planet. It seemed this idea was destined to come to nothing. Let alone Jia Xianxing, he was not even certain where the divine realm specifically referred to. He could only roughly deduce that it was the world where the Kaishin realm existed. For mortals to travel there, they would have to die and pass through the underworld first. There was no way. There is one final wish. Speak. After Bo Longjiao finished speaking for some inexplicable reason, he added, Saiyan, I hope your subsequent wishes do not further offend the gods. Upon hearing this, Darius was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Bo Longjiao had some minor grievances about his previous two wishes. Very well, everyone had their difficulties. For this last wish, Darius decided he would not make things any harder for this already troubled Bo Longjiao. Then Bo Longjiao, my final wish is, increase the number of S cells within my body to the greatest extent possible. Din conveyed the request to Bo Longjiao almost simultaneously. As you wish. This time Bo Longjiao finally did not display the reluctant expression he had shown the previous two times. He began working without hesitation. As his dragon eyes returned to normal, very well, your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. The instant the words fell, Bo Longjiao's colossal dragon body, massive as a mountain, began to grow translucent. The shadow covering the entire firmament swiftly contracted inward, while dazzling golden light burst forth from the dragon's silhouette. Bo Longjiao transformed into golden radiance and dissipated. Immediately after, all 7 Dragon Balls lost their radiance, transforming from translucent orange treasures into unremarkable gray stones. The sky regained its eternally unchanging azure hue. Darius still stood in place, eyes firmly shut. Everyone else watched him with curiosity. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. Yet his brow seemed unable to relax. Has it really been increased? Why don't I feel anything at all? Hey, are you alright? Taisai poked Darius' arm. Darius shook his head. Meanwhile, after Bo Longjiao's disappearance, Nail had already taken Din back to the Grand Elder. Darius turned his head away. Din was still waving goodbye to them. Let's go. Before leaving, we should also bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Darius took the first step forward, with Taisai following closely behind. Kakao followed mechanically as well. Hey, wait a moment, I have questions for you. Paper and pen had already appeared in Taisai's hands. What's the deal with those Dragon Balls? And what exactly are S cells? Throughout the journey, faced with the torrential stream of questions from Taisai, Darius could only selectively tune her out. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Darius along with Taisai and Kakao vanished from the sight of the Grand Elder, Nail and Den. Nail looked at the Grand Elder with confusion. Grand Elder, why did you? Nail, this is the most correct course of action for us. We need him to become a friend of Namek, not an enemy. Right now he needs our help. Someday I too may need his assistance. Didn't his wishes prove that he is not an evil person? If he had come with malicious intent today, Namek might no longer exist. Nail was clearly unconvinced by this. In an unconvinced tone, he said, he doesn't have that kind of power. If the Grand Elder hadn't helped him increase his strength, even without that, he possesses that capability, Nail. The Grand Elder directly refuted Nail's assertion. He is wearing a heavy training garment, Nail. Even so, you would not be confident of defeating him, would you? What? Nail was stunned. Yes, that is his training method, training at all times. His pursuit of power surpasses anything we can imagine. Nail fell silent. After a long while, he bowed to the Grand Elder and walked out of the room. The Grand Elder gazed at Nail's departing figure and sighed. Grand Elder, is Nail brother going to be okay? Din wore a puzzled expression. Don't worry, he has simply gone to train. The Grand Elder understood everything. Darius' overwhelming strength had placed immense pressure on Nail. He was afraid that should such powerful invaders appear again in the future, he would be unable to protect the Grand Elder. In truth, in the past, the Grand Elder had attempted many times to help Nail with potential release. But Nail had never been willing to accept. The idea of consuming the Grand Elder's life energy to enhance his own strength was something he could not bring himself to do. Far away on the other end of the universe, a beautiful blue planet floats quietly against the pitch-black backdrop of space, its atmosphere like a gossamer veil, emanating a soft, luminous glow unique to life. Mountains, streams, wilderness, green fields, villages, cities. Countless diverse landscapes coexist harmoniously on this planet, composing a vibrant painting of life. This beautiful planet is called Earth, a barren Gobi desert. Even the air distorts and warps under the absolute scorching heat. In midair, Piccolo sits cross-legged, suspended in the air. His heavy white cape hangs perfectly straight down. His eyes are closed. Each rise and fall of his chest stirs tiny currents of air around him. Several vultures circle at tremendous heights, not daring to descend. Instinctively, they fear that motionless silhouette. Below, a massive boulder suddenly lets out a dull rumble. It shatters without warning. Piccolo slowly opens his eyes, his expression solemn, yet resolute. Son Goku, enjoy this final moment of peace. Sea wind carrying a salty dampness blows through the window. On a secluded island far from the world, the living room is in absolute chaos. Krillin, hand me the remote right now. The turtle hermit wearing a flowery shirt tosses aside his cane and throws his entire body onto the sofa, both hands gripping Krillin's pant leg for dear life. No way. Master Roshi, you watched the aerobics show for a whole day yesterday. Today it's my turn to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament tapes. Krillin, bald as can be, holds the remote high above his head, refusing to let go. You've watched that garbage tape hundreds of times already. Turtle hermit loses his temper, sticking out his foot to trip Krillin. This is called training. Gaining insight into martial arts through observing masters' battles. You taught me that yourself. The sea turtle lounges on a cushion in the corner, leisurely munching on a leaf of lettuce. It's long since grown accustomed to this daily circus. Bam! The door is kicked open. Bulma walks in carrying 2 large bags of snacks and drinks. Gazing at the 2 grown men rolling around on the floor fighting over the remote, turning the living room into a disaster zone. You 2 combined are several hundred years old. Can you please act a little more mature? Bulma slams the plastic bags onto the table. In a remote mountain range 1,000 li away, enormous torrents of water plunge from a 100-meter-high cliff. The deafening roar drowns out everything. On a moss-covered boulder in the center of the pool, Tenshinhan stands bare-chested, enduring the tremendous water pressure. Countless streams of water savage his shoulders and back. Tenshinhan's hands flash through hand seals at lightning speed, then thrust upward with explosive force. Boom! A visible burst of counter force erupts from his palms. The cascading waterfall is forcibly halted for a single second by this surge of chi. Torrents of spray explode outward in all directions. By the pond's edge, Kaiatsu floats in midair, clapping his small hands together in delight. Tenshinhan, you got even stronger. Tenshinhan exhales deeply, then leaps and lands steadily on the shore. He grabs the towel from the stone beside him, vigorously wiping the water from his face. Not enough. Goku must be training just as hard right now. I absolutely cannot let him pull too far ahead. In the distance on a country path, Lunch's voice calls out. Tenshinhan, Kaiatsu, food's ready. Hurry back and eat. Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu exchange a glance. It's the blue-haired one. Then let's go eat. Papaya Mountain. A thick solid log splits cleanly in 2 in midair. The log thuds heavily onto the grassy field. Son Goku stands shirtless, wielding a rusted and battered axe. Sweat drips down his sturdy latissimus dorsi. He tosses the axe aside under a tree, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. That's enough firewood for today. Beneath an ancient towering tree not far away sits a wooden baby carriage. A little tyke with a brown tail sits inside it. The little one grips a rattle drum, tightly babbling and blowing bubbles. Son Goku walks over and crouches down. He reaches out a calloused finger and pokes Son Gohan's plump little cheek. Son Gohan giggles, reaching up with both tiny hands to grab his father's finger. Goku lifts his son out of the carriage and hoists him high above his head. Da-da! The wind rustles through the forest of Papaya Mountain, leaves whispering. Life here is so peaceful and serene. Every day consists of chopping wood, catching fish in the river, or hunting wild boars or dinosaurs from the mountains for dinner. Smoke rises from the cabin's chimney. Chi-Chi's voice drifts out through the window. Goku, stop playing around. Bring Gohan in to wash his hands for dinner. Today's feature is roasted fish, your favorite. Goku sniffs deeply, nearly drooling. Smells amazing. Coming. He places Gohan back in the carriage, eagerly pushing it toward the house. The scene then shifts to a desolate cliff atop a remote western region. 3 figures materialize out of thin air, landing steadily on the unyielding rock. The moment his feet touched the ground, the air surrounding Delisai plummeted in weight. A tyrannical pressure radiated outward from his center, forcefully shoving aside gravel and dust upon the earth, conjuring a fleeting tempest atop the cliff. With a mere flick of thought, he had traversed countless light years to arrive directly at his destination. What an extraordinary sensation. Balunga truly proved reliable. Tacy drew in a deep, shuddering breath. Her eyes ignited with sudden brilliance. Earth? It's really Earth. She sprang to her feet, waving her arms frantically with unrestrained excitement. I'm back. Earth. Tacy dashed to the cliff's edge, letting out a joyous cry that echoed down into the valley below. She then spun around, rushed up to Delisai, and immediately resumed her chatter. Let me tell you, the cuisine of our Earth is absolutely unmatched across the cosmos. Wait until later, and I'll take you all for a grand feast. My treat. Far away at Master Roshi's hut, the bickering between the 2 came to an abrupt halt. The sunglasses perched atop Gixianren's head slipped down his nose. Kellen, you felt that too, didn't you? Kellen's hand trembled violently. The remote control clattered straight onto the floor. Upon his bald head, beads of sweat the size of soybeans became plainly visible. Master Wu Tian. What terrifying key? Amidst the wilderness. Beakwa's body dropped sharply. The uncontrolled currents of energy swirling around him tore through the air with a deafening roar. What kind of joke was this? When did one of those monsters even appear? By the side of a deep mountain waterfall, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi shared the exact same shock. Tianjin Fan stared fixedly toward a certain direction. What on earth was happening? Of course, there was also Sun Wukong atop Orange Star Mountain. He suddenly rose to his feet. The very air across the entire planet grew heavy, weighed down by the two sudden bursts of ki. How could there be someone so overwhelmingly strong? Chi-Chi peeked out from the kitchen, a large bowl in hand. Wukong, why haven't you brought go? She paused, taking in the grave, battle-ready expression etched onto her husband's face. She swallowed her words, a trace of worry blooming across her features. Wukong, is something wrong? Chi-Chi, take Wufan inside. Call Grandpa Wu Tian and Kellen and the others. Sun Wukong turned and swiftly lifted Wufan from his stroller, pressing him firmly into Chi-Chi's arms. Chi-Chi held Wufan tightly, her own tension mirroring his. What's happening? Where are you going? I'm not entirely sure myself, but it seems an extremely powerful entity has appeared. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. With a powerful push of his feet, he launched himself into the sky, landing steadily upon a golden cloud. His entire form transformed into a brilliant streak of light, rocketing straight toward the heavens. Below the celestial kingdom lay King Kai's domain. Even the whisker-like appendages of Kalen Xianren trembled incessantly. Yakalobi, who had been fast asleep, jolted awake in an instant. His gaze shifted upward to the celestial kingdom itself. Tian Shun leaned heavily on his cane, sweat already beading across his forehead. Beside him, Bobo Xiansheng was equally overcome with unease. Heavenly deity, are you all right? Tian Shun's voice quivered uncontrollably. Bobo, do you think Earth is? Meanwhile, somewhere in the west, Eliasai had already used his scouter to roughly pinpoint the locations of Earth's warriors. Another pressure signature was currently hurtling toward them. It belonged to the strongest combatant on this very planet. It must be Sun Wukong. Kakarot. A faint smirk curled the corner of Deliasai's lips as he removed his scouter and handed it to Kakueo. Kakueo, you handle the recording for me. Keep an eye on it. Don't let the scouter overload. Only activate it at the very end. Kakueo nodded, taking the device and securing it over his eyes. Meanwhile, Deliasai gently loosened his joints and tendons. He intended to give Earth a far more serious greeting. He then deactivated the gravity weight function of his battle suit. An immediate wave of lightness washed over him. The next second, his expression turned stern. He sank slightly into a horse stance. His fists curled tight at his waist. KH. Boom. An indescribably terrifying shockwave erupted from Deliasai's center, ravaging outward in every direction with ferocious intensity. The atmosphere itself seemed to thicken into a solid mass, squeezed and shoved aside by the overwhelming power groaning under the immense strain. The bedrock at the cliff's peak fractured inch by inch, countless shards of stone pulverized by the invisible pressure, then scoured away into the far heavens. Tacy was hurled backward by the gale. Had it not been for Kakueo's steel-like arm snatching her up in time, she would surely have tumbled into the valley like a severed kite. She cowered fiercely behind Kakueo, staring dumbfounded at the figure hovering midair. Enveloped in a vortex of purple energy, Deliasai radiated an aura so suffocating that the entirety of Earth could feel its crushing weight. At Master Roshi's hut, Kellen and Gixianren slumped against the floor, utterly spent. How? He's grown stronger again. Who on earth is he? Upon the celestial shrine, Tianshan's staff snapped against the ground with a sharp crack, his face contorted in pure despair. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a stroke of golden light tore through the sky. Bearing an unyielding resolve, it came to an abrupt halt on the opposite end of the cliff. Even Sun Wukong was at a loss. Should he press forward? For the first time in his life. Facing such monstrous power, he felt absolutely no thrill to fight. Instead, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. As Darius's aura stabilized, Kako pressed the switch on the scouter. The device's readings could no longer function once they exceeded 100,000. The energy had surpassed the detection range. Darius was fairly satisfied with this result. After all, this outdated scouter could never match the sophistication of Frieza's forces. The detection range was limited to below 100,000, making it impossible to gauge Darius's exact combat power. Before the Elder's potential release, his total strength was roughly around 60,000. The current results suggested that a single potential release by the Elder amounted to at least several months of arduous training. With a general understanding in mind, Darius then took Ties and Kako with him, once more instantly appearing at the target location he had roughly deduced from the scouter readings. Above the Celestial God Palace, the unprepared Celestial God was startled by three figures appearing out of nowhere and stumbled backward repeatedly. If not for Bubbles steadying him in time, he nearly fell to the ground. When he looked up and clearly saw the face standing before him, his eyes widened in shock. His index finger, unconsciously raised, trembled uncontrollably. Yu, how is this possible? Go Goku. Meanwhile, over at Darius' end, Ties was equally shocked. Staring at the celestial god, she felt her mind struggling to keep up. Wasn't this supposed to be Earth? Could it be merely a planet resembling Earth? No, otherwise why would there be Namekians here? Darius offered a faint smile. Pleased to make your acquaintance, O earthly deity. You may call me Darius. First meeting. The celestial god gradually composed himself. Right, he wasn't Goku. Goku didn't possess such formidable power. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. And Mr. Darius hello, welcome. Are you guests from the cosmos? The celestial god strained to maintain his composure. Darius nodded. Yes, well, not entirely. This lady is from Earth, but I happened to bring her along on my way. The celestial god instinctively glanced at Ties upon hearing this. There was indeed a familiar sensation. Yet here stood an alien who looked exactly like Goku, accompanied by one of their own Earth girls. This was actually promising news. At present, the visitor seemed to harbor no ill intent. Considering this, the celestial god involuntarily relaxed his tightly wound nerves just a fraction. Still, he couldn't afford to let his guard down entirely. With measured caution, he asked, "Honored guests, welcome to Earth. How may I assist you?" Darius nodded affirmatively in a perfectly natural manner. Indeed, I do require your assistance. The words left the celestial god dumbfounded. He had only offered a polite inquiry, never expecting to be asked for help in return. The words he'd been about to speak died on his tongue. With power this formidable, did they truly need his assistance? He attempted to reorganize his thoughts. Before he could speak, however, Darius had already anticipated him. Forgive my bluntness, but time is precious, and I'd rather not squander it here. Lord Celestial, might we continue our conversation within the room of spirit and time? Just the two of us. The celestial god nearly convinced himself he'd misheard. The room of spirit and time. How could this stranger possibly know of such a place? Yet the present circumstances gave him no room for hesitation. Gazing at Darius's gentle smile, any words of refusal simply refused to form on his lips. It was as though defying this man would invite some terrible consequence. Very well, Mr. Darius, please follow me. The celestial god turned and led the way toward the temple interior. My lord. Bubbles spoke up uneasily. The celestial god suppressed his inner tension. Bubbles, I entrust the two honored guests outside to your care. Bubbles could only nod in agreement. Before following behind the celestial god, Darius paused briefly, turning to offer Ties a reassuring smile. Lady Ties, for your safety, please remain within Kako's sight until I return. Come out. Where are you going? Will it take long inside there? Ties asked, bewildered. Not long at all. I should emerge within a day's time. With those words, Darius followed after the celestial god. Along the way, he spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. Lord Celestial, there's no need for alarm. I harbor no ill will toward you or this world. In truth, I owe my arrival here to the aid of your people. Upon hearing this, the celestial god shuddered violently. What? His people? What did that mean? Mr. Darius, what do you mean by that? By my people I mean the Namekians, my lord. Didn't you long ago suspect you were not of this earth? Darius began presenting revelations designed to pique the celestial god's interest. At that moment, the celestial god's heart churned with turmoil. Namekian. Was that truly his identity? For years he had sought to uncover the truth of his origins. Now here he stood, hearing it all from a complete stranger. Mr. Darius, might I ask that you tell me more about my people? I certainly will, my lord. Once we reach the room of spirit and time, we shall have every opportunity to speak freely. With those words, the celestial god nodded gently and unconsciously quickened his pace. Prior to this, Darius had considered not only the celestial god, but also King Kai or Master Mateto as potential targets for his inquiry. Ultimately, he chose the celestial god because of this, the essence of Earth's martial arts refined across centuries. In turn, the celestial god would gain answers about his own origins. At last, they arrived at the threshold of the room of spirit and time. Just as the celestial god reached for the door, Darius suddenly remembered something. I nearly forgot. My lord, please wait a moment. Deliasai appeared directly before the cat sage at the Corinne Tower beneath the lookout. Corinne-sama, I have come to borrow some senza beans. Corinne and Yakaluabai beside him had not yet fully grasped what was happening when Deliasai noticed the small beans clutched in Yakaluabai's hand. Before them sat an earthenware jar filled with senzu beans, though nearly empty. Deliasai's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he swatted the beans from Yakaluabai's grip. They landed safely in the jar. I will be borrowing these senza beans. Forgive my hasty manners, Corinne-sama. I trust you will not hold it against me. And as for you, fatty, if I catch you wasting senza beans again, may the gods have mercy on you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Deliasai vanished once more. Corinne opened his mouth to respond, but found only empty air. His raised paw could only wave at the void. It is quite all right, I do not mind at all. Meanwhile, Yakaluabai stood utterly bewildered. He could have sworn he saw Son Goku snatch those senza beans away, and even called him fatty, warning him not to waste them. What on earth was going on? Yakaluabai turned to look at Corinne. The sage simply shook his head. That was not Goku. Daliasai and Kami had already entered the room of spirit and time. The moment they stepped inside, the world was stripped of all color. Everywhere one looked stretched in endless expanse of pure white. There was no horizon, no point of reference, as though standing within a dimension completely drained of all definition. This place. Kami leaned upon his staff, his voice echoing hollowly through the absolute silence. He continued his explanation. This is the room of spirit and time. The flow of time within differs from the outside world. 1 year spent here equals merely 1 day beyond these walls. He paused, his expression grave as he added, however, the environment here is extremely harsh. The air is thin and temperatures swing violently between 50 degrees and -40. Most critically, this boundless solitude will devour one's mind. Additionally, each person may only spend 2 years within this chamber in their lifetime. Once that limit is exceeded, the exit vanishes permanently, leaving no way out. Though I suppose, Mr. Daliasai, you already understand these matters. The senzu bean jar rested on the ground as Daliasai and Kami sat facing one another in meditation. The view pulled back until they resembled mere specks upon a blank canvas, insignificant and fleeting. Back at the lookout, not much time had passed in the outside world since Daliasai and Kami had entered. Baba was about to explain to Tights what the room of spirit and time was when, before he could utter a word, a golden streak tore through the clouds, emerging at a speed too fast to track with the naked eye. Upon his flying nimbus, Son Goku executed a graceful roll before coming to a smooth, hovering stop. His expression carried a hint of urgency. He had sensed that unfamiliar, overwhelming power arrive at the lookout, only to immediately this location. Yet along the way, Kami's energy had suddenly vanished. So too had that other immense presence. A sweeping glance downward confirmed it. The lookout was gone. Instead, 2 unfamiliar faces stood where it had been. Son Goku's brows furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Tights turned her attention to the sudden appearance of Son Goku. That single glance would prove consequential, for what she saw troubled her deeply. Son Goku's face struck Tights far more powerfully than Daliasai's impact had on Kami and the others. Daliasai, you're not. Actually, Daliasai, are you? After closely examining Son Goku, Tights drew this tentative conclusion. Son Goku leapt gracefully from his nimbus. Daliasai, what are you talking about? Yet Son Goku had no patience to dwell on such matters. Ignoring the confusion, he brushed past Tights and rushed straight toward Baba. Mr. Baba, where is Kami? His energy has disappeared. What is happening? Kami has entered the room of spirit and time. Baba then briefly explained what had just transpired. So you were saying Kami was confined to some kind of mental chamber by that extraordinarily powerful individual. Hearing this, Baba thought for a moment before nodding. You could say that for now. Wait. Tights pushed her way between them. Unable to hold back any longer, she spoke up. Please do not misunderstand. Daliasai likely means no harm. He would not do anything to that Kami fellow. Daliasai, is that the name of the extraordinarily powerful person you mentioned? Son Goku asked, puzzled. Oh yes, indeed his name is Daliasai. By the way, who are you? Son Goku finally asked the question that had been on his mind, gesturing toward Tights and Kakarot. Hello, I am Tights. I am Daliasai's captive. Wait, no, I mean his friend. Son Goku hastily introduced himself. Hello, I am Son Goku. As for him, I believe his name is Kakarot. Correct. Tights turned to verify with Kakarot. The other nodded mechanically. Kakarot serves under Daliasai. Underling. Son Goku's gaze shifted toward Kakarot, attempting to sense something from him, but found nothing. Strange. He has no detectable energy, yet he does not appear to be. Son Goku observed Kakarot murmuring softly to himself. Meanwhile, as Son Goku studied Kakarot, Tights was scrutinizing him in turn. As Tights drew closer, Son Goku began to feel distinctly uncomfortable. What are you doing? Ignoring Son Goku, Tights circled around him, examining him from every angle, front, back, left, right. Son Goku could only stand awkwardly, scratching his head, at a loss for what to do. Oh my! Aside from the scar on his face, he appears to be an exact match. Tights exclaimed in wonder. She stopped before Son Goku. So, you are Daliasai's younger brother. Tights seemed to have discovered something most intriguing. What? You mean me? Daliasai's younger brother. Son Goku looked left and right, then tentatively pointed to himself with his index finger, unsure if she was indeed addressing him. Exactly, it has to be you. Tights nodded emphatically, but then something still nagged at her. But I am nobody's younger brother. Before Son Goku could finish, Tights interrupted with another exclamation. Right? That is it. There is something amiss. You do not seem to have a tail. A tail, This time it was Son Goku's turn to be startled. He glanced at Baba, whose expression mirrored his own astonishment. How did you know I used to have a tail? Baba explained to Tights. Goku's tail was pulled out when he was young, and later Kami cast a spell to prevent it from growing back. I see. If that is the case, then there is no mistake. You are a Saiyan. You must be Daliasai's younger brother. You mean the person who captured that god is my brother? Sun Wukong pointed at himself again, his eyes filled with perplexity and doubt. Well, such a matter. I truly never knew of it. As a child, I had only my grandfather as a relative. I never heard of any brother. Bo, after a moment of contemplation, offered a different perspective. What she said might be true, Wukong. Huh, Mr. Bo, what do you mean? Son Wukong turned around. Bo continued to explain, you arrived a little too late, otherwise if you had seen that person you would likely think the same. He looks exactly like you. At first both the god and I mistook that man named Daliacy for you. Now it seems highly probable that he is indeed related to you. Is that so? But speaking of it, I was found by my grandfather when I was a child. Taisi nodded slightly. Your name is Sun Wukong, right? So you don't actually know that you are a Saiyan. Saiyan? What is that? Sun Wukong looked puzzled. This reaction precisely confirmed Taisi's conjecture. No wonder. However, you are different from the Saiyan I've heard of before. If you were the younger brother of that fellow Daliacy, then it might make sense. Otherwise Earth would likely have been destroyed by now. Taisi wore a relieved expression, placing a hand over her chest. What does that mean? Sun Wukong felt that Taisi's words were hard to comprehend. Since we have nothing to do right now, why don't I tell you about the universe? When Daliacy comes out, he will surely thank me for educating his little brother. Taisi appeared enthusiastic. Aside from her usual collection of materials for creative writing or inspiration, sharing her discoveries with others also brought her joy. Inside the spiritual time chamber, the god was teaching Daliacy how to control his chi. Daliacy proved to be a quick learner. In just a few days he grasped whatever was taught. However, the god was the epitome of Earth's martial arts wisdom. The knowledge in his mind could not be exhausted in a short time. Aside from Daliacy's humble inquiries during the day, during breaks Daliacy recounted his life story to the god. According to the Great Elder, the original Namek planet was destroyed precisely because of the excessive use of the Dragon Balls. Is that so? The god fell into thought. Should the Dragon Balls on Earth no longer be left in the lower realm for casual use? Instead, should they be collected and stored in the temple only to be taken out when absolutely necessary? Mr. Daliacy, what is your opinion? Daliacy pondered. Although I didn't have prolonged contact with the Great Elder, I have never doubted his wisdom. He would not give warnings without reason. The Dragon Balls are indeed something beyond ordinary logic, aren't they? The temperature fluctuated unpredictably. The god sat cross-legged on the ground, exhaling a puff of white breath. His grip on the wooden staff tightened. Daliacy's words struck a long-held concern within him. Ever since that woman named Burma invented the Dragon Ball radar, collecting the Dragon Balls on Earth had become far too easy. When faced with great trouble, people's first thought was not how to solve it, but to seek the Dragon Balls. Though it was undeniable that the Dragon Balls had saved Earth on certain occasions, it also deepened their reliance on them. From the very beginning, the Dragon Balls were never meant to be a convenient tool within easy reach. According to the Great Elder, if this uncontrolled abuse continued, the tragedy of Namek's destruction would eventually befall Earth. Mr. Daliacy, you have opened my eyes. Once we leave, I will immediately gather the 7 Dragon Balls. From now on, the Dragon Balls will be kept in the temple. They will not be used lightly unless Earth faces a crisis of life or death. Daliacy nodded. This was Earth's affair. The god could decide for himself. The god sat down again, his aged face revealing a deep longing. Namek. The god murmured the name softly. The Great Elder experienced destruction and rebirth. His wisdom is truly unfathomable. He must be a benevolent and kind elder. As a Namekian who ended up on Earth, if there were a chance, I would dearly love to see him in person. However, the god shook his head. I am now the god of Earth. Knowing all this is already more than enough to satisfy my heart. Mr. Daliacy, I am deeply grateful to you. You have fulfilled a long-cherished wish of mine. The god stood up again and bowed solemnly to Daliacy. Daliacy accepted the gesture composedly. The casual conversation ended and the god's demeanor turned intensely serious. The two resumed their exchange on martial arts. Mr. Daliacy, you must abandon your reliance on machines. The core of controlling chi is first to be still. The god's voice echoed across the empty white realm. Renounce sight, block out hearing. Do not listen to the sound of the wind, nor dwell on the changes in temperature. Let your heart settle completely. Try to use your consciousness to touch the space around you, to sense my presence. Once you begin to perceive the existence of chi, time flowed on. Unbeknownst to Daliacy, the god had retreated 3 meters away, observing his state. Suddenly, Daliacy's brow twitched. He detected a faint energy mass, exuding a tranquil vibration. I can feel it. Though somewhat surprised, the god did not dwell on it too much. After all, Daliacy inherently possessed power that defied his understanding. This is the first step of perception. Once you master perception, you no longer need your eyes to track an opponent's movements. The flow of chi will tell you in advance the path of the enemy's attack. The god swung his staff. Next is concealment and concentration. Your chi is too violent, constantly spilling outward. This consumes enormous stamina and also reveals your position prematurely. Now withdraw all your power back into your body. Try to become part of this space, merging with the environment. Daily AC took a deep breath, attempting to channel the energy within him based on the sensation he had just experienced. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed the plaza outside the celestial temple in a coat of blood red. A white jet aircraft emblazoned with a blue sea insignia sliced through the sea of clouds, its engines shrieking with a piercing roar. The wings executed a rapid spin mid-air before descending vertically to land in the center of the plaza. Krillin was the first to leap out. Yamcha followed closely behind, jumping off the plane. Before leaving Kame House to head for the temple, Bulma had taken Krillin to find Yamcha. It was rather amusing thinking back on it. When Krillin went to find Yamcha, he didn't even know what was happening. He had just finished a baseball game. The two leaned against the plane looking around. The temple plaza was completely empty. Even Mr. Popo, who usually tended to the grounds outside, was nowhere to be seen. The wind blew through the empty corridors, carrying a chilling sense of dread. Krillin swallowed hard. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind, and sensed the chi around him. His thoughts were in chaos. Although the overwhelming pressure that had blanketed the entire earth had vanished, its lingering effects remained. His perception had been severely affected. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something tearing through the air came. Two afterimages pierced through the clouds, accompanied by piercing airbursts shooting straight into the sky. Krillin instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. The two figures landed steadily on the stone bricks a few meters away. Krillin lowered his arm. He recognized who they were. He breathed a sigh of relief, his tense muscles relaxing. Tien Shinhan. Kayat. Tien Shinhan also spotted Krillin and the others. Krillin, Yamcha. Krillin waved and hurried over. He circled around Tien Shinhan, his face full of astonishment. You guys are way too fast. We only called you halfway here. You were farther away and left much later than us, yet you arrived at the same time. Krillin patted his bald head. Your air dance technique has reached such a level. Tien Shinhan nodded slightly. We haven't slacked off in our training, Tien Shinhan said. He studied Krillin. Krillin, your chi has grown significantly stronger than the last time we met. Complimented by his old friend, Krillin's earlier fear and tension dissipated somewhat. He smiled sheepishly. Well, I didn't want to fall too far behind you guys. Yo, Tien Shinhan Kaiatsu, long time no see. Yamcha brushed his bangs aside with one hand and walked over with his usual smile. He stopped beside Krillin and tilted his chin toward Tien Shinhan. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Yamcha tried to lighten the mood. Tien Shinhan's gaze fell on Yamcha. Yamcha, huh? What? Yamcha felt uneasy under the scrutiny. You've been neglecting your training lately, haven't you? Your chi feels quite loose. Tien Shinhan frowned. Yamcha's face flushed bright red. He instinctively took a small step back. And no, not at all, Yamcha laughed dryly. I train every day. Baseball is a form of physical training too. Baseball, eh? Tien Shinhan looked puzzled. Then he shook his head in disappointment. You need to be more serious. Don't let Master Roshi's teachings go to waste. Have you forgotten that King Piccolo still wants to rule the earth at any moment? Tien Shinhan's words left Yamcha speechless. The latter could only chuckle awkwardly. Having said his piece, Tien Shinhan could do no more. He fell silent. He looked toward the interior of the temple. Is Goku inside? Unlike Krillin, who was uneasy, Tien Shinhan could faintly sense Goku's chi even from this close distance, despite Goku suppressing it. Reminded by Tien Shinhan, Krillin also realized. That's right, the chi inside must be Goku's. Bulma had also walked up. Hearing them say Goku was inside, she turned and started to head in. Is Goku in there? Let's go inside then. The group adjusted their direction and prepared to enter together. Just then, several figures emerged from the temple entrance. Oi, Krillin, Bulma. Goku's figure appeared from inside. He waved to Krillin and the others outside, striding out. Bulma, Tights, who was following behind, froze upon hearing Goku's call. She unconsciously quickened her pace. Goku. Krillin also ran toward Goku with a smile. This was the first time they had seen Goku since the World Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone's faces beamed with joy. After the brief reunion, Tien Shinhan turned serious. Goku, do you know what happened? That overwhelmingly powerful chi today. And Kami's chi disappearing. What is all this about? Goku scratched his head, seemingly unsure where to start. Well, how should I put it? Even though I don't fully understand yet, Kami seems to have been. Bulma. As Goku was racking his brain, organizing his words, he was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected voice from behind. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Bulma in particular. She followed the sound to see behind Goku. Her eyes widened. That familiar figure. It was her sister. Sister? The latter exclamation came from the others in unison. Both Bulma and Tights showed surprise. The two sisters trotted toward each other. Bulma. Sis. They collided into an embrace, holding each other tightly. Laughter of a long-awaited reunion rang out. After they pulled apart, they began a long-overdue conversation. Oh, Bulma, look how much you've grown. I almost didn't recognize you, Tights said, gesturing to compare their heights. Now they were almost the same height. Bulma pushed her sister's hand down. What do you mean a little girl? I've been an adult for ages, you silly sister. Sorry, I almost forgot. When I left Earth, you were still a child, you know. Tights said this, but her tone carried no hint of apology. Hearing her sister's words, Bulma thought of something. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. She reached out and poked Tights' cheek. "What are you doing, Bulma?" Tights stepped back in confusion. "This is so unfair. You still look like a teenager. And you're almost 40. Hearing Bulma's envious admiration, Tights unconsciously touched her own face. "Huh, a teenager. That's an exaggeration, isn't it? Come to think of it, I've lost track of how old I am," Tights murmured. At this moment inside the Jingshan Shiguangwu, several months had passed. The god leaning on his cane stared in horror at the distant golden light shooting into the sky. In these months he had originally thought he would no longer be shocked by Deliesi. But Deliesi always managed to slap his old face. In the pure white world, Deliesi seemed to become the center. His entire body was enveloped in a pale golden aura. His hair was also swept upward by this force. His eyes lost their pupils. Veins faintly bulged on his face and forehead. All his muscles swelled and his entire body seemed to have expanded a size. His aura was still wildly radiating outward. The god could only retreat further. He was still muttering in his heart. Deliesi's aura had become frenzied. Would he do something bad? For example, starting to cause massive destruction. Thinking of this had already given the god the idea of whether to leave first. After all, if something happened to him, Earth would have no god. He hesitated, looking at the golden aura in the distance, then at the exit of the Jingshan Shiguangwu behind him. But just then something seemed to change on Deliesi's side. The god could vaguely sense that his aura had become less violent. The scene pulled back to the center of the light pillar. Deliesi's eyes gradually regained their pupils. The veins on his face and the muscles all over his body began to subside. Deliesi slowly lowered his head. He clenched and unclenched his fists. He examined the changes in his body. Did it succeed? Deliesi murmured. After a long pause, a smile gradually appeared on his face. This feeling was incredibly wonderful. This was the most exciting achievement of the past few months. As he gradually absorbed, digested, and refined the essence of Earth's martial arts, his control over Chi had improved beyond compare. Moreover, he had greatly benefited from his own mental training. His battle power also steadily increased. Afterwards, Deliesi naturally entered the second stage of cultivation. In this stage, the weighted clothing gradually lost its burden effect on Deliesi. During this period, Deliesi also showed the god his self-harm training. Relying on the Xian Do borrowed from Ka Lin Ta, he experienced a cheat-like efficiency in battle power growth. However, it faced the same unavoidable problem as weighted training. As his battle power seemed to reach a bottleneck, the efficiency of his self-harm method also gradually decreased. Thus, Deliesi entered the third stage of cultivation. Through his day and night attempts, he finally could vaguely sense the supercell, named S cells, within his body. As everyone knows, in the later part of Dragon Ball, the so-called legendary Super Saiyan was no longer an elusive myth. The true secret of transformation had been discovered. Stripped of its mystical veil, the key to becoming a Super Saiyan was the S cells contained within the Saiyan body. This supercell is located in the back of the Saiyan. One only needs to concentrate power on the back to activate the S cells and become a Super Saiyan. This was the purpose of Deliesi's third wish to Bo Luanjia. S cells were not only the key factor for transforming into a Super Saiyan. They were also the decisive factor. The more S cells a Saiyan had, and the higher their activity, the easier they were to activate, meaning the less power was needed for activation. Conversely, the scarcer the S cells, and the lower their activity, the more powerful the force needed to activate them. S cells and base battle power are mutually reinforcing. Why did Super Saiyans become warriors that only appeared in legends? Because as trends developed, Saiyans almost stopped producing S cells. Because S cells are produced only in a peaceful life. But from some point, Saiyans had been heading down the path of belligerence and bloodlust, never to return. Their bodies either did not produce S cells, or the few Saiyans who had S cells had a pitifully small amount. To activate that minuscule amount of S cells, the required battle power was unimaginable. Yet Saiyans had evolved into a warrior race that struggled to reach a battle power of 10,000. In Deliesi's past life, from an omniscient perspective, which audience didn't think Saiyans were a pure cheat race. But it had developed into that state. From an omniscient perspective, the imagined Saiyans would grow stronger in battle. Bullied. No problem. Grind the near-death passive and instantly burst into power. But the reality was that no Saiyan dared to put themselves into such a near-death state. That's near-death. Who told you that you could survive a near-death state? Falling into a near-death state and battle, your teammates simply wouldn't have time to care about you. Even if you managed to hold on until the battlefield cleanup, your teammates would casually dispose of you as battlefield trash. For Saiyans, you no longer had the ability to continue as a teammate. How unlucky would it be to die on the way back? What? You say you have no teammates? Then you're in luck. The enemy would just finish you off as a mere soldier, and you wouldn't even suffer the pain before death. Deliesi had been in this situation before. Every mission wasn't life paramount. What truly earned Saiyans the title of a cheat race was the Xian Do. Two cheats combined, invincible under heaven. And Deliesi was exactly like that now. Even more than that, When it came to the third cheat in the Dragon Ball world, it was undoubtedly the Dragon Balls. With the Dragon Balls compensating for the missing S cells, Deliesi truly embarked on the path of Saiyan ascendance. His current state was the final achievement of Deliesi's half-year's efforts. Although with his current battle power, he could not fully activate the S cells, the brief revival state of the S cells was still greatly beneficial to Deliesi. Through repeated attempts, he successfully mastered this special method of combining Chi with S cells. There was no need to fully activate the S cells. As long as the battle power reached the threshold by applying a specific stimulation method to the S cells to maintain this pseudo-activated state, his battle power could receive an unimaginable boost. And this state was what Deliesi called the pseudo-super Saiyan. He spent nearly 2 months to fully master this ultimate technique. In the center of the golden aura, Deliesi reveled in this unprecedented power. According to his own feeling, his base battle power now should be no less than 1 million. With the boost of pseudo-super Saiyan, he would most likely not lose to his old boss, Sherlaga. Moreover, his power seemed to have reached a temporary bottleneck. To cross it, training recklessly to the death might not be the best way. His body and mind must be in urgent need of some rest. Originally, he had planned to stay here for a year, but now it seemed unnecessary to force it. As he thought, the aura around Deliesi began to recede. His raised hair slowly fell. Everything returned to normal. Deliesi passed by the god, casually grabbing the bag of Siendo. "We should go out, god." "Oh, okay. The god watched Deliesi's back as he gradually approached the exit. His legs and feet were not obeying him, already numb. The sky outside gradually darkened. The group arrived together at an empty room in the temple. Under the brief explanations of Taisi and Mr. Bobo, the Earth Warriors gradually gained clarity on the current situation. Haha, Yamcha's laughter suddenly rang out. "Then it's all fine. That's Sun Wukong's brother, isn't it? He must be a good person." Yamcha smiled and looked around only to find that no one else was laughing. He instantly withdrew his smile. "Ahem, I was just kidding." Kulin also scratched his head and sighed. "Well, according to Taisi, older sister's account, Sun Wukong's brother doesn't sound like a traditional good person, but he doesn't seem like a villain either. The problem now is we don't know why he took the Guardian into that room of spirit and time. And according to Mr. Bobo, they've been in there for about half a year now. Can we also go in and take a look?" Facing Kulin's question, Mr. Bobo slowly shook his head. The room of spirit and time can only accommodate 2 people at most. If a third person enters, the exit will disappear and they'll never come out. Besides, the sage is still alive. If he died, I wouldn't know. The sage and that person have been in the room of spirit and time for so long without incident, so it's better if we don't act rashly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. By the way, we never had a chance to ask, who is that guy? Tianjin Fan looked at Kakao, who had been standing motionless at the door since the beginning. "He is Kakao, a subordinate of Deliesi. It is said that he was once an artificial war weapon from a certain planet, only obeying Deliesi, so that's that." "War weapon?" Tianjin Fan showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. "So he was born for battle. But we can't sense his chi. Is it because he's an android?" Sun Wukong also looked curious. "Yeah, I noticed that from the start. Although I can't sense his chi, he looks really formidable." As he spoke, he directly stepped forward and walked toward Kakao. Hello. What is it?" Kakao slightly turned his face. "So you can talk. Well, I wanted to ask, are you very skilled in combat?" The optical units on Kakao's face flickered with red light. He briefly scanned the room. He was equipped with an energy detection module, though not as precise as a scout. But simple strength assessment was no problem. Then that electronic synthesized voice sounded again. "Compared to you, all the judgment is correct." At these words, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Behind him, Tianjin Fan and Kulin also exchanged glances. The meaning of Kakao's words was all too clear. That is, he was stronger than everyone present. As some of the most outstanding martial artists on Earth today, including Yamcha, a fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. To be fair, if the person before them were Deliesi, they would most likely not be able to muster any fighting spirit. It was precisely because of Kakao's special nature as an android that they couldn't perceive the disparity between them. Thus they felt little fear. Sun Wukong took a large step forward, closing the distance to Kakao. "That's great." Sun Wukong raised his voice, "Come and fight me." The optical detection units on Kakao's face flickered with cold red light. "I refuse." He uttered his answer stiffly. "Why won't you fight? You just said you were very strong." Sun Wukong pressed on. Kakao's voice was devoid of any fluctuation. "You are not elimination targets, nor combat targets. Engaging in battle does not align with the current core directive." With that, the Red War Machine took a half step back, assuming a defensive posture that completely refused further communication. Sun Wukong was not buying it at all. The Saiyan warrior blood within him was already boiling. What was a directive? He didn't understand such things. Sun Wukong began to circle around Kakao. As he walked, he reached out and knocked on the heavy armor on Kakao's arm, producing a dull clanging sound. Such hard material, Sun Wukong remarked, then circled back to face Kakao. Don't worry, I absolutely won't go all out. Sun Wukong jutted his chin toward Kakao. We'll stop at touch, how about that? Kakao stood still, giving no answer. He didn't quite understand the concept of stop at touch. Hey, I say, Mr. Red Robot. Your words are too arrogant. Since you're so confident in your strength, why are you hiding it and afraid to strike? Yamucha joined in the sparring request. Kakao's electronic synthesized voice sounded again, still addressing Sun Wukong. Meaningless combat causes unnecessary energy consumption to the unit. According to Lord Delacy's highest priority directive, the primary task is to ensure the personal safety of Ms. Taisi and remain on standby in this location. Combat sequence must be postponed until after the escort mission. Any sparring requests are invalid directives. No matter how Sun Wukong and the others tried to persuade him, Kakao no longer responded. This coldness left Sun Wukong and the others at a loss. During this time, Yamucha even proposed a dangerous suggestion. That was to directly attack Kakao and force him to fight. But without a doubt, Mr. Bobo led the rejection. Let it be. He's a robot, only follows orders. You bunch of fighters don't stir up trouble. Uerma stepped in to smooth things over. Then she looked at Taisi. Big sister, so he was left by little son's brother to protect you. Uerma looked at her elder sister with a meaningful smile. By the way, big sister, you have a special relationship with little son's brother, don't you? Seeing her younger sister's sly smile, Taisi couldn't manage a smile. Rather than Delacy having Kakao protect her, it was more like he was monitoring her. Wasn't that indeed unusual? That hateful fellow. Wasn't he afraid that she would blab to the Galactic Patrol? In fact, she no longer had such intentions. During these days spent with Delacy, she could indeed feel that he was not what she had initially thought. As she gained a deeper understanding of the Frieza core, and with the revelations from the Great Elder, she became increasingly curious about Delacy, while also gradually changing her opinion. However, he still guarded against her as before, and he even said he wanted her to work for him. No sincerity at all. Well, in their world it seems sincerity is not popular. Only fists matter. Taiza's performance made Bulma interpret things differently. Silence meant agreement. With the answer settled in her mind, Bulma felt even more at ease. If that Dallas was not only little son's older brother, but also their sister's boyfriend, then he certainly would not do anything to them. If Taiz knew what her younger sister was thinking at this moment, she would be utterly bewildered. Bulma circled halfway around Kakao, muttering to herself. This kind of metallic material and mechanical structure has never been seen on Earth. There should be an independent energy circulation system inside. Right. I thought he was cool from the start. Taiz patted Kakao on the back. And he's really kind, never giving me attitude like Dallas's other subordinates. Kakao was about to enter light hibernation when he heard Taiz's words, his facial optical units flickering softly. He was pondering how to express displeasure toward others. But it seemed he could not manage it. Never mind then. Just as everyone thought this little interlude would pass, suddenly all the warriors' nerves tightened like plucked strings. They turned their heads in unison, casting horrified glances towards some deep part of the temple. It was the same aura they had felt before. Although it seemed greatly weakened, it was still overwhelming power for them. At the same time, the god's energy appeared. Son Goku and Krillin exchanged glances one by one, then ran out of the room, leaving Taiz and Bulma staring at each other puzzled. Before they could figure it out, Mr. Popo explained to them. The Kami and the others have come out. After saying this, Popo also left. The two sisters finally understood what was happening and followed without hesitation. The corridors within the temple seemed to stretch endlessly. The floor tiles reflected their hurried figures accompanied by chaotic footsteps. Krillin's bald head was covered with fine beads of sweat. For the first time, he felt that merely walking was exhausting. Tenshinhan's complexion was no better, his inner worries silently accumulating. The more tense it became, the more unsettling it felt. Including Son Goku, none of them spoke a word as they hurried down the corridor. Finally, at the corner of the corridor, they stopped. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. On the temple terrace, two figures stood quietly. One was the Heavenly Lord leaning on a wooden staff, his expression complex. The other was someone who shared the exact same face as their familiar Son Goku. Yet the feeling was entirely different. "Oh, are you greeting me?" Dallas held a bag of moderate size over his shoulder casually. His gaze swept across the group before him, finally settling on Son Goku. "We finally meet again." Kakarot, feeling Dallas's gaze, Son Goku instinctively looked around. "Are you talking to me?" Dallas did not immediately answer. He calmly took a step forward. Except for Son Goku, Krillin and the others found their bodies subtly retreating. Their eyes all focused on Son Goku and Dallas. As the distance closed, Dallas's tail at his waist swirled gently into the air. "It's a tail," Son Goku exclaimed. "So you really have a tail too? Then tell me, are you really my older brother?" Son Goku closely examined Dallas as he approached. From appearance to height and build, they were carved from the same mold. Even that highly distinctive hairstyle. Older brother. Dallas paused, then immediately understood that Taiz had mistaken Kakarot for his younger brother. But this was only natural. After all, Dallas himself had previously used this very excuse to elicit sympathy from Ties. Upon arriving on Earth and seeing Kakarot who looked exactly like him, it was natural to think along familial lines. Who could blame her, let alone Ties? Even Dallas himself had wondered more than once. Compared to Raditz, Bardak and Kakarot were far more like father and son, or brothers. He guessed that if Raditz met Kakarot, he would likely have the same suspicion. A slight smile curled the corners of Dallas's mouth. What if he went along with the mistake and accepted this foolish little brother? It might actually be quite amusing. If given the chance, taking Kakarot to beat up Raditz together sounded oddly satisfying, just to imagine. Kakarot, it seems you have been training well on this planet as well. When I arrived here, I guessed the strongest fighter would be you, and it appears I was correct. Dallas chose to let Son Goku's misunderstanding stand. He neither denied it outright nor confirmed it. Kakarot, what exactly is that? Son Goku precisely grasped the only unfamiliar part of the sentence, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Seeing this, the others behind him could only sigh and press their palms to their foreheads. Was that really the point, boss? Kakarot is your name, you fool. Your brain must be a bit slow. Is that so? Son Goku scratched his head. What a headache. Chi-Chi sometimes says the same thing. Could it really be true? The confusion on his face looked genuinely sincere. However, my name is Son Goku, not Kakarot. Son Goku suddenly looked seriously at Dallas. Dallas did not intend to continue picking apart words with him. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind whether it's Kakarot or Son Goku, I do not care. Right now I simply want to enjoy a proper meal. Speaking of which, Dallas turned his head toward the Heavenly Lord. Heavenly Lord, could you prepare some food for me? The Heavenly Lord immediately nodded. Of course, Mr. Dallas. I will leave this to Popo. He immediately sent word to Mr. Popo behind the group. Watching Dallas about to walk past them, Son Goku still wanted to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Dallas raised his hand to stop him. I only wish to reward my stomach that has not had normal food for half a year. Whatever you want to say, I am not in the mood now. Let us talk after I have eaten my fill. Saying this, Dallas walked straight through them. He did not even react when passing Ties and Kakao behind. Popo was leading him toward where the food was. Son Goku and the others could only head toward the Heavenly Lord. Heavenly Lord, are you alright? Due to Dorelius's enormous appetite, Mr. Popo simply spread out a massive blanket in the open area outside the temple and brought out all the food. The others watched Dorelius devour the food in silence, save for Sun Wukong. He had left home right around mealtime. Not only had he missed his meal, but he had also spent the entire time anxiously waiting in the Heavenly Temple. Now, watching Dorelius clear the feast with such ferocious speed, his stomach began to rumble. Dorelius looked up, food still in his mouth, and pointed at the dishes on the blanket. With his mouth half full, he invited Sun Wukong to eat as well. Thanks. Brother. Sun Wukong, slightly embarrassed, picked up his plate and joined the feast. Mr. Popo, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold, and his expression darkened. All that food was his own handiwork, and they were thanking him. What did this mean? The rest could only sit idly and watch the two gluttons devour everything. Although Sun Wukong's appetite was extraordinary compared to Dorelius, who had endured 6 months of torment in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was still a green recruit. He was quickly relegated to the spectator stance. Dorelius, on the other hand, was clearly aiming to eat until he burst. As night deepened and moonlight bathed the scene, Dorelius finally let out a contented burp. Earth's food is truly delicious. Mr. Popo, your cooking is quite good. I approve. A bead of cold sweat formed on Mr. Popo's forehead. He had nearly thought Dorelius was going to do something to him. Thank you. Immediately, Dorelius's gaze was drawn once again to the starry sky above. Earth is quite the wonderful planet. Kakarot, you who grew up here have had far better fortune than the rest of the Saiyans. Hearing his name mentioned again, Sun Wukong grinned broadly. Yeah, I feel the same way. Absolutely. Is that so? Dorelius smiled at Sun Wukong. By the way, Kakarot, would you be interested in working for me? Join the great Frieza army and protect the peace of the universe. Dorelius asked with a smile, waiting for Sun Wukong's response. But the next moment his smile froze. But, didn't Bulma's sister say that the Frieza army are villains who specifically invade and plunder other planets? Sun Wukong looked at him with confusion. Dorelius stiffly shifted his gaze toward Ties. As if sensing his plight, she had already looked away. She casually began gazing at the stars as though nothing had happened. In barely half a day, that woman had spilled everything. Dorelius stepped up to Sun Wukong. That's simply nonsense. However, with your current combat power, you wouldn't even qualify as a grunt in the Frieza army, let alone be assigned to clean spaceships. Although, I didn't intend to join. Sun Wukong paused, then met Dorelius's gaze directly. But, I will continue to train and grow stronger. One day I'll become stronger than you, and I'll defeat villains like those from the Frieza army. As Sun Wukong spoke these words, Krillin, Tenshinhan, and the other Earth warriors all nodded in agreement. Even Yamcha, who typically maintained a carefree demeanor, straightened his posture, as if silently swearing the same oath within his heart. Train to grow stronger. Kakarot, What will be different about your training going forward? Haven't you been training all along before today? If so, why are you still this weak? Dorelius's words struck not only Sun Wukong, but also lashed out at every Earth warrior standing behind him. Yet they had no idea how to respond to his question. Up until now, they had all been among Earth's finest martial artists. Sun Wukong ranked first, Piccolo second. Next came them. And in Tenshinhan's heart, he had always considered himself third. For all these years, he believed he had been growing stronger, steadily closing the gap between himself and both Sun Wukong and the new generation Piccolo. But now, whether facing Sun Wukong or Piccolo, in front of Dorelius, neither made any difference. They were all equally weak. So you don't know how to train to become stronger. Let me tell you, Earth is too small. No matter how solid your foundation is or how many years you've trained. But Earth is too comfortable. I cannot predict the future, but as of now, Earth is complacent. For all of you, the most troublesome enemy was the former Demon King Piccolo, right? Everyone instinctively nodded. That was true. But where was this complacency coming from? That's not true. Krillin finally could not hold back his rebuttal. When Demon King Piccolo appeared, we barely survived. Earth almost got destroyed by him. Dorelius continued. But you don't know, do you? Demon King Piccolo was actually a Namekian. An incomplete Namekian at that. Any spacefarer could come and rule over Earth. That's Earth. But this planet has not only Kakarot, but also the Dragon Balls. An incomplete Namekian could never pose a real threat to a planet protected by a Saiyan. This not only makes Earth complacent, but it also makes Kakarot complacent. Do you know that in the universe, many planets as weak as Earth have absolutely no ability to respond to sudden crises? Either they evolve in desperation or they become nothing but cosmic dust. But Earth, it maintains its status quo in this strange complacency. Your driving force has never been truly awakened. Yamcha lowered his head. The two cross scars on his left cheek were particularly clear under the moonlight. Those were traces left from his wild youth. Back then he fought desperately every single day just to survive. When had it started? When had he decided he had enough and could finally rest? Dorelius stepped to the forefront of the group. Moonlight fell upon his back, casting a long shadow. This comfort is wonderful, isn't it? But the moment you encounter a true powerhouse, you're utterly defenseless. If you want to protect this comfort, you must constantly grow stronger. Yet it is precisely this comfort that prevents you from truly becoming strong. What if today I came to conquer Earth? Dorelius gave a half smile. You wouldn't be able to do anything. Between the pillars, not a single person spoke. The strange silence lingered for some time. I feel my words have already touched your souls. Don't take offense at my harsh speech. If I hadn't promised Cammy to help you grow stronger, I wouldn't waste my breath on this. Think about it yourselves for now. If you've made up your mind, come find me. I can offer you a chance to step off Earth and see the wider world. That's all for today. I think I need to get some proper rest. The next day, at Capsule Corporation, Ties and Mrs. Brief's mother and daughter were reunited after more than a decade of separation. This reunion was even more emotional than the sisterly meeting with Bulma the day before. Ties felt her mother's embrace. Tears welled up uncontrollably. Perhaps fearing that someone might laugh at her, she quickly wiped them away. It must be said that Mrs. Briefs was excessively young. Dales was stunned for a moment before realizing she was Ties' mother. No wonder Ties' anti-aging genes were so strong. Now that she stood next to her mother, it was clear that this was simply heredity. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Ties did not inherit her father Dr. Briefs' godlike intelligence. It seems that was compensated by her mother's traits. The same carefree spirit, the same legendary anti-aging. It's understandable that the bloom lasts long after all. Scions also have a long blooming period, but can it be forever? To be honest, did she secretly make a wish to Shinron? After the mother and daughter parted, Mrs. Briefs' gaze locked onto Dales, who was standing behind. Covering her mouth with one hand, she quickly walked over. Oh dear. You must be Dales, the one Bulma mentioned. I heard you're Goku's brother, right? You really look exactly like little Goku, young man, so handsome. In response to Mrs. Briefs' praise, Dales flashed a gentlemanly and elegant smile much like Frieza's. Madam, you are also very beautiful. You're so sweet and polite, I'm very pleased. Mrs. Briefs covered her mouth again and chuckled. Then, catching Dales completely off guard, she threw out a bewildering question. By the way, may I ask how long you and Ties have been together? And when do you plan to get married? Dales, who had been feeling quite pleased with himself and at ease, was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Ties, like a startled kitten, rushed over and covered Mrs. Briefs' mouth. The reaction of the two puzzled Mrs. Briefs. What's wrong? Don't tell me you two have no plans to get married. It's okay. Really? Mom, what are you even saying? Ties urgently silenced her mother again. We're not in that kind of relationship. Mrs. Briefs' gaze shifted between the two. When she finally could speak, her response was just as obtuse as ever. Is that so? Last night Bulma told me that Ties had brought a boyfriend home. That little brat. But that's not important. We can't let young Dale stand at the door. I heard you're here to see my husband. Oh, I'll take you to him. Mrs. Briefs' enthusiasm was almost overwhelming for Dales. He managed a few words in response, then his gaze shifted past this overly well-preserved lady toward the depths of the estate. The headquarters of Capsule Corporation was less a tech park and more a vast ecological garden. Several pterosaurs leisurely preened their feathers by the artificial lake. A dinosaur as large as a truck stretched its neck to nibble at the tender leaves atop a giant tree, completely ignoring the anti-gravity vehicles passing by its feet. On the lawn, capsule houses of various shapes were scattered in an orderly manner. Small robots occasionally shuttled among them, performing maintenance tasks. Everything here exuded a kind of almost magical harmony. Technology and nature were perfectly blended together. What an amazing place, Dales thought to himself. Young Dales, my husband, is in the main lab ahead. That man, once he enters the lab, forgets everything else. Mrs. Briefs led the way, still chattering nonstop. Passing through a garden planted with glowing flora, a huge white dome-shaped building came into view. Dr. Briefs' laboratory was not far ahead. Here it is, my husband is inside. The lab door opened. The interior of the lab was far more spacious than it appeared from outside, and it was chaotic, in a very organized way. Countless pieces of precision equipment and half-disassembled mechanical parts were piled up like mountains. Innumerable design drawings cascaded like waterfalls from the workbench to the floor. Several cats of various breeds elegantly navigated the complex maze of wires, completely oblivious to the occasional sparks of electricity. An old man in a white lab coat with hair as messy as a bird's nest was lying on a huge anti-gravity engine, holding a wrench in one hand and a welding torch in the other, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Compared to his eternally youthful wife, Dr. Briefs looked more like a man from the previous generation. He was Dr. Briefs, the founder of Capsule Corporation and the smartest man on Earth. Honey, we have a guest. Mrs. Briefs called out. Dr. Briefs didn't even look up, mumbling indistinctly, Give me 5 more minutes. Young Dales is here to see you about something important. You two go ahead. I'll go prepare some food for you. Oh. Only then did Dr. Briefs slowly slide off the engine, remove his goggles, revealing a face full of curiosity and vitality that belied his age. He casually stubbed out his cigarette on the head of a nearby robot, clapped his hands, and his gaze skipped directly over his own daughter Ty's, landing on Dales. Oh, so you're Ty's boyfriend. I almost thought you were Goku. Again, Ty's was already at a loss for words. You must be Dr. Briefs. I've heard so much about you. Really, has my fame spread to the universe? The little old man seemed a bit proud. Indeed, with your abilities, Doctor, you're practically wasted on Earth. The universe is vast. Have you ever considered leaving Earth? Leave Earth. Dr. Briefs took out his cigarette, thoughtfully blew out a smoke ring, then smiled and shook his head. If I were younger, I might have been interested. But I'm old now, I don't like to fuss too much. Hearing Dr. Briefs' tactful refusal, Dales was not surprised. He also showed respect. He had come to see Dr. Briefs for a real reason. Cacao was one of the key points. Unlike Duodai and the others, Cacao was an artificial biochemical war machine. Although he had undergone the baptism of the spirit fruit, after all, he was different from a true natural life form, so the effect was not great. In terms of training, the efficiency was also low. After the previous weight training, the gap in combat power between Cacao and Duodai and the others had reversed. Originally second only to Dales and the squad, Cacao now could only sit at the same table as the Lizela Kasai brothers and even lagged behind them. Since conventional methods were ineffective, it was better to find a new path. This was one of the reasons Dales brought Cacao along this time. He didn't want to give up on any of his loyal followers, his old subordinates. By midday, Dr. Briefs' laboratory was still bustling with activity. Kakueo entered a sealed chamber, and various instruments hummed to life around him. Bulma had also risen from bed and had joined Dr. Briefs in his research. With the addition of Bulma, a super assistant, the work accelerated. Efficiency had taken a qualitative leap. Father and daughter were completely immersed in their research. At the doorway, Deliasai and Taisei sat quietly on chairs. Mrs. Briefs was approaching them, carrying drinks and fruit. Taisei watched her father and younger sister utterly absorbed in their work. Her eyes carried a hint of longing. Her father was the smartest scientist on Earth, while she, Taisei, possessed not a shred of scientific talent. In contrast, her younger sister Bulma had displayed extraordinary scientific gifts since childhood. At merely 5 years old, she could independently tackle complex mechanical structures. Whether inventing, dismantling, or repairing, she handled everything with effortless mastery. She had once diagnosed the malfunctions of an intergalactic patrol fleet in no time flat. Could you believe it? So-called prodigies and child geniuses were nothing compared to her. What's wrong? You look a bit despondent. Deliasai noticed Taisei's unusual demeanor. No, nothing. Taisei hurriedly covered it up. Taisei, are you envious of your father and Bulma's scientific talents? Mrs. Briefs handed the cut fruit to each of them. Not at all. Mom, stop guessing. Taisei took the fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Deliasai also accepted the fruit from Mrs. Briefs. She then continued toward her husband and youngest daughter with the tray. So you do care about such things? I thought you were always so carefree and emotionally indifferent to everything. Taisei turned her head and found Delisai looking at her with a teasing expression. I do not. Taisei clung to her stubbornness. Actually, you have your own strengths as well, don't you? For instance, your novels gained the recognition of the Interstellar Patrol. Without natural talent in that area, it would hardly be achievable. Just like how among all the sentient races in the universe, only the Scions dare call themselves the warrior race. Delisai continued speaking only to notice Taisei gazing at him with a strange expression. What kind of look is that? Delisai frowned. Taisei's eyes were filled with inquiry. So were you just trying to comfort me? This was clearly an unexpected turn of events for Delisai. He paused for a moment. Then he resumed his composed expression. Don't flatter yourself. You are my exclusive writer now. I simply do not wish for trivial matters to affect your creative abilities. Really? What else would it be? Facing Taisei's skeptical gaze, Delisai simply turned his face away entirely. I'm not sure myself. At that moment it seemed Dr. Briefs and Bulma had reached some results. The father and daughter stepped away from the console. They walked toward Delisai. Yet nothing could be read from Dr. Brief's face. He lit another cigarette. This structural design is indeed remarkable, as expected of intergalactic technology. Unfortunately, I am not an enthusiast of biotechnology. Fully grasping these concepts will require considerable effort. However, while examining these materials, I happen to think of someone. That person is precisely a genius specializing in the field of artificial life technology. If it were him, he might be able to assist you quickly. Upon hearing this, Bulma beside them also had an epiphany. She eagerly chimed in. Oh, right. I think I know who Dad is talking about. It's Dr. Gero, isn't it? Dr. Gero. Bulma's interruption was like a single word awakening a dreamer. Delisai inwardly regretted his earlier oversight. Dr. Gero, the father of artificial humans in the original story. The mastermind behind the entire android arc. Good heavens. In this domain, no matter how advanced biochemical cyborgs or artificial war machines claim to be, they paled in comparison to Dr. Gero. With his own efforts, he created the most despairing timeline in Dragon Ball history. The famous Z warriors were nearly annihilated by the androids he manufactured. Hearing Bulma's words, Dr. Briefs also nodded. Removing the cigarette from his mouth, he expressed surprise. I did not expect you to know him as well, Bulma. Bulma continued. I saw him in the scientific magazines from your collection. I still remember that guy. He was quite the villain. He used to be a scientist for the Red Ribbon Army. Though he was a bad man, I must admit he is a preeminent genius in the scientific community. Dr. Gero seemed to appear in magazines again just a few years ago, but I recall the Red Ribbon Army was already destroyed by Sun long before that. I wonder who he is working for now. Delisai immediately cut to the chase. Then do you know where this Dr. Gero is currently located? Upon hearing this, Dr. Briefs fell into deep thought. But Bulma immediately slapped her forehead and responded. Write that. Wait for me a moment. That magazine is in my room right now. Saying this, Bulma quickly ran out of the laboratory. By the way, this. Dr. Briefs held up the object in his palm. It was Delisai's scouter. Seeing Dr. Briefs extend the scouter toward him, Delisai reached out to take it directly. How is it, Doctor? It went well. Bulma has been tinkering with such devices since childhood, and she had already optimized it for you. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Delisai's face. If Dr. Briefs was this confident, the results must have been remarkable. He harbored an inexplicable sense of certainty about it. Soon Bulma's figure reappeared in the laboratory. She was holding the scientific magazine. Seeing this, Delisai also moved closer. As the magazine was opened, Bulma quickly navigated to the relevant pages. There was a report on Dr. Gero. Delisai had no interest in the biographical introductions and achievements of Dr. Gero. At last he finally managed to uncover some clues. Regarding Dr. Gero's whereabouts, he frequently appeared in North City. However, there were no specific locations. Bulma became interested and wanted to investigate further. But Delisai decided to try his luck first. Bringing Kakao out from the sealed chamber, he headed directly toward North City, flying. Above the northern capital, Tarbell did not linger, but swept past the city toward the surrounding wilderness. In his memory, Dr. Gero's laboratory was hidden within a mountain cave. Naturally, it could not be a densely populated residential area. The various mountainous regions were Tarbell's target. From near to far, every mountain range around the northern capital was subject to Kakao's scanning. Kakao was a bioengineered cyborg born for warfare. Terrain scanning and analysis was his forte. As the two conducted their thorough sweep, not a single suspicious cave escaped Tarbell's scrutiny. Their diligence would not be in vain. Finally, the figures of Tarbell and Kakao appeared before a mountain wall that had clearly been meticulously disguised. Without a word, Kakao punched through the rock face. As expected, concealed beneath was a high-tech alloy door. There was no point in lingering outside. With another blow, the alloy door shattered into fragments. The space beyond unfolded before them. less a laboratory and more a merged relic of an abandoned operating theater and biological research facility. Mechanical limbs lay scattered in the corners. Tarble stepped inside, scanned the room, and frowned. No one was there. Yet Tarble detected something amiss. The disorder on the desk caught his attention, and finally his eyes fell upon an instrument in the corner that was still operational. Tarble approached and inspected it. Good heavens, it resembled a radar. Moreover, the marked position appeared to correspond to himself. So did Dr. Jero use this radar to detect him and consequently lie low or flee? Was he tracking via key signatures? This fellow truly is resourceful. He even constructed something like this. That meant he had already begun studying the Z-Fighter's key. So where could this man be hiding? Even under the dual scanning of Bulma's modified scouter and Cacao, they found nothing. This was unnatural. If the radar was still active, he could not have fled far. Tarble made a decision. As always, Cacao, I leave the exterior to you. Cacao understood instantly and exited the laboratory, shooting skyward. He hovered at an altitude in the mountain range, maintaining a proper distance that allowed him to monitor every exit below. Meanwhile, Tarble, who remained inside, finally made a discovery. Hidden beneath a pile of experimental apparatus in the corner was a concealed basement hatch. Just as he had suspected. What a hidden world below. With a clang, Tarble wrenched the hatch open and began his slow descent. It was an even larger laboratory, far better equipped with sophisticated instruments. But it was still utterly empty. This man was extraordinarily cunning. He had moved quickly indeed. Not wanting to waste more time, Tarble extended a single finger and fired a searing beam of energy, scraping it along the walls. No hidden threat could escape detection. The scan revealed a second hidden door, a clear escape passage leading to the outside world. A clever man keeps 3 burrows. How prudent. Tarble walked through the lengthy tunnel and, as expected, emerged beyond the mountain range. A most amusing sight greeted his eyes. An old man was being restrained by Cacao, frozen in place, daring not to move. You seem rather timid, Dr. Jero. You've kept me searching. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Dr. Jero turned. It's you, the stranger who suddenly appeared on Earth. You're not Son Goku. Who exactly are you? Tarble smiled and walked toward him. I am indeed not Son Goku. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tarble, a senior officer of the Frieza Force, currently serving as commander of the 6th Division. Frieza Force. What is that? Regarding Tarble, his micro-robots had actually detected him long ago. However, the time frame was too brief for him to determine Tarble's origins. Furthermore, Tarble's arrival today was entirely unexpected. He had been occupied in the laboratory tinkering with new concepts. He was suddenly startled by the radar's frantic flashing. Such intense readings were simply breathtaking, unprecedented. Afterward, this signal grew ever more suspicious. Lingering near his research facility. Could that be accurate? Dr. Jero immediately sensed something was gravely amiss. It was only when Tarble's position began closing in on the laboratory that Dr. Jero panicked. Damn it. It was coming for him. You know precisely what you've done. You make me sick. He hastily gathered the more important documents from the laboratory and departed through the pre-prepared escape route. Tarble shook his head slightly. That is of no importance. What matters is that I came seeking you for something significant. You simply fled like that, and if I were unable to catch you, it would be most troublesome. Don't you agree, Dr. Jero? Dr. Jero's expression darkened. Who the hell is this guy? Have we ever met? With an aura of such overwhelming intensity, crashing directly to his doorstep, any fool would run. Yet even with 100-fold courage, he would never dare voice these thoughts. Suppressing his inner fury, his pride as a preeminent scientific mind still granted him a measure of composure. We are complete strangers. What do you want from me? Merely to request a small favor of you, said Tarble, waving his hand dismissively. The one standing before you is called Cacao. You can discern that much, can you not? He is a cyborg, surely an area of your expertise, is it not? So you wish for me to assist in upgrading him, is that correct? Dr. Jero's expression lightened with a smile. Having immediately grasped Tarble's purpose, he relaxed considerably. After all, the other party was the one making the request. Realizing this, he could not help but let his demeanor shift. Tarble frowned slightly, but refrained from reacting directly. Let us return to the laboratory to discuss this further. Back at the laboratory, upon seeing the state of his own quarters, Dr. Jero's face instinctively fell. He harbored resentment, but dared not speak it. He first stowed away the documents he carried, then slowly began to speak. However, it was not about Cacao. What is your connection to Son Goku? Tarble was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. Seeing no response, Dr. Jero continued. I refuse to believe you have no relation to him. After all, from appearances alone, the two of you are virtually indistinguishable. What relation do I have with Son Goku, and how is that any concern of yours? You care quite a lot about Son Goku, don't you? Son Wukong. Dr. Guy Luo's face instantly changed. He gritted his teeth. It was him. He destroyed everything I had. If it weren't for him, the Red Ribbon Army would have already conquered the world. Deliesi tilted his head and looked at him for a moment. Unmoved, he leisurely picked his ear. So it's Sun Wukong who holds a grudge against you. Am I correct in understanding this? Dr. Guy Luo's lips twitched instinctually, wanting to curse a few more times. But he wisely chose to remain silent for the moment, nodding at Daliesi. However, come to think of it, Dr. Guy Luo, have you forgotten that Sun Wukong once saved your life? What? Dr. Guy Luo frowned, looking at Daliesi. Back then the great demon king Piccolo was about to annihilate all of humanity. If Sun Wukong hadn't defeated the great demon king Piccolo and saved Earth back, then where would you be now to resent Sun Wukong? At your age you must have descendants, right? You see, Sun Wukong didn't just save you alone. What do you think? Daliesi showed a kind smile. Dr. Guy Luo's eyebrow twitched. He indeed had a son. See, there's one. Sun Wukong didn't just save your life alone. Calculated this way. Daliesi spread his hands. Shouldn't your grudges with Sun Wukong cancel each other out? What do you think? Daliesi showed a kind smile. He looked like a gentle, reasonable gentleman, easy to talk to. Dr. Guy Luo frowned, about to retort, but momentarily paused. The other party's reasoning seemed to actually have some logic. No. Dr. Guy Luo immediately dispelled this strange notion. What do you mean? Don't you know I'm an evil scientist? Should I abandon my lifelong dream just because of such a ridiculous offset of grievances? Daliesi smiled faintly at this. See, getting agitated again. Let me finish first. Daliesi cut Dr. Guy Luo off again. The latter had no choice but to shut his mouth. Now that things are clear, you see, Sun Wukong, and you have no enmity. As for your dream, Daliesi changed the subject. Isn't it just to rule the world? Because of this, Sun Wukong is obstructing you. But does the world you want to rule have to be this tiny little Earth? Dr. Guy Luo frowned deeply. What do you mean? I must say, Dr. Guy Luo, you are a very capable person. Daliesi paced around, surveying the small but well-equipped laboratory. However, your vision is limited by Earth. You cannot see the vast, boundless universe. As I told you earlier, I am the supreme commander of the 6th Division of Fu Lisa's army. Daliesi stopped and turned to face Dr. Guy Luo directly. You probably don't know what that means. Let me put it this way, in my jurisdiction, there are 9 habitable planets with fully developed resources and thriving life, and 23 barren, but highly promising undeveloped, unclaimed planets. If you truly have ambition, Daliesi's voice carried an infectious temptation, I can let you freely choose any one of those planets to build your own stage. For example, help you rebuild the Red Ribbon Army, provide you with inexhaustible resources. Then you can research as you wish, create whatever monsters you want. As long as you can achieve it, the name of Dr. Guy Luo and the Red Ribbon Army will resound throughout the universe. How about it? I have great faith in you, that's why I'm telling you all this, Dr. Guy Luo. What is your answer? Dr. Guy Luo fell into silence. The Red Ribbon Army was a lifelong obsession, but not the one led by that abstract commander who treated it as a joke just to grow taller. If there was still a chance to rebuild the ideal Red Ribbon Army, how do you prove it? What? Daliesi was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Guy Luo said in a deep voice, prove what you just said. I can't just believe everything you say, can I? If I don't need to prove anything to you. Rather, you need to prove to me that the name Guy Luo is worthy of stepping into the cosmos. With that, Daliesi turned without any hesitation and began to walk out of the research institute. He could tell that Dr. Guy Luo was already tempted. Sure enough, just as they were about to leave the institute's front door, Dr. Guy Luo called out to stop them. Wait. Daliesi turned around with a calm expression. Dr. Guy Luo hesitated for a moment. You don't need to provoke me. Let's both compromise. At the very least, you should prove that you're a spaceman, right? Daliesi revealed a meaningful smile. Oh, are you sure, Dr. Guy Luo? Do you have an oxygen tank here? Moi. Inside the research institute, Dr. Guy Luo vomited repeatedly in the corner. He was still dizzy. Just moments ago, Daliesi had taken him to overlook the planet Namek from a god's perspective. It was definitely an experience he never wanted to go through again. By the time he recovered, the area outside the institute was enveloped in night. Dr. Guy Luo was pacing around the experimental pod containing cacao. Occasionally, he wore an expression of sudden realization. This was the collision between the leading figure in Earth's android field and the product of extraterrestrial androids. Daliesi sat not far away, though inwardly he had some doubts. In the original story, this Dr. Guy Luo was also a formidable character. He had even transformed himself into an android, leaving only a brain. At this stage, though, he hadn't reached that point yet, he had already modified certain parts of his body. Moreover, as a villainous character, it inevitably made Daliesi feel somewhat uneasy. It could be said that this was also a test for Dr. Guy Luo. If afterward he really tampered with Cacao's body, then he would fail this test of trust. No matter how brilliant he was, Daliesi would resolutely eliminate someone who might betray him at any moment. This modification was not something that could be completed overnight. In the meantime, Daliesi returned to the temple and found that Tian Xinhan had already come looking for him, expressing his desire to leave Earth with him. Since Tian Xinhan was coming, Kaiatsu was naturally inseparable. To be honest, it was somewhat unexpected for Daliesi that Goku wasn't the first one. Later he learned it was because asking for leave from Chi-Chi was too difficult. Daliesi shook his head. Mount Pozu. Morning mist wrapped around the thick trunks. Sun Wukong sat alone by the stream looking troubled. Looking at the fish basket beside him, it wasn't hard to guess that he had come to catch fish. But seeing the empty basket, it was clear he wasn't in the mood. What's wrong? Earth's strongest warrior Goku also has troubles. Hearing this, Sun Wukong turned around in surprise. Daliesi. Big brother. Brother Daliesi, why are you here? Sun Wukong stood up uneasily. Daliesi felt a strange sensation in his heart upon hearing the repeated calls of brother. How should I put it? A bit pleasant and a bit. Cough cough. I heard that you want to join the Frieza Corps, but you've encountered some difficulties. Helping our core warriors overcome difficulties is my responsibility. Is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head. With a confused expression he said, but I don't want to join the Frieza Corps. I'm just going to the universe with you, brother. There should be many powerful guys, right? Just like you said, brother, that's how I can become stronger. But if I leave Chi-Chi alone on Earth, it really doesn't seem good. What a headache. Sun Wukong leaned against the shore. Is that so? Then you can just come back every once in a while, can't you? Daliesi said calmly. Follow me. Where are we going? Sun Wukong looked up. Then he saw Daliesi walking straight toward his house. Knock knock knock. Wukong. Chi-Chi opened the door from inside, pausing slightly. Wukong. You are Kakarote's wife Chi-Chi, right? Daliesi wore his signature gentlemanly smile. Edge. Chi-Chi was completely bewildered. Chi-Chi. He is my brother. Daliesi. At that moment Sun Wukong ran up. Seeing this, Chi-Chi finally realized. Br. Brother. Chi-Chi instinctively bowed to Daliesi. Daliesi was invited into the house. Afterward, Daliesi's gentlemanly and refined speech greatly impressed Chi-Chi, even making her doubt the brotherly relationship between Daliesi and Sun Wukong. Daliesi struck while the iron was hot, taking Chi-Chi's side and complaining about Sun Wukong. As a husband, Kakarote has failed to fulfill his family responsibilities. This is his dereliction of duty. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf. After a bout of empathetic persuasion, Chi-Chi truly opened her heart. She applauded Daliesi as big brother. The groundwork was thus laid. Daliesi finally revealed his true intentions. The Frieza group is a super conglomerate in the universe. Daliesi said a lot, but Chi-Chi basically only remembered super conglomerate. Kakarote will have ample vacation time every month to return to Earth. You can rest assured on this point. As for wages, our group has already established a connection with the Universal Capsule Company. Each month, Earth standard salary will be paid based on Kakarote's performance. Regarding the salary statement, I am the person in charge of this area, so please don't worry. And so the long-distance difficulty that Sun Wukong could never overcome was easily and cheerfully settled by Daliesi. Chi-Chi said to the infant Gohan in her arms, Wu Fan, say goodbye to uncle. Duh. Bye-bye. Sun Wu Fan waved his chubby little hand. Daliesi also waved cooperatively. Brother, take care. Please come visit us often when you have time. Chi-Chi saw Daliesi to the door. I will. Daliesi nodded with a smile and turned to leave. After Daliesi had gone far, Sun Wukong hurried over to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, are you really letting me join that? Frieza Corps. That's an evil organization. Chi-Chi glared at him. What nonsense are you talking? Really, what Frieza Corps? That's the Frieza group, and the boss Frieza is a great universal philanthropist. Didn't you hear what brother said? Do you think brother is the kind of person who would lie? You're not just trying to avoid going to work by spouting all this nonsense, are you? Oh, I almost forgot. Since it's brother's first visit, we should give him some gifts to take back, otherwise people will think we Earthlings are rude. Saying this, Chi-Chi found some treasured gifts in the room. Wukong, these are gifts for brother. Hurry up and take them to him. Sun Wukong took the gifts and was pushed out the door by Chi-Chi, still confused. Then Chi-Chi took out her phone and called Boerma. Coincidentally, Boerma was still sleeping in at that time. The call was answered by Mrs. Bulafusi, because Daliesi had indeed discussed with Dr. Bulafusi earlier about cooperating to sell universal capsules in the universe. Mrs. Bulafusi also confirmed Chi-Chi's series of questions without hesitation. With the response from the Universal Capsule Company, Chi-Chi finally felt completely at ease. After hanging up, her face was beaming with the smile of a poor person who had turned their fortunes around. Wu Fan, your father has finally met a benefactor. With your uncle's help, our family will be able to send you to the best school. Receive the best education. When you grow up, you'll definitely become a great scholar. Who knows, maybe you can even go work in the universe's big conglomerate with your uncle. Wu Fan, are you happy? Wu Fan's newly developing language system couldn't keep up with his mother's excitement, so he could only babble along. Chi-Chi thought of something else and sighed. Alas, they are brothers, and they look exactly the same, but why is the older brother so reliable? Daliesi had not yet gone far from Mount Pozu. Sensing Sun Wukong's key approaching, he stopped to wait. What's the matter, Kakarote? Are you in such a hurry to depart? No, it's not that. Chi-Chi asked me to give you these gifts, brother. Please accept them, or I'll definitely get scolded by Chi-Chi when I go back. Sun Wukong earnestly handed over the gifts. The brother's expression had changed again, different from when he faced Chi-Chi. This cold and indifferent demeanor made him unconsciously become nervous. Deliesi took the gifts and was about to leave, but Sun Wukong called him back. Brother, I want to ask you to fight with me. Deliesi was slightly taken aback. Oh, are you sure? But I'm actually not interested in fighting you because it's completely meaningless, as you know. Well, I know I'm far inferior to you, brother. The immortal told me that you underwent very arduous training in that room. But I still want to experience your strength firsthand, brother. Sun Wukong's expression was unprecedentedly serious. I beg you, brother. Deliesi looked at Sun Wukong for a long time, then revealed a smile. Is that so? Then follow me. I'll have to make you experience what despair truly means. Deliesi showed a sinister grin. The two arrived at a desolate Gobi desert. They faced each other, leaving a suitable distance for combat. Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn. He immediately took off his weighted training clothes. Brother, you should take off your weighted clothes too. Hearing this, Deliesi laughed heartily, as expected of you. Kakarot, don't worry about it. This clothing is no burden to me at all. Besides, even wearing weights I can make you experience a battle more terrifying than a nightmare. I have no doubt. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, his face filled with a complex expression of both anticipation and tension. Just as he was about to start the battle, Deliesi suddenly smiled in another direction and said, since you've already come, you shouldn't just want to watch a one-sided battle, right? This remark made Sun Wukong hurriedly turn his head in the direction Deliesi was looking. There he saw Piccolo's figure emerging from behind a massive boulder. It's Piccolo. When did you get here? I didn't even notice. Sun Wukong's face showed surprise. Piccolo calmly walked to stand between Sun Wukong and Deliesi. Yes, you didn't notice, but... He turned to Deliesi. He did. Deliesi smiled faintly. When it came to mastery of Chi, he was actually somewhat behind Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Piccolo's ability to control his Chi to the point where even Sun Wukong failed to detect him in time spoke volumes. But Deliesi hadn't relied on Chi to find him. He had a scouter. As long as Piccolo couldn't completely suppress his Chi for an extended period, he couldn't escape the scouter's detection. Of course, Deliesi felt no need to explain this. You've been following me for quite a while, Namekian. Or do you prefer Piccolo? What? Piccolo was visibly unsettled. Namekian. Was he referring to him? So that was it. In an instant, everything clicked in Piccolo's mind. Call me what you like. I'm joining this fight. Sun Wukong and I 2 against 1. What do you say? Without even waiting for Sun Wukong's agreement, Piccolo walked up beside him. Without a word, he removed his heavy hat and cape. Together with Sun Wukong's clothes, they created a modest crater. The wild wind laden with sand and gravel howled past. Hey Piccolo, I haven't agreed yet. That's totally unfair. Sun Wukong protested. Piccolo ignored him, waiting for Deliesi's response. Deliesi shook his head as if amused. Don't make me laugh. 1 or 2, it makes no difference. To be honest, you two don't even make me want to move. Sun Wukong and Piccolo both frowned at these words. You heard that, Sun Wukong. Your brother really looks down on us. Yeah, I know. Even if it's the truth, it's still infuriating. Let's go. No need for you to give orders. The two spoke simultaneously, then burst away in opposite directions, their forms already becoming blurs. Sun Wukong and Piccolo positioned themselves on either side of Deliesi, forming a perfect pincer angle. In the next moment, Sun Wukong appeared like a ghost behind Deliesi, a hand imbued with all his power tearing through the air straight for the back of his neck. Almost simultaneously, Piccolo crossed his arms in front of his chest, then extended them abruptly, transforming into 2 green serpents that coiled tightly around Deliesi's limbs, trying to lock him in place. Sun Wukong's hand struck Deliesi's neck solidly, but a terrifying rebounding force traveled up his arm, instantly numbing his entire right arm. Before the shock on his face could fully fade, Piccolo was also stuck in a deadlock. The moment his elongated arms touched Deliesi's body, they could not advance an inch further. Piccolo's forehead veins bulged as he tried to exert more force, but to no avail. Their ghostly pincer attack was as clear to Deliesi as an old lady crossing the street. Crystal clear. And just as he had said, Deliesi's feet didn't budge. With a mere shrug of his shoulder, an invisible burst of energy exploded from his body, sending Piccolo's entwined arms flying away. Piccolo himself was struck as if by a heavy hammer, letting out a muffled grunt as he tumbled backward through the air, struggling to regain his balance. In the blink of an eye, Deliesi turned and grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle, who was still in shock, with pinpoint precision. Sun Wukong instantly lost his balance. Deliesi held his foot like a chick and flicked it lightly. Swoosh. Sun Wukong shot through the air like a streak of light, slammed viciously into a nearby rocky mountain. Boom. The massive mountain was gouged with a deep crater. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong struggled to his feet from the rubble, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. As expected, he's ridiculously strong. On the other side, Piccolo quickly recovered, and their eyes met. Silently, they readied themselves for the next round. It's not over yet. He roared, bringing his hands together at his waist as a sapphire light began to gather. Ka-mi-ha-mi-ha. Piccolo meanwhile brought his 2 fingers together and pressed them against his forehead. Special Beam Cannon. A a spiraling golden energy and a sapphire beam, representing the two most devastating powers on Earth, slammed into the motionless figure from two directions. So these are your ultimate techniques. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Deliese's mouth as a dazzling halo burst from his body without warning. The Kamehameha and the special beam cannon struck the halo simultaneously. Instead of being shattered, the halo expanded, enveloping the attacks in a flash of light, and vanished into nothing. All fell silent in an instant. The two killing moves unleashed at full power by the first and second strongest fighters on Earth were simply evaporated. Although Sun Wukong and Piccolo had anticipated something like this, seeing it happen so effortlessly still made them exchange looks of bitter reluctance. They couldn't even break through his defense. It was a completely different league. Exactly as expected, Deliese murmured. His gaze swept past them. His tone still betrayed no emotion. Fighting you two never held any surprises from the start. Though you've left me a little unimpressed, don't worry. I'll make sure you can still move while you taste despair. Deliese's face hardened. An ominous aura began to emanate. He remained standing motionless, but the chi around him had already changed. A black-purple flame erupted around his body, spreading outward in layers from his feet. Just this alone was enough to suppress Sun Wukong and Piccolo. The shock on their faces was impossible to conceal. Despair washed over them. They could not muster even a shred of resistance. As this violent aura fully erupted, heaven and earth seemed to wail. The two naive challengers were finally embraced by Mother Earth, unable to move an inch. By this day, the members who had decided to join the Frieza Force already included Son Goku, Piccolo, Tin Shinin, Krillin, and Kaiot, with Yamcha notably absent. Indeed, Yamcha's absence was both expected and somewhat disappointing to Dor. Piccolo, what a surprise. I never thought you would be willing to join us. Son Goku approached Piccolo with a broad smile on his face. Don't get me wrong, I'm not the same as you all. I'm going to the universe to train and grow stronger, so come and try to defeat me. Piccolo sneered coldly. Stop overthinking it. You can never escape my domination, Piccolo, the great demon king. Piccolo's words instantly killed the conversation. Krillin and Tien, who had originally wanted to follow Son Goku to join in the fun, stopped halfway and turned back. Dr. Briefs approached Dor carrying a large Capsule Corporation storage box, followed by two technicians in lab coats. That's everything. Over these past few days, I've prepared all the items you requested. The units numbered 1 through 20 are all gravity chambers, each equipped with interchangeable gravity devices. There are also other representative integrated capsule samples, which should achieve good results during the initial promotion phase. Due to the tight schedule and the large volume of items, I haven't prepared many empty capsules. If needed, you can always come back later to pick them up. Additionally, these two are highly skilled Capsule Corporation experts who are very interested in exploring sites beyond Earth. Dor nodded gratefully upon hearing this. Thank you for your hard work, Doctor. These items are invaluable. Rest assured, Capsule Corporation will receive its full due. I won't cut any corners. Dr. Briefs simply smiled in response. These details aren't important. Tais is out there on her own, and as her parents, we can only help where we can. You know the universe better than I do, so handle things as you see fit. Dor felt something seemed off about what he heard, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only nod in agreement. After Dr. Briefs, Bulma stepped forward. What's wrong, Miss Bulma? Do you need something? Hey, listen, how about you take me with you when you leave Earth? Before Dor could ask why, Bulma continued speaking. I heard you're taking that guy Dr. Gero, right? Let me warn you, that guy is quite wicked. You wouldn't want him doing something behind your back, would you? But if you bring me along, things would be different. For my sister Sake, I can keep an eye on that guy for you. Although I may not match him in certain areas, I'm more than capable as a supervisor or inspector. Bulma placed her hands on her hips, looking utterly self-satisfied. I see. Dor was about to say something, but held back. Bulma had hit the nail on the head. Originally, he had planned to rely on the Dragon Balls to verify Dr. Gero's work, but now it seemed Bulma could handle this task just as well. If possible, it would be better to avoid relying too much on the Dragon Balls. Then regarding your decision, have Dr. Briefs and his wife known about this? Bulma waved her hand dismissively. What are you talking about? They never meddle in such matters. Hey Dor, what are you and Bulma chatting about? Tais suddenly appeared, looking at the two with curiosity. The last to arrive were Dr. Gero and the upgraded Kakao. From the outside, there weren't many noticeable changes. Not only was Kakao's appearance largely unchanged, but Dr. Gero himself had also undergone minimal alterations, with only half an inch of metal joints exposed from his right hand's mechanical structure. As soon as the two arrived, the Z fighters' faces showed confusion, especially when Krillin spotted the Red Ribbon Army insignia still printed on Dr. Gero's clothes. His expression turned grim. Dr. Gero's gaze swept lazily across the Z fighters, lingering particularly on Son Goku, before giving him a vicious glare as if venting some of his pent-up frustration. He merely reported his achievements to Dor in a calm manner. According to his account, Kakao's energy output had increased tenfold. Before the upgrade, Kakao's power level had only risen from 13,000 to 15,000. Now with another tenfold increase, it reached approximately 150,000 in combat power. Previously, his energy furnace had failed to properly integrate with his creations during experiments. Neither the human cyborgs nor the purely mechanical androids could achieve a perfect match with it. So he had spent all his time improving the energy furnace. It happened that studying Kakao provided him with plenty of inspiration along the way. Incidentally, upgrading Kakao hadn't taken him very long at all, using an energy furnace that hadn't undergone any further improvements. As he put it, there was no need to rush for such minor optimizations at this stage. The more primitive the initial installation, the easier it is to upgrade later on. His energy furnace already had a clear improvement plan, and what it needed now was simply time. Dor nodded in approval. When Dr. Gero applied himself to a task, he was undoubtedly a capable asset. Kakao's current combat power had once again secured his position as the second-in-command of Dor's squad. With a combat power of around 150,000 and lacking any soul, he could essentially serve as Captain Ginyu's strict mentor. Looking at this team assembled before him, Dor couldn't help but smile to himself. This expedition to Earth had yielded remarkable results in recruiting new members. These warriors from Earth, though their current combat power was hardly noteworthy, possessed truly immense potential. Once they ventured beyond their familiar surroundings and experienced real pressure, their capacity for growth would be enormous. Under the rigorous training of the Frieza Force, they would completely transform themselves. With everything prepared, Dor and his group materialized instantly on Namek. Dor's scouter activated with a glow. On the other end was Amudo. Lord Dor, you're finally making contact. Our forces have been positioned around those qualifying planets as instructed. We're ready to launch the attack at your command. But, my lord, Amudo hesitated. What is it? Speak freely if there's a problem, Dor urged. That, Chief Ogura mentioned that these pirates have been skimming off a considerable amount from our base funds. About that matter. Oh really? Dor smiled. Then, we must eliminate them completely. Such individuals are an affront to our force. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. Amudo responded solemnly after receiving clear instructions. Oh, and also, don't forget our primary mission. We must ensure the safety of the indigenous population on the target planets. Even if efficiency suffers somewhat, we must at least show them our goodwill. I understand. This is Planet Namek. Piccolo surveyed his surroundings, taking in the landscape of Namek in full view. Sun Wukong also leaned over and asked Dari's brother. So this is Piccolo's homeland? Darius shook his head. No, not strictly speaking, but the Namekians who live here are indeed Piccolo's kin. As those words fell, everyone felt a powerful aura suddenly approaching. So strong. Someone is coming. Son Goku and the others showed expressions of shock. They never expected to encounter such a powerful aura so soon after leaving Earth. As expected, the universe is full of too many powerful warriors. Dari said with a smile to the somewhat astonished Piccolo. How is it? Very strong, right? This is a true battle-type Namekian. And this isn't even his full power. You still have a long way to go. However, if you hadn't separated from Kami, you might not be stronger than him, you know. Piccolo seemed absent-minded, but he silently memorized Darius' words. When that aura arrived, it was indeed Nail. Welcome back, kinsman who has wandered afar. Nail walked straight toward Piccolo. The elder is waiting for you. Hearing this, an unprecedented feeling rose unconsciously within Piccolo's heart. This person, he is his true kinsman. Here he is no longer an outsider. No longer a monster. Is this a sense of belonging? Piccolo glanced at Darius, who nodded. Let's go, I'll go with you. I also want to thank the elder in person again. Darius had originally wanted to bring Sun Wukong and the others along, but Nail firmly refused. With so many weaklings going together, if the elder gets carried away and insists on helping them boost their power, he'll be drained dry. Seeing Nail's earnest expression, Darius had no choice but to give up and asked Kakao to lead everyone back to where their spaceship was docked. Oh, what a shame. I really wanted to see the elder. Sun Wukong looked somewhat disappointed. Krillin quickly nudged his arm and reminded him in a hushed voice, seriously, Wukong. Show some manners, will you? It's their choice not to let you go, and we're on someone else's planet right now. Huh. Am I being impolite? Alright. Though Sun Wukong didn't fully understand, he quickly fell silent. When they saw the elder again, Nail and Dondi stood on either side. In Darius' heart, he felt nothing but respectful gratitude toward this kind old man. Elder, it's good to see you again. Look at the Namekian warrior I brought back for you. How is he? Not bad, right? He's a bit weak now, but I have high hopes for him. The elder nodded with a smile. Yes. This child is just like his father. With tremendous potential. My father. What kind of person was he? Piccolo slightly lifted his gaze. Kadazi. He was once the most talented Dragon Clan Namekian, and also the most special. He was the only Dragon Clan member who could become as skilled in combat as a battle-type Namekian through training. Then what happened to Kadazi after the great catastrophe on original Namek? But fortunately his child survived. Although I don't know why you became incomplete, you clearly inherited Kadazi's combat talent. Child, from now on this will be your home, we are all. Before the elder could finish speaking, Piccolo shook his head. Being able to fully understand my origins, that I am not some mysterious demon but a Namekian who grew up on Earth, is already enough. However, I don't need the elder's kindness. I am the embodiment of evil, and the beauty here doesn't suit me. As the elder said, perhaps combat is my true destination. These words even left Darius lost in thought. This guy is as tsundere as he is. Wait. Strange thoughts are intruding. Perhaps you're right. It's okay, child, come here. The elder awkwardly beckoned to Piccolo. As expected, Nail immediately frowned. But at this moment he could do nothing about it. He sighed bitterly. Piccolo didn't know the elder's intentions, but he naturally felt considerable trust toward him. Soon Piccolo also felt a wonderful sensation brimming with power. According to Darius's scouter, Piccolo's battle power surged directly from over 300 to nearly 10,000. A full dozens of times increase. After returning to the spaceship, Sun Wukong surrounded Piccolo with envious exclamations. He even clamored about wanting to fight Piccolo. Piccolo kept his eyes tightly shut, annoyed enough that his face turned green. If it weren't for the fact that his brother was the boss here, Piccolo would truly want to fire a Gallic gun at him, just to end it all. Kakarot. Darius's voice came through, and only then did Sun Wukong quiet down. For some reason, whenever he heard Darius reprimand him, he always became unusually restrained. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you out into space. I understand. Sun Wukong obediently returned to his seat. Only then did peace return to the spaceship. It wasn't just Sun Wukong. Nobody dared make a sound anymore. However, Krillin, Tenshinhan, and Chaozu all looked at Piccolo with envy. Someone goes out to meet their relatives, and their power changes so dramatically. It would be great if they could encounter such good fortune in the universe too. What's wrong? Did something happen? Why did everyone suddenly stop talking? Taisai and her younger sister Bulma suddenly poked their heads out from the lounge, puzzled. Breaking this eerie silence, Taisai walked straight over to Darius with her little notebook in hand. Hey, let me tell you, I just thought of a pretty good public welfare plan. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead. When Darius and the other spaceship returned to the base, Amudo and Daisy and their troops were waiting outside the base to welcome them. The formations were strict and meticulous. They were still in the state of having just finished fighting, and a grim atmosphere filled the air. After the spaceship landed, the first to poke his head out was the restless Sun Wukong. Salute to the commander. Then one after another, loud voices of hello, commander, swallowed Sun Wukong. What? Commander? Me? Sun Wukong felt confused. However, after Darius's figure came down from the spaceship, this overwhelming roar gradually became chaotic and finally fell completely silent. The warriors looked at each other, all with bewildered expressions. The unprepared Amudo and Daisy also looked as if they had seen ghosts. The first thing Daliesi did upon returning was to disperse the Earth Hicks he had brought back into the new recruit squads. He then issued each of them a gravity chamber capsule and simply left them to their own devices. Put on the battle suit, wrap your head. Who would even know who your brother was? Train until you drop dead, or train as if your life depended on it. They had no objections there. They might even encounter many teammates of equal skill. Now they were gesticulating with excitement. Of course, Bike was the exception. Naturally, technical talents like Dr. Galois and Bu-Er Ma were also not included. Dr. Galo, Bu-Er Ma, the two Capsule Corp experts, and the lazy Lakasai brothers formed Daliesi's own technical team. In the office, a Mengduo briefly reported the results of the recent period. In summary, they had fought 2 battles and won both. Those space tyrant legions were driven away, but the garrison troops had also reduced the current base's military strength. If they wanted to continue launching attacks on other target planets, the garrison forces for the next time would be somewhat insufficient. Daliesi immediately said, "Don't worry. Then let's go check the current results." Since it was a show? No, since it was to practice the justice of the Fu Lisa Corps, naturally Taisi the recorder was indispensable. A Mengduo had to stay behind to guard the base. Daliesi took Dai-Z and set off. The 2 planets were conquered by a Mengduo and Dai-Z leading teams respectively. Taking Dai-Z along would give more understanding of the situation. The 2 target planets were AI Xian Star and Shanliang Star, not far, each about a day's journey. There were already base warships stationed there. AI Xian Star, inhabited by the blue-skinned, spiky-eared AI Xian Star people. Because of Daliesi's earlier instructions, the Corps soldiers had never entered the indigenous settlements. So the indigenous people here had gathered more and more. Of course, the overall number itself wasn't that large. The population on a planet was only a few thousand. Before this, they had been enslaved for decades. Every day, besides collecting various resources on the planet, they just slept. What they called a settlement was actually just some old broken mud houses. Even the houses where the space pirates who had enslaved them lived were just simple block buildings. A thin figure. Well, okay, there was no thin one. It was an AI Xian Star person who looked like a young man. He ran into the house from outside. Inside, it was packed with AI Xian people. Among them, a slightly sturdier middle-aged AI Xian man was the leader. Uncle Sam, based on my observation, those soldiers don't intend to contact us. There's something in the sky constantly transporting boxes to our ground. Boxes? The leading Sam's two eyes rolled around, but he couldn't figure anything out. Everyone saw his troubled expression. They looked at each other not knowing what to do. Sam also had a headache. This whole room full of people couldn't even utter a single word. His brain, how could it turn around? Odaing, did you see anyone go to them? The young man named Odaing nodded. It's the ones from the East District, Big Bear and his group. Sam heard this and became furious. Humph, that bastard in such a hurry to curry favor with the new master. And then those people completely ignored him, and in the end they had no choice but to slink away. Odaing told everything he had seen. This Big Bear was actually the type of AI person who was a lackey. Before they had gained some small power by currying favor with the space pirates, and then they lorded it over their own kind. After the space pirates were defeated by the mysterious army, Big Bear's group still occupied a large settlement, using some hot weapons left over from before. However, they didn't kill anyone. In their understanding, labor was what those space beings valued. If they killed people, they might provoke the new rulers. Now they were eager to connect with the new masters they imagined. Then what should we do now? Just wait here doing nothing. Finally, someone else in the room spoke up, but instead of giving Sam any ideas, it put pressure on him. Sam felt bitter. If he couldn't come up with a response now, the others would know he didn't have the wisdom to lead them. He didn't want to lose this feeling of being admired. Think, damn brain. He pretended to look confident, nodding from time to time, making others think he had already figured it out. But 10 minutes passed. Boss Sam, have you thought of something? A voice forced Sam to face reality again. He had no choice but to brace himself, nod calmly, and say, let's do it this way. Let's go talk to those guys. Uncle Sam, do you mean those mysterious soldiers? Odaing looked puzzled. Before Sam could answer, Odaing nodded thoughtfully. That's right, rather than letting a guy like Big Bear lord over us, if we can take the lead, we can make everyone's life better. Isn't that right, Uncle Sam? Sam heard this and almost didn't catch on, but his days of maintaining a persona made him keep a straight face. That's right. However, Odaing was a bit disappointed. But Big Bear and his group couldn't even get a word in with those space beings. It's fine, I have a way. Sam looked confident, so the others gained confidence. So they all followed behind Sam. On the way, Sam's heart was utterly gloomy. He prepared to rely on his own eloquence to gamble. Once he got there, his speaking skills should be decent, right? Although he rarely spoke, he had inexplicable confidence. Their departure also attracted the attention of Big Bear's group. A lackey approached Big Bear. Boss, look at those guys. Looks like they're heading toward the space being's army. Big Bear sneered and spat. We just got a cold reception, and those fools are going now. Looking for death. Let's go follow them and watch the fun. Sam's group had already arrived near the Fu Lisa army's garrison. At the same time, from the direction of the Fu Lisa army, three figures were strolling. Lord Deliesi, if we distribute all these supplies to these natives, I'm afraid the base's supplies will be insufficient for the soldiers' needs later. Deliesi shook his head. Don't worry, Dai Z, I've already made arrangements for this. Since Deliesi said so, Dai Z had no more questions. After all, if Lord Deliesi said there was an arrangement, then there was. He just needed to trust unconditionally. Deliesi, look over there, a group of people is walking toward us. Taisi pointed in the direction of Sam's group. Deliesi looked over. I was just about to find them. Let's go. Remember, keep your smile friendly. Shanmu. Uncle Shanmu. Those space aliens are coming towards us. A Ding leaned close to Shanmu's ear, speaking with a hint of nervousness. Seeing that Shanmu showed no reaction, A Ding looked at him with confusion. Truly worthy of Uncle Shanmu to remain so composed and calm at such a moment. Indeed, I still have a long way to go. But in reality, Shanmu was so tense at that moment that he could not even utter a word. As Deliesi and his group drew closer to Shanmu and his companions, Deliesi was the first to speak. Greetings, friends of AI Xian. His gaze immediately fell upon Shanmu, who was clearly the leader. Due to his extreme nervousness, Shanmu did not even hear what Deliesi had said. His overloaded mind could not afford to think deeply. He nodded reflexively. Even more composed than me. Deliesi was slightly taken aback inwardly. Daizi also furrowed his brow discreetly. Unexpectedly, in such a place, there was someone with such courage. This made Deliesi show a look of appreciation. In the distance, Xiong and his gang, who were waiting to see Shanmu and the others make fools of themselves, still wore smug grins. After watching for a while, a lackey suddenly spoke up. Boss, something seems off. Are they communicating? At these words, Xiong also frowned. Something's wrong. What is going on? Why are they chatting? A sense of unease suddenly rose within him, growing stronger and stronger. Boss, look, is that guy pointing at us? Huh. Xiong looked over, and indeed it was that young man called a Ding pointing at them. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, more and more people began pointing in their direction. The situation was rather eerie. Oh no, this is bad. He didn't believe those guys would say anything good about him. Sure enough, when things go wrong, one's intuition becomes particularly accurate. On Deliesi's side, his tone carried a hint of sincerity. That's right, despicable scum like that deserve to be punished. The Fu Lisa army will see justice done for you. So could you please help gather everyone together? We must free them from fear as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Shenmue immediately pounded his chest in assurance. No problem. Leave it to me. The others, led by Shenmue, also returned to the settlement to gather their people. Along the way, everyone marveled at the matter. Truly worthy of Shenmue. So reliable. Yes, indeed. From now on we won't have to live like slaves anymore. But could that space alien be deceiving us? Someone voiced a doubt, just as Shenmue was about to ponder the question. No, they won't. A ding immediately replied for him. We have nothing worth being deceived for. Because no matter what they want to do, we have no power to resist. There's no need for deception. The others heard this and all nodded in agreement. Their hearts grew more and more at ease. Shenmue looked at a ding with even greater satisfaction. This young man, he has a bright future. While Shenmue's group was rallying, the other AI Exine people, Xiong and a few close lackeys, panicked and tried to escape and hide. These petty moves naturally did not escape the notice of the Fu Lisa army. They were immediately captured. Finally, Shenmue's group led a dense crowd of AI Exine people. Though not all, it was about 80% of the AI Exine people on this planet. On the temporary platform built by the Fu Lisa army, Dalai Si stood in the center. Behind him stood a row of Fu Lisa soldiers. Ta Ec, holding her camera, was looking for various angles to capture the scene. Dalai Si circulated a certain amount of chi. His voice resounded, making all the AI Exine natives present here hardworking and kind-hearted people of AI Exine. I know that many of you are still uneasy, living in fear every day, but that is not your fault. It is the deep trauma left on your souls by a life of slavery. You are afraid only because you do not know our Fu Lisa army, and you worry that we will treat you like those vicious space pirates. Dalai Si's impassioned voice gradually calmed these AI Exine people. He continued to declare with righteous indignation. The Fu Lisa army is a righteous force dedicated to cosmic harmony and the preservation of universal peace. All evil and injustice before the Fu Lisa peacekeeping force either flee in terror or meet utter defeat. Today I have gathered you all here for only two purposes: freedom and fairness. Dalai Si suddenly gave a signal to the stage. Under the gaze of the AI Exine people, Xiong and his men were escorted onto the platform. They knelt before the crowd below. There are reports that these men are accomplices to evil. Is that true? Instantly the crowd below erupted with furious cries. Yes, they are. Xiong and his men trembled all over as they heard the deafening denunciations. Dalai Si, seeing the atmosphere sufficiently stirred, raised his hand slightly. The noise quickly subsided. Everyone, I understand your rage. Remember, the Fu Lisa army has arrived. We will see justice done for you. Rest assured they are the sinners of AI Exine Star, and the final judgment will be carried out by every AI Exine person. After these words, Xiong and his men were ashen-faced. They were well aware of the deeds they had committed. Falling into the hands of the AI Exine people would mean suffering unimaginable torment. Worse still, they might simply meet their end. As Xiong and his men were led away, the main event of the day was finally about to begin. Now the evil has been eradicated. The reconstruction of AI Exine Star depends on the diligent hands of every AI Exine person. Tell me, do you have faith? The crowd below immediately erupted with fervent and hopeful responses. Yes, we have faith. Rebuild our homeland. Dalai Si nodded. He praised, very good, full of vigor. But rest assured, the warriors of the Fu Lisa army will also strive alongside you. I promise that every AI Exine person will receive their own house, their own home. Embrace your own future. During this time, the Fu Lisa army will endeavor to help every AI Exine person swiftly cast off painful memories and welcome a new life. All living necessities will be supplied by the Fu Lisa army. With each promise proclaimed, the AI Exine people felt their breath quicken. They would help build houses and supply provisions. After the houses were built, they would belong to them. Shenmue and a ding, standing in the front row, exchanged glances, both seeing the hope for the future in each other's eyes. They raised their arms and shouted, "Long live the Fu Lisa army!" With the lead, the cheers behind them surged like a bursting dam. Long live the Fu Lisa army! Long live! The post-war arrangements for both Aishin Planet and Changliang Planet were handled very smoothly. The results also left Dalai quite satisfied. This was a great start. Aishin Planet and Changliang Planet shared a common feature: their climates and environments were relatively habitable. This was exactly the requirement Dalai had when selecting these planets. He had been personally involved in every detail, traveling back and forth. Time passed, and 2 months later, Mr. Dalai, I am truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, my old man managed to survive this ordeal. An elderly woman from Changliang Planet, her frame hunched, grasped Dalai's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Dalai kept offering words of comfort. Beside her stood her grandson, looking up and waving his right fist. Lord Dalai. In his other hand, he held a thin booklet with illustrations printed inside. On the cover was a frontal portrait of Dalai wearing an expression of righteous solemnity. The child's eyes sparkled with a color known as longing. When I grow up, can I join the Frieza Corps and protect the peace of the universe, just like Lord Deliesi? Deliesi's expression stiffened slightly, and he shifted his gaze away from the booklet in the child's hand. Smiling, he patted the child's head. Of course, the Frieza Corps needs righteous-hearted individuals like you. However, maintaining peace is very dangerous. It requires formidable strength. So you must train hard, okay? Yes, I will. After leaving the indigenous residential area at his instruction, a Corps soldier handed him a booklet identical to the one he had just seen. After flipping through it briefly, Deliesi kept a stern face all the way back to the camp. Soon Taisi, who was still engaged in charitable aid work, received word that Deliesi wanted to see her. She had no choice but to set aside her work and return to the camp. Deliesi, how many times have I told you? During work, address me by title. Deliesi, Commander. As soon as she entered, she saw Deliesi's grim expression. Taisi looked confused and asked, bewildered, "What's wrong with you? Why do you seem so unhappy?" Deliesi snorted coldly. "If you can thank yourself for that great novelist." Taisi still looked utterly confused, but she could sense Deliesi's seriousness. Sorry, did I do something wrong again?" Deliesi irritably grabbed the booklet from the table. "Take a look at your masterpiece." Hearing that it was about her novel, Taisi became even more dismayed. She took it and flipped through it. "What's the matter? Is there a problem? Everyone clearly loves it. I can't even print enough copies." "You still want to print?" Deliesi was furious. "I told you to write about Lord Frieza. Where is Frieza? Look at the book. Does it contain the name Frieza even once? The Frieza Corps contains Frieza, doesn't it?" Taisi pointed timidly at the title, Frieza Corps, the Legend of Deliesi. Deliesi closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his forehead. "Rewrite it immediately. Don't produce any more sequels to that messy thing you've got. Change all the protagonists to Lord Frieza, understand?" Deliesi tried to make himself clearer. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Taisi still looked troubled. Yet she didn't dare to directly contradict the commander's orders. "What? You look so distressed. Did I not say something clearly?" "No. It's just that Frieza hasn't done anything at all. Even the photos on the scene are all of you." Taisi tried to argue. Deliesi interrupted her and corrected her sternly. "First, Lord Frieza hasn't done nothing. Without his authorization, I wouldn't be able to do these things. Second, with photos like these, you just need to cut out my appearance and add Lord Frieza's name and the Frieza Corps emblem. Do I really need to teach you that? Third, if what you write next time still doesn't satisfy me, I'll send you back to Earth. I don't believe I can't find someone on Earth who's good at talking nonsense." He didn't need to seek the limelight. In this world, those who crave attention often attract trouble first. If he wanted to continue this massive undertaking, it was better to keep a low profile. As his combat power increased, he actually no longer wanted to leave the Frieza Corps too soon. On the contrary, wearing a coat made things easier. No matter what he did, as long as he operated under the banner of the Frieza Corps, if any demons or monsters noticed him, Frieza would share the heat. Whether it was the threat of being sent back to Earth or Deliesi finding another novelist, Taisi finally panicked. Fine. I understand. I'll just write according to your requirements." After Taisi left, Deliesi's mood improved only when he read the battle report submitted by a Mengduo. With Kakao providing support, they successfully cleared the space pirates from this star sector. Some stragglers under such intense sweeping fled outward. A Mengduo also specifically mentioned by Ku, who fought valiantly. "This kid's combat power is not bad, and he's quite ruthless. He's to my liking." Of course, the improvements of Kakaluote and the other Z warriors were also remarkable. Rumors circulated around the base that several incredibly talented newcomers had arrived at the recruit camp. Deliesi put away the battle report. The preparation phase was essentially complete. Next, he would use the Capsule Corp technology as a bargaining chip to strengthen his foundation. Time passed in a flash for such long-term projects. The development of the 6th branch of the Frieza Corps was thriving. Leveraging the incredible allure of Capsule Corp, they gradually bound the various financial groups of the Northern Galaxy to their chariot. The more famous Capsule Corp became the more sought after this place was. The large conglomerates only wanted a small share and chose to keep their distance, but the small and medium enterprises didn't care about that. Seizing business opportunities was the real priority. Gradually, those large conglomerates realized that with their initial distant cooperation, the goods they received had already been outdone by the small and medium enterprises. How could they not be anxious? At first, they hesitantly refused to accept Deliesi's join by renting not buying model. But gradually they discovered that this model actually saved money. After establishing the initial business framework, Deliesi tirelessly introduced various investment attraction policies and generous settlement benefits. At least the reputation of this place had spread. During the year of the 6th branch's focused development, a book titled The Biography of Frieza, Guardian of Universal Peace gradually proliferated. For the indigenous inhabitants within the jurisdiction of the 6th branch, this book could be considered a Bible of gratitude and mainstream reading material. For unsuspecting foreign immigrants, it was very easy to implant a perception immediately leading them astray, so they couldn't extricate themselves. As for some space beings who had known the fearsome reputation of the Fu-Lisa core, they felt absurdity, but would gradually change their perception over time. Because the Fu-Lisa core here indeed seemed different from what they had heard before. Which one was the real Fu-Lisa core? Can't tell. Truly can't tell. On a certain planet in the northern galaxy, the headquarters of the Sita group, the four siblings sat around the dining table enjoying a sumptuous feast that delighted both the eyes and the palate. Maki set down her silver knife and fork, finishing her meal first. She leisurely dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, her every movement exuding the elegance of nobility. She listlessly flicked her twin ponytails. Big brother, speaking of which, the Frieza Force hasn't been bothering us much lately, have they? Normally we wouldn't have this much idle time. They used to dump on us either dirty jobs they couldn't handle or some trivial errands every few days. But now for some reason there's been no activity. Maki rested her chin on her hand propped against the table, looking somewhat disgruntled. Oil took a large bite of the roasted meat in his hand. Before he could even swallow, he chimed in with a mouthful. Yeah, big brother. It's not just the lack of work. Those lubrication fees we've been sending up lately have all vanished into thin air. Several junior officers we had dealings with have also been rarely answering communications. Maki pouted. Big brother, what if Frieza found out something? Like, did we take too big a cut some time ago? Or maybe some mess we left uncleaned was reported to the higher-ups. She had always been extremely sensitive to the slightest shifts in the business arena. Elec, who had been listening all along, finally spoke. He picked up his goblet and took a sip of the crimson liquid. All of you make valid points. Perhaps there really has been some change we're unaware of. Elec was about to continue. A subordinate hurried in to report that an old acquaintance outside wished to see them. An old acquaintance. The siblings exchanged glances, all guessing who it might be. After tidying up briefly, they stepped outside. In the hall, a green figure stood at the center. Short green hair, a scarf wrapped around his neck. On his right, I was an auxiliary aiming scope. Indeed, this was their old acquaintance. Or even an enemy. Though the other party was unaware of it. Long time no see, Granola. Looks like your income has been substantial. You haven't come to us for so long. Elec put on a smile, welcoming Granola's arrival. But I know since you're here you must have something good. Well then, let me have a look. Our offers have never disappointed you. Granola stepped forward, a photograph appearing in his hand. This time I won't charge you a thing, just as long as you're willing to take him down. Oh, Elec's expression showed surprise. Granola's price had always been the hardest to negotiate. Now he was voluntarily waiving the fee. Could it be about? The photograph in Granola's hand confirmed his guess as it came into view. This guy is a scion, came out of the black market. The bounty is from the Slug Corps in the Western Galaxy. I've heard of that corps, a well-known large-scale organization. If you join forces, taking down a mere scion in the Northern Galaxy should be a piece of cake, right? Seeing Granola's earnest expression, Elec first took the bounty photo from his hand and began to scrutinize it. But there wasn't much bounty information he wanted to see. Clearly the Slug Corps didn't intend to reveal too much. Elec looked at Granola and smiled. A mere scion. You don't deal with him, so you wouldn't know. He's no mere scion. About a year ago we worked with him once. It was the first time we'd encountered such a powerful scion. Elec paused, his expression turning bitter. Besides, now he's the highest commander of a Frieza Force branch, a veritable powerhouse in his own right. Listening to Elec's veiled complaints, Granola's face grew increasingly enraged. Those damned monkeys. If even the Sita group was wary, then there was nothing he could do on his own. But rest assured, we'll still try to think of something. You should stay out of this. Elec wore an expression of, I'm doing this for your own good, soothing Granola. Granola had no choice but to nod reluctantly. After all, they were doing it for his sake. Once Granola was sent off, Maki, who had been behind Elec, approached. Big brother, what should we do? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Cooler Corps in the Eastern Galaxy. This place lacked the vibrant, life-filled scenery of Frieza's headquarters. Instead, there was only a mobile fortress forged entirely of dark purple metal suspended in the desolate void of space. The fortress's surface was smooth as a mirror, countless menacing cannon muzzles and dense energy matrix lines forming a cold, pure aesthetic of violence. Countless patrol ships orbited in fixed trajectories with precision, like emotionless worker bees guarding their hive. This was the flagship of the Cooler Armored Corps, the uncrowned throne of the Eastern Galaxy. But compared to his younger brother Frieza's formidable reputation in the Northern Galaxy, the Cooler Corps operated far more discreetly in the East. There was no tireless, frantic expansion game like Frieza's. Maturity often comes from experience. Cooler was no exception. Unlike Frieza, he still held a certain reverence for the universe. In the past, the cosmos had not lacked beings as powerful as their family. There had even been those far stronger, yet they had all faded into oblivion. Caution ensures a long voyage. Before gaining sufficient power, developing quietly is the true path. If any trouble arose, it would likely be that attention-seeking fool Frieza who stirred it up first. Cooler only needed to be the one who laughed last. At birth, he hadn't possessed the mind-boggling power that Frieza had. He hadn't even matched his father at first. But it was precisely this relative weakness that spurred him to surpass step by step his arrogant, overweening father and his younger brother. Standing at the apex of the universe. As an adult, Cooler naturally didn't have the habit of lounging around in a floating chair. His seat was a normal one. Then a soldier with a leopard-like head walked in. "Your Majesty, the guest has arrived." Cooler tilted his head slightly and waved a hand casually, "Let him in." Soon a burly figure entered clad in a yellow battle suit with a gem at his chest. He also wore a head covering that exposed his face. From the exposed skin, one could surmise that he might be a Namekian. Cooler rested his chin on one hand, propping his head against it. "Slug from the Western Galaxy, what business brings you to me?" Gula and Shilaj sat facing each other. The former listened while the latter spoke. Then a silence fell between them. Shilaj waited quietly for Gula's response. "So you want me to help you deal with my younger brother?" Gula seemed to have come to a realization, smiling as he spoke. Shilaj was unfazed. "What's the matter? Do you really care about such things? I don't believe you don't want to reclaim what is rightfully yours. You are the true primary heir of the Kurd core. But your father passed it on to your younger brother without a thought for your feelings. Isn't it simply because your brother is stronger? If we cooperate and obtain the spirit tree fruit, you could gain power surpassing your brothers. Then you wouldn't have to stay cooped up in the tiny East Galaxy. The entire universe would be ours for the taking." Shilaj continued, painting a vivid picture of the future, though it was only in his imagination. In his view, Gula should harbor animosity toward Frieza. Moreover, Gula must surely be eager to enhance his power right. After all, considering both the past ownership of the Kurd core and the meager territory Gula now possessed, it seemed unlikely that Gula had the same formidable strength as his father Kurd and his younger brother Frieza. Although Shilaj primarily sought the spirit tree fruit to regain his youth, exaggerating its combat-enhancing properties was no great matter. As long as it could entice Gula. Gula maintained an outwardly calm expression, but internally, he had already marked this man who tried to use him as a fool for death. Of course, he wouldn't kill him outright. Wasn't Shilaj looking to fight Frieza? A tool that delivered itself. Why would he push it away? Shilaj's spaceship departed from the Gula core base. To show sincerity toward this partner, Gula even smiled and personally saw him off to the ship. Gradually, Gula's smile faded. Behind him, a subordinate with yellow side-parted hair, blue skin, and wearing a Gula core battle suit stepped forward. "Your Majesty, what if this man doesn't keep his promise?" "Promise?" Gula scoffed and shook his head. "Since when did you become so naive? Do you think, Frieza, that if such a fruit really existed, he would be willing to share it with us? He now believes he has found Frieza's weakness and no longer needs us. What a dishonest barbarian from the West Galaxy." Frieza muttered indignantly. "But your Majesty, if that fruit truly exists and Shilaj obtains it." Gula shook his head. If such a fruit existed, why would Shilaj dare to seize it when Frieza already possesses the spirit fruit? Therefore, I suspect that even if this fruit exists, it is probably not meant for enhancing combat power. Alright, stop overthinking. Let's put our plans on hold for a few days. Investigate the fruit he mentioned. Gula cut off Frieza. "Look into it thoroughly. I want the results before that man makes his move." Frieza nodded and turned to leave. North Galaxy, Frieza Core 6th Branch. It was a dark-toned room, the very air tinged with a suffocating crimson. Hop. Two pairs of palms interlocked. Each exerted all their strength. They struggled against each other for an unknown duration amid shouts. Finally, one of them, exhausted, yielded first and collapsed onto the gravity room floor. "Yes, I won." Sun Wukong cheered loudly. With the last of his strength, he stumbled to the control panel and restored the room to normal. Then, overwhelmed by the delayed fatigue, he too collapsed, but a smile still lingered on his face. He had finally surpassed Bike. Deep within his heart, it felt as though an invisible shackle had been unlocked. From then on, the sea was vast for the fish to leap, the sky was high for the birds to fly. Lying beside him was Bike, whose face bore nothing but a deep sense of defeat. He had lost to Sun Wukong. Not long after leaving Earth with the help of the Grand Elder, he had left Sun Wukong far behind. He had thought Sun Wukong would never catch up, but the cruel reality left him utterly humiliated. No matter how hard he trained, Sun Wukong always managed to overtake him precisely and unfailingly in a short time. In every encounter, he grew stronger at an astonishing rate. Bike recalled the words daily I had said to him. "If Kakarot can surpass you once more, you may never have another chance to keep up with him." Bike's fist clenched tighter. Could such a thing really happen? Was he, the great demon king Bike, destined to live forever in the shadow of this man named Sun Wukong? Could an incomplete Namekian truly never find a way to grow stronger? The scene shifted to an open area outside the base. Kellen stood with one hand on his hip, the other raised high above his head. Chi Yuan slash. Across from him, Tianjin Fan charged straight ahead. Four-body fist. In the midst of his sprint, Tianjin Fan split into four. The four Tianjin Fans, with equally fierce momentum, converged from four directions in a pincer movement. The Frieza Corps soldiers watching from the sidelines gasped in amazement. Split into four. That technique, Captain Tianjin Fan. Incredible. Even after splitting into 4, his combat power is still over 30,000, barely weaker than the original. How will Captain Kellen handle this? To them it seemed a hopeless situation. Facing 4 opponents, each already formidable, there appeared to be no chance of victory. Yet the curve of Kellen's smile grew more confident. Instead of panicking, he thrust the rapidly spinning golden energy ring upward, then clenched his fingers and pulled them apart. Divide. With a loud shout, the Chi Yuan slash split into 4 as it left his hand, flying toward the 4 Tianjin fans. Amazing. Captain Kellen's ultimate move has also split into 4. I knew Captain Kellen would find a way. Now Captain Tianjin Fan can't escape. Victory is certain. I should have bet on Captain Kellen. One soldier lamented, slapping his head in regret. Even Jiaozi, who was watching nearby, looked worried for Tianjin Fan. The 4 Tianjin fans, caught off guard by the sudden diversion of the Chi Yuan slash, had no time to react. But then an unexpected turn, all 4 energy blades passed right through each Tianjin fan. Kellen instantly realized he had been tricked. But it was clearly too late. Tianjin Fan's figure appeared above and behind him. The soldiers who had just been smiling about victory froze, their smiles vanishing. Qigong cannon. Boom. A massive explosion instantly engulfed them both. When their figures reappeared in the soldiers' view, Kellen was curled up, clutching his stomach. Ow, ow. That hurt. Tianjin Fan, go easy on me. Tianjin Fan remained unmoved. Don't give me that. On the battlefield, the enemy won't show you mercy. Besides, you used the Chi Yuan slash against me. Upstairs in the base, Amindo and Diaz were also mere spectators of this battle. Both could read the immense pressure written on each other's faces. Within Deliesi's former squad, only the 2 of them remained, bearing the weight of it. Rizy and Lakasai, the brothers, had completely relocated to the neighboring technical district. Kakeo. He felt not the slightest pressure. At the first sign of uncertainty, he simply powered up. Amindo and Diaz in unison let out heavy sighs. What with the gloomy muttering? I've heard the 2 of you have been sneaking out in the middle of the night lately. Is that true? Deliesi was busy going over some important dispatch documents. Noticing their unease. And no, that's not true. Who told you that? Both suddenly found themselves losing face and frantically denied it. Continuously denying. Hey, you think your petty schemes could deceive me, eh? The pressure is overwhelming, isn't it? That's expected. I've told you so long ago. However, you needn't strain yourselves too tightly. Overexerting your bodies will only render your training inefficient. Deliesi calmly closed the files. You've learned to control your chi, haven't you? The 2 nodded. Though not yet masterful, simple regulation was no longer a problem. Deliesi nodded. Good. Let me see. In a while I'll take you somewhere. On Ixing Star. This place had become utterly unrecognizable from the dilapidated ruins of a year ago. Though not yet what one might call a high-tech city, exquisite small-town architecture had already become commonplace. And everywhere could be seen clusters of large buildings under construction, investments from major corporate conglomerates. Main thoroughfare of the new district. Rows of semicircular capsule dwellings stood neatly along both sides of the street. Several Ixing natives fresh from their shift pushed floating carts past, humming some unfamiliar tune. Sam stood at the crossroads, chest out, and chin raised, his gaze sharp and his spirits high. He wore a black and blue patrol uniform with a brand new ray pistol hanging from his waist belt. His hand resting on the holster, Sam patrolled back and forth. Before, he hadn't even dared to cast a glance at those space pirates. Now passing aliens respectfully addressed him as Captain Sam. How could life be the same no matter with whom? Beep beep. His waist communicator suddenly rang. Sam pressed the receive button. Captain Sam, come quickly. A ding's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Sam furrowed his brow. Take your time, what's happened? Miss Taisai's Foundation. There's trouble. A group of foreign immigrants blocking the entrance. We can't hold them back. Hang in there, I'm on my way. Sam ended the transmission, signaled to a few patrol members nearby, and broke into a sprint toward the Foundation's headquarters at the end of the street. The Foundation had been spearheaded by Taisai. It normally handled various relief funds and material distributions, primarily serving the native residents of Ixing Star and certain qualified early immigrants. The headquarters occupied a 2-story hemispherical building. By now a crowd had gathered around the base of the front steps. Several burly aliens in gray vests were shouting angrily. Though they dressed like ordinary immigrants, their protruding muscles and violent aura could not be concealed. What relief! We traveled all this way to settle here. Why are we left out? A ding leading several patrol members held firm on the steps, ray pistols in hand. This is the Ixing Foundation. Go to the central hall to process your paperwork. A ding forced calmness into his voice. Go to hell. The moment the words left his mouth, the scar-faced man delivered a vicious kick. A ding never even saw it coming. His body was sent flying backward, crashing onto the steps. A ding. Sam, arriving just then, witnessed the scene. He immediately drew the ray pistol at his waist. Nobody moved. Sam took aim at the scar-faced man. Uncle Sam, something's wrong with them. Another one looking to die. Sam squeezed the trigger. A crimson laser beam shot forth from the barrel. The scar-faced man tilted his head slightly. The beam grazed past his ear and struck empty air, melting a small pit into the ground. Sam's face went pale with shock. This. They really were different. These were absolutely not ordinary immigrants. The immigration policy at this stage temporarily did not accept residents with such formidable combat strength. Sam's heart pounded wildly. Before he could fire a second shot, the scar-faced man had already closed the distance. A thick arm shot out and gripped Sam's throat, lifting his entire body into the air. Sam kicked desperately, his hands clawing at the arm, but unable to pry it loose. The scar-faced man's face twisted in contempt, and he flung him aside. Sam tumbled through the air twice before crashing against a wall more than 10 meters away. He was already struggling to maintain consciousness. Then these brutes swiftly eliminated the other patrol officers. Swaggering up the steps, crunching over scattered glass everywhere, they prepared to enter the Foundation's front doors. Thud! Two figures abruptly landed above the steps, blocking the entrance. The scar-faced man halted and looked up. They were two individuals who looked exactly alike. Buzzcut's dead fish eyes. Their expressions were extremely rigid, utterly unresponsive. They wore identical black combat uniforms. On the left chest was the distinctive interlocking double F insignia of the Frieza Force. On the right chest was an additional strange red emblem. It was two overlapping capital letters, RR. A ding clutching his chest and leaning against a cracked wall corner smiled upon seeing the two androids. Excellent, they're protectors. The scar-faced man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing them for a long moment, but sensed no aura of power from them whatsoever. Cheap tricks. The scar-faced man snorted. He exchanged a glance with a bald henchman beside him. The bald man clenched his fist, bounded up the steps, and threw a straight punch at the left android's face. The fist whistled through the air with tremendous force. Bang! The punch connected solidly, but both protectors remained unmoved. Intruders identified. Executing lawful arrest. Both protectors struck out simultaneously. Caught completely off guard, the two-hit troublemakers were sent flying backward, taking their companions behind them along with them. Before the protectors, these suspects were as helpless as frail children unable to lift a feather. Within 3 or 2 moves, they were all sprawled on the ground, unwilling to rise. Witnessing this, Sam somehow found the willpower to endure the excruciating pain and rose with a smile. Mr. Protector, do you need our assistance in the arrest? No need. They exceed the security classification of Ixing prison. They will be imprisoned by the Red Ribbon prison personally. Saying this, both protectors began binding the invaders tightly. Only then did Taisai from inside dare to step out, her face etched with worry as she offered numerous words of concern to Sam and the others. Miss Taisai, you need not worry, we are fine. It is our fault. You have been frightened. Sam forced a faint smile. Oh, you claim you're fine, but hurry and call the medical team. Further investigation revealed these individuals were all bounty hunters who had taken contracts from the black market. With Capsule Corporation's products enjoying unprecedented popularity, high bounties inevitably attracted reckless mercenaries willing to risk their lives for fortune. Dor pondered for a moment before speaking. Those fellows conceal their combat power and infiltrate among us. It's nearly impossible to guard against every threat. Since we can't achieve absolute safety, we might as well strengthen security patrols. After all, an absolute safety zone has always been our hallmark. Well, can your guardians actually deliver on that promise? Noticing Dor's gaze, Dr. Jero's expression hardened. Sir, you're insulting me. While the guardians are mass-produced, each possesses a combat power of 10,000, more than capable of replacing regular patrol units. No. They can't completely replace them. That would put the entire patrol force out of work. Dor quickly shook his head, then continued after a brief pause. How about this? Assign one guardian to each patrol squad. That way you won't need to produce as many, and you can focus more time on your research. It's a win-win situation. Dr. Jero nodded. In that case, it's even more feasible. With Mr. Release and Mr. Rake's assistance, give me 2 months. No, just 1 month will suffice. Then I leave it in your hands, Doctor. It is my duty, sir. Dr. Jero bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Dor hesitated for a moment, but called out to him before he could exit. Wait, Doctor. I can't help but feel you've changed recently. You know that sincerity of yours. It doesn't quite seem like you. Dr. Jero smiled and pointed to his head. You should have noticed. I've modified myself. Over the past year, you've helped me rediscover that pure sense of purpose I had when I first joined the Red Ribbon Army. I've come to understand your grand vision. Frieza's army is not your destination. This is the leader the Red Ribbon Army deserves to follow. I've found my faith once again. I've rediscovered the faith of the Red Ribbon Army. I know you've harbored doubts about me, so I've implanted an ultimate program into my own mind. Dr. Jero maintained his smile throughout, as if the superior's past suspicions meant nothing to him. The Red Ribbon Army shall march forever under your guidance. If you remain unconvinced, you may have Miss Bulma examine me. With matters discussed so far, Dor couldn't very well demand an examination now, not when it would wound their rapport. Too hurtful to one's feelings. At worst, he could always consult Shinran later. Dor offered a calm smile. You've been most thoughtful, Doctor. I've witnessed your tireless dedication to the army throughout this past year. How could I possibly doubt you? Go about your duties. Dor's expression softened. Dr. Jiro gave a slight bow. The Red Ribbon Army stands with you, Commander. Once he departed, Dor fell into deep contemplation alone. Prejudice lodged within another's heart is a mountain most difficult to dislodge. In the end, he would find an opportunity to consult on Namek. Unlike Dor's fleeting concern at the Sitha Corporation headquarters, fine beads of sweat glistened on Oil's temple beneath the cold lighting. Elder brother. His voice came out parched. The risk is far too great. Slug's notorious across the Western Galaxy. How much of what he says can we trust? Should he fail, Frieza's wrath will fall upon us first. Maki gently tapped her crystal glass with a silver spoon, producing a crisp chime. Oil, you see only the danger. A faint smirk curled her lips. Even if we truly eliminate Frieza, I doubt Slug would hand over command of his army to us. Maki turned her sharp gaze toward Elect at the head of the table. Elder brother, do you think I'm right? Jaz, who had remained silent throughout, typically avoided such discussions. These were matters for his elder siblings to worry over. An oppressive silence fell once more over the dining table. Elect finally stirred. He raised his goblet and drained the blood-red liquid in one draught, his Adam's apple bobbing. His earlier wavering seemed washed clean away. Actually, Elect spoke slowly. If we truly succeed in killing Frieza, even if Slug refuses to honor his promises, we can accept that outcome. Maki arched a brow. Oil waited for Elect to continue. I have a feeling. Elect's gaze swept over his siblings before settling on nothingness, as though piercing through the thick alloy walls of the sealed chamber, that Frieza has already set his heart on our destruction. Perhaps because we never truly cleaned up certain messes we left behind. Oil's face paled even further. Then what should we do? The fact that he hasn't acted against us yet. Elect cut him off, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He likely wants to first map out our client networks and resource channels, or wait for the right moment to uproot us entirely and seize everything we've built over the years. Maki let out a scoff, leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed. So, elder brother, you're planning to use Slug as your weapon? Risk everything on a gamble? Something like that. Elect nodded, his tone resolute. Rather than sit idle and wait to be eliminated by Frieza like trash, we should strike first and seize a sliver of hope. If Slug seeks to exploit us, why can't we exploit him in turn? If he truly eliminates Frieza, we'll promptly invite Cooler to return and restore the glory of Cooler's army. I believe Cooler would find no reason to refuse. In that case, wouldn't we be the ones earning great merit? We might even profit handsomely from the chaos. In any case, whether it's Slug or Cooler, if only it isn't Frieza at the helm, the Sitha group should still manage to survive. And if Slug is killed by Frieza, we simply face our reckoning a little sooner. Whether now or later, we'll have to flee anyway. Might as well prepare in advance. Upon hearing this, Maki fell into thought before gradually nodding in agreement. You are indeed the elder brother. Since you've considered everything so thoroughly, we'll leave the arrangements to you. Both Oil and Jaz nodded as well. Even if this decision might plunge their entire family into an abyss of no return. Yet sometimes there is simply no room to hesitate. The gamble had already begun. The stakes were the entire Sitha group, while the house consisted of two colossi spanning the cosmos. Though this was a desperate all-in move, the Sitha family had always sought to win from both sides. To never lose. That was their style. After this family dinner, they would perhaps need to prepare for the worst. After wrapping up some miscellaneous affairs, Dale's figure appeared in a tranquil wilderness. Emptying his mind and body, he entered a meditative state. In fact, compared to Kakarot, who wished he could glue himself to the gravity room every single day, the others had drastically reduced how often they used the gravity room. It wasn't a matter of effort or laziness, but rather because each person's situation was vastly different. Gravity training was far too punishing on the body. In the early stages of training, gravity training could indeed yield terrifying efficiency gains, rapidly unlocking the latent potential within the body. However, as one's combat power rose, they would gradually approach the physical limits of the body. As everyone knows, the Dragon Ball world has always had two frequently emphasized, yet seemingly contradictory sayings. One emphasizes that the physical body has its limits, while the other stresses the importance of base form combat power, that the strength of one's normal state is the foundation and the ultimate answer. The fighting style of Saiyans who gain power through transformations has always been met with a certain degree of disapproval by higher-order life forms. But is it simply because Kakarot and Vegeta in the original story didn't want to improve their base combat power? That obviously doesn't make sense. Because relatively speaking, the body does indeed have a certain kind of limit. The best example is that later on, the phenomenon of Saiyan's combat power skyrocketing after near-death recovery virtually never appeared again. That was because by that point Kakarot and Vegeta were essentially at their own relative limits. However, this kind of limit is also a stage-based limit. If Dales were to explain it, calling it a bottleneck would be more appropriate. Just like the evolution of living beings, life forms evolving from primitive times into their modern forms was not an overnight process. The improvement of combat power is the same. For instance, Dales had encountered a faint bottleneck inside the hyperbolic time chamber earlier. His subsequent decision to let his body rest also helped him find the right approach. Only after the body has been given time to recuperate can it more quickly adapt to power that has surged continuously at high efficiency over a short period. But if you can break through this limit, you can enter the next stage. The body is elevated and the growth of combat power reaches an entirely new level. It's like doing business. When you're still an employee, you can only earn within your monthly salary. But once you become the boss, you're still making money, yet the amounts are vastly larger than during your employee days. However, how to break through this stage-based bottleneck of the body varies from person to person. But there is no denying that breaking through limits is extremely difficult, especially for Saiyans. Dales had come to realize this by now. The Super Saiyan transformation was hardly difficult for him, who had already mastered the pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Dales had mastered it with ease as early as half a year ago, and it was only after fully activating the activity of S cells that he discovered something was off. Improving base form combat power had become difficult, because a considerable portion of the power gained through training would be forcibly absorbed by the S cells. Think about it. The path of cultivation already throws all sorts of bottlenecks and limits in your way, and now the S cells also had to interfere. This made improving a Saiyan's base form combat power extraordinarily difficult. Otherwise, were Kakarot and Vegeta in the original story simply fools? With their level of martial arts mastery, could they really not understand the importance of fundamentals and base form combat power? What were Super Saiyan levels 1, 2, and 3 anyway? What did it matter if they provided tens or hundreds of times the amplification? If bottlenecks or limits didn't exist, and combat power could keep increasing as easily as in the early days, then wouldn't a few years of secluded training multiplying base form combat power several-fold plus Super Saiyan more than match your 100-fold amplification? But the fact is, Kakarot spent a great deal of time researching the evolution of Super Saiyan. The reason was that improving base form combat power had become too difficult back then, and compared to developing S cells, it was an outright inefficient direction. After all, their daily training had the S cells feasting to their heart's content, so wasn't it only natural to let them pull their weight? They couldn't just take the benefits without doing any work right. As for improving base form combat power, most of the time one could only stay patient and rely on the accumulation of time. Let it take its natural course. In the later stages, after their base form combat power had received greater improvements, Kakarot and Vegeta rarely used Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 transformations anymore. But Dale's situation now was a bit different. Every time his body reached a bottleneck, as long as he rested to a certain degree and allowed his body to fully adapt to the new power, he would experience a subtle and refreshing clarity. It was as if his marrow were being washed and his tendons transformed, as if his very soul had been elevated. And the more of these elevations he experienced, the more Dales felt the obstruction to his base form power growth gradually diminishing. He had broken through his body's bottleneck 3 times so far, and his current base form combat power had reached a level of roughly over 10 million. As his mastery over the cultivation of Chi grew stronger and stronger, Dales had essentially reached the point where even without a scouter, he could judge the intensity of a combat power value within a reasonable margin of error. Under his perception, he could now keep track of everyone's movements in the base without much deviation. Amand and Days had evidently taken his earlier words to heart. They no longer snuck out in the middle of the night for extra training. Instead, they were now lying peacefully asleep in their own rooms. If the boss said so, then it must be right. No more overworking their bodies. As for someone else doing extra training, that would be none other than our great demon king Piccolo. In contrast, Kakarot was simply fast asleep right inside the gravity room. Ever since he had once again surpassed Piccolo, his training had been unimpeded and unstoppable. This weighed heavily on Piccolo's heart like a boulder. Though he appeared completely calm on the surface, he secretly trained extra every single day. Krillin and Tien Shin'en, on the other hand, had a much better mindset. Knowing they could never compare to freaks like Goku and Piccolo, they were actually more open-minded and at ease. In truth, this mindset actually allowed them to adapt to their limits faster, which in turn helped them surpass themselves more than others. After returning from Aishin Star with a bit of a fright, Taze seemed to have something weighing on her mind. She still hadn't fallen asleep. Dale slowly opened his eyes. She really doesn't make one feel at ease. I'd better go take a look. Regarding the original story's notion that Goku's base form was extremely strong. Some readers actually believe that during the Android arc, Goku and Vegeta's base forms were already at the level of an initial Super Saiyan. I find this really hard to understand. Let's just assume this idea is correct. Then their base forms would be at least over 100 million and Super Saiyan would be over 5 billion. With combat power like that, forget Android 17 and 18, even Perfect Cell would be blown away. There's also the argument that the boss's strength spans are so vast that it fails to show how strong the base forms were. That's completely reversing cause and effect. We've already discussed the earlier combat power numbers, and no such data appeared later on. Shouldn't we judge the boss's strength based on the positions of Goku and the others? Why would anyone first decide how strong a boss is, and then forcibly conclude that Goku and the others' base forms must be extremely strong? Take the often-mentioned claim that Goku's base form in GT reached the strength of Super Saiyan 2 or 3 from Z. I can accept that to a certain extent since 10 years had passed. But if you insist this claim has any solid basis, there really isn't any. If that were the case, how absurdly powerful would Rylde have to be fighting evenly with Super Saiyan Goku in GT? Judging from the original story's portrayal, let alone bosses their base forms couldn't even confidently beat the Z fighters. So this is the origin of this chapter's patch. It was designed and explained based on his actual portrayal. Under this setting, many phenomena in the original story can be reasonably explained. That is the essential philosophy behind our patchwork. If it weren't for explaining the irrationalities in the original story, then everyone would just have their own opinions with no unified conclusion.